What are y'all doing? Hello, Mr. John Nave, Herb Herber, Mac Pierce, Josh Grover, Steve Nealon. Who else? Mac Pierce, Tim Carp. And hello, everybody. Let me know if y'all can hear me okay. I'm at my desktop rather than my usual spot. And we're hopefully not going to have to deal with too much reflection. As you can see, I keep a very clean desktop. Everything is stuffed just out of camera view. Can y'all hear me okay? Today we're going to make a pattern of this distinguished gentleman. Okay, good. You can hear me. Now the only thing I'm going to leave out of this pattern is the reflection of my hand holding the phone. Hello, John Hellstrom and Chad Betton and Lawrence Aldridge. All right. I figured what the heck, what better live stream pattern making to do than a self-portrait, because I've been saying, it's been a while since I've done a self-portrait. Now this may not be family friendly just because of who it is. If you want to see how I look with a scrunched up face, there you go. Come on now. Hello, David Joanne Arrington. Good. So the microphone's picking everything up. Yeah, I kind of figured you'd go there, Josh. Appreciate you. Now, I am foregoing temperature controls here because of the noise it makes, but the reason why nothing is set up at all is because I want you all to see it from scratch, how I do it. The only thing I've done beforehand is print out the picture. Whenever I do a pattern, if it's large enough, I print it out in at least 2 sheets of paper that way. Because if I tried to fit that whole thing on 1 sheet of paper, it would be smaller and the pattern would be less detailed. Forgive how dirty my hands are because I've been doing a bunch of crap. But anyway, so I always split it in half, and we'll do 1/2 and then 2. This is also an example of how difficult it can be to do a plaid shirt, but it is possible. You just got to play around with it. So there's that. And we're not going to do a whole lot of detail in the beard there, but you'll notice the side. Now I do have 5 downloadable videos on woodenvisions.com of how I do this process, just not this particular picture, different themes. And so hopefully this live stream will give y'all an idea of what the thought processes, the mind changing, the explanations as to why I do what I do and why I changed my mind, this and that. That's what all those downloadable videos on woodenvisions.com will tell you. So you can go through the same process here. And I forgot what I started to say when I interrupted myself. So yeah, I don't know what the heck I was going to say. So we're going to get into that. But being that I've been banned from posting to groups, if y'all don't mind sharing this video to as many scroll sawing groups as you can, I'd appreciate it. This will not be the only live stream involving pattern making, but this will be the first one, at least in quite a few months. And I will start from scratch to show the process. I printed out the sheet of paper, and I knew I was going to have to deal with reflections. So let's see. Let me see if I can. Well, hopefully it won't mess with anything. Y'all just let me know. Josh Grover's already shared it. Slate. Hey, Aussie Man has joined us. That will probably be the next live stream, is a picture Aussie Man wants me to make into a pattern. I'm using my razor blade to get any potential tape residue off the glass. The reason why I'm using glass, this is very important. Okay, number one, I make my patterns on paper for those that don't know that. The reason why I use glass is there's no texture to glass. And so it won't affect when I'm using the pen. It won't get over a bump on one of these scratches you see in the table. That's why I use a piece of glass. This just happens to be from a scanner, I think. You're welcome to share it wherever you would like. Welcome, Bill, by the way. I'm trying not to forget any part of the process because I don't want to take it for granted. of anything. So if y'all have any questions, I know this is not necessarily straight up scrolling related. It's scroll saw pattern designing, and there might be more questions for that. So I encourage any and all of them. The glass is clean here. Just making sure. Don't like it when there's a piece of debris in there. And again, when the picture is large enough to zoom in on, I will cut it in half and do one half at a time. But I will hold both halves together. And y'all let me know camera quality and all that kind of crap, because it's going to be kind of important for this. And I see it already fluctuating every now and then. Gonna leave this one as is, and I'm going to cut the white off the top of this so I can butt it up against the other one to know what I'm working with. So that's what we're doing with that. Let me cut the white off of this, and then we'll get going. I don't think reflections are going to be an issue because the paper will be covering everything. And I probably need to do a few of these live streams with patterns, because that's not something people see every day. They've only had 55 opportunities to see scrolling live streams, though. I know that's not a lot. Okay. Use a razor blade and straight edge to do that. If you ever want to see all your flaws, do a self-portrait. Some of mine can't be seen on camera, but they can definitely be heard. But okay, I'm gonna take my jacket off, get a little warm. All right, we have, is this Mr. Dale Kirkwood, Maple Tree Studios? Haven't seen him in forever.
Oh, I'm doing this old boring thing, mate, like working and being ill.
I know.
Being ill. Oh, I tell you what, though, look at this. Look. I mean, I'm getting in on this now. Nearly a pro scroller now. You know, I've just got to make the jump.
I am so proud. You don't even know. I mean, that almost brings a tear to my eye. It's dang good to see you again. It's been a long dang time.
It's been a while, mate. It's been a while. It's just finding that I keep finding your lives haven't just finished, or like.
Yeah, he sent me a picture yesterday, or sent the group a picture of a Baby Yoda holding a Dr. Pepper. I said, "Oh, that's a shirt after my own heart."
I mean, just to found that, I thought, I know the very man for that.
That's
I know
funny.
The very man. You know, I thought, oh, what are we getting today? A chin? Is that what we're getting?
This is a self-portrait.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the upper half.
All right, okay.
Let me catch up on one more comment. Everybody's saying hi to you. Other than that, it says Mac Pierce says, without a pattern, we'd have nothing to scroll. So I'd say it's definitely scrolling related. Amen. All right, so I'm tickled to death that you're here. It's been so long since we've seen each other, even behind the scenes.
Yep.
The only part you've missed, just to catch you up. John Nave said, there's love when a co-host gets Dr. Pepper.
Amen.
And he's in the UK across the pond.
I mean, I took a lot of effort to find that. I mean, it has to be 0, right? But but even so, give it a red hot go. Got a pepper.
I hear you. So what the only part you missed? I just want to catch you up since you're on the panel here. When when a photograph is large enough, I will split it in half and print it among 2 sheets of paper. That way I can zoom in closer on the detail, because if that was all on one sheet of paper, it'd be much smaller.
And so I have a question. How do you know which part of your head's got to be the right way up?
I don't know how to answer that.
When you scroll, you're making a self-portrait. What way's up? No.
Whatever looks best, I guess. By the way, you want to tell people where they can find you on YouTube and all that?
Sure. Well, obviously, Team Scroll Saw, baby, which is in the
planning stages.
Yeah. No. I mean, it's on the flag at the bottom, but it's Team Scroll Saw. Obviously, you can check out the group and all that kind of good stuff. Other than that, Maple Tree Studios on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. Got a live on Sunday. It's live on Sunday. It should be an hour and a bit. Doing Ziggy Stardust, David Bowie live for a friend whose is his birthday. So he may even be there live while we're doing it. So we'll see.
Well, that would be awesome. I appreciate you being here once again, Josh Grover. Okay, Mac Pierce is saying you should wear your goggles over your eyes during one of my streams. So
that's why they're here. They are for extreme. They are for extreme scrolling.
Wow.
I mean, that's what they're for.
I feel underrated right now. I need to give me a pair of goggles here.
Oh, I mean, we can also go for the cool version.
Daniel Davis says he should be subbed to you. Visual comfort for you or for a while cutting. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Josh.
Awesome, Daniel.
Mac Pierce says, I already read that. Josh Grover, if you can clarify if you're asking or stating something, I'm not real sure. Visual comfort, there is a visual comfort to pattern making. I guess I would explain that as I get to it because I can't think of it right ahead of time. So yeah, the only thing you missed is we want a piece of glass because if there's texture on your tabletop like these scratches, you want no texture when your pen is going across it because we're making it on paper here. Both, Josh, I'll clarify as I go. Alrighty then there. So what we do, we get a clean sheet of paper, which is right here off to my side. All right, so there's our clean sheet of paper. And y'all seen me trace patterns onto wood before. I do used carbon paper for that. For patterns, I use a brand new one. Now these come in huge sheets, but I cut them down to page size. You can get them from Cedar Rock Enterprises on Amazon, CRE. It's the darkest I've found, and that's why I like it, because the darker the line, the better the pattern goes. So I'm going to tape this down. And the reason why I did not do all this beforehand is I want y'all to see literally every step other than printing out of the picture. So I always do that so I can see at least two edges so I can line it up. You can't see the other one. It's there. We're going to tape it down and stretch it across so we don't have that wrinkle down the middle. What's the weather like there in the UK, sir?
Cold.
Yeah, it's nippy and wet here. I'm so sick of. I don't know what Daniel.
It's not like Great Lakes dead of winter cold, but it's cold. If that makes sense.
Oh, Daniel Davis. Yeah. Daniel Davis says, I'm surprised you have this many viewers doing a self-portrait. Oh, nobody ever dogs me. That is weird. I mean, I don't know how to feel. I knew it was a risk. I mean, it's either going to scare people away. I lost, I joke about, or I occasionally gripe about losing subscribers, but I actually lost 5 subscribers during yesterday's live stream. But my God, I can't please anybody here. Hernil Media says we need to get you a digital pen. I wouldn't fight you on it, but so far I just do everything on paper. But thank you for that. The only drawback we're dealing with here as far as real-time pattern making is that I don't have like neon glow-in-the-dark ink as I'm doing this, so y'all may not be able to see right where I'm drawing that line except for seeing the end of the pen, So that is the drawback. It's not like it's going to leave a bright white line as I draw. So I'm going to line up. Where's the printout? Oh. Going to line up these 2 edges and tape it down.
So this is Charles Deering's Australian cousin we're seeing right now?
Something like that, Mike. This is not my twin brother. This is actually me. This is the day I had the biopsy, right before I left. I was wanting to look pretty because I was all gussied up. And so how's
the face? Which reminds me, how is the face? Oh, look at that. There's a JP Woodworks in the house. Hey, JP.
Jamie, if you're remotely interested, the link is in the discussion group. I need to
come in and play. JP, come in and play.
Let's torture Charles. Now I don't know if y'all remember me telling you that the only other symptom I had besides swelling was my face was a little dry and flaky. That has cleared up, but I still have some swelling. And
on the mend. That's the good news, right?
I'm getting there. Yeah, we still don't know what it is, but I haven't taken my steroids yet because I have to have food in my stomach, and I didn't time this live stream right, so I got little pieces of a bagel sitting here off to the side so I can fill my gut in order to take steroids.
Snicker. Bagels and Dr. Pepper. I mean, it's just like, you are just the opposite of this vegan culture, really, aren't you?
I am a health nut, I'm telling you. So we take the reason why some of this might be a duh, but I don't know if duh is something y'all say in the UK, but duh, like obviously, I tape down everything so it doesn't move, because if it moves, that can be detrimental to everything.
We have a tendency to say no shit, Sherlock.
Well, he means no poop.
Yeah.
Family friendly.
No poop. Okay. No poop Sherlock. Doesn't quite work the same.
Yeah, sometimes it's funnier when you have to censor it.
Oh dear. I say, no poop Sherlock. What, eh?
Oh dear. Now the reason why I'm doing this is I don't want any, I don't want the paper to be rippled.
That's what she said.
Good lordy, you're already testing them limits, ain't you?
We'll just see how far we can go without actually getting into trouble.
It's already 10 p.m. there in the UK. So I get it.
It's way over. Just come out of young Wayne the Woodturner was doing his live just prior.
Who? Who was
Wayne
that?
the Woodturner.
Oh.
He was running his over in the UK. Good audience, good times. Did 3-leaded boxes.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah, and JP reminded you we changed it to that's what Charles said, not what she said.
Was it?
Yeah. You were there.
Was
okay,
it?
Yep.
Was it
Okay.
late?
I don't remember all these time zones run together. Okay, the only time I worry about lining up the pieces, that's why I cut off the white stripe on this one, is so that when I get to this area, I'll make sure it's going to be lined up on the next sheet of paper. So there's that. And yes, I have a very unique shaped mouth and nose and all that crap. But we're going to try to work with it. I'm going to see if there's any need to tape that up there. Not yet until we get to the mustache, really. So now we're working on black, but we do need to pay attention to lights. There's light on the headband there. Some things translate well, some things do not. And sometimes it's a trial and error. You don't realize it doesn't translate well until you try to translate it onto paper. Okay. And y'all will also see the process I go through when I'm cleaning it up and coloring it in when I'm done. I don't need the straight edge because there's nothing straight on here. I'm straight, but that's it. Anyway.
That was a setting comedy gold thing there, and I just sat there and I let it set. I never responded. I'm in enough trouble.
Yeah, I always have to watch what I say around people. To pull my finger picture. Yes, it is, Jamie. Love you too. Dang, it's good to see y'all guys again. Now, there is light reflecting off of this black hat up in here. For now, I'm just going to trace the outline of the hat, and then we'll maybe come back and play with that as a second option. But the only light I'm really worried about right now is the hat band. But per the usual, I start with the eyes. Now, these are black sunglasses, but there's light shining off of those. So that's going to give us areas to attach it to the face. Sometimes you have to invent one. But there's that. Okay, we're gonna.
So it was a pull my finger picture, and Daniel says next will be a pin the tail on Charles picture.
Shoot, y'all are crazy. We got 28 people watching. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to put them out there because not everybody makes patterns on paper, and that's why I should have done this a long time ago. I did do it a long time ago, but not consistently.
I must confess, I don't draw mine on paper. I do kind of where Steve was at. I do mine digitally.
Yeah, dang near every designer out there does theirs digitally. I don't know how they do it. Some use a tablet. I don't want to pretend.
Tablet. It's a tablet, so yeah.
Okay, so first thing I'm going to do, we want to determine whether or not this is going to have a background. So it is going to have a background. This background will be made of wood. Hello, Rob Summerlin. Appreciate you being here. If this was going to be one of those that didn't have a background and just had a border around it, I'd be tracing the whole perimeter, but I'm not going to do that because this one will have a wooden background. So I'm going to just suggest shapes. The only thing I'm tracing the whole outline of is the hat here, and we'll might as well start with that. And not everything's going to be right side up to y'all because it's a visual comfort thing. And we're starting. It's only been 19 minutes, but I had to explain everything. Now I'm paying attention to every little light area, like I think y'all can see that light line there. That's gonna, tell you where the side of the hat is curling up. And some of these lines I'll make thicker as I'm doing the thing.
Dustin Amy says, "Are you cheating with the Brit?"
He's technically Scottish, but he's in the UK.
Kind of works. Scottish, British, kind of European, sort of human, planet Earth-ish, third rock from the sun. Solar system, Western Spiral Arm, Milky Way. That's kind of where I identify with, or I identify. So I could identify as a microwave meal. You know,
Well, that's just strange.
ready in 3 minutes, and don't look anything like the box.
Okay, I appreciate you being here, Rob. Hello. Now I'm paying attention to every little light area because the brim of the hat, there's light, although it's a black hat, light shining off of it. So that's yeah, so that's that. I keep starting sentences. Now we got a little bit of light here suggesting the front of the hat, and the hat band also comes into there. So this is going to be a separate cutout. And I don't put X's in these things. I determine all that when I'm coloring it in. Now, none of this tutorial is meant to show y'all how to do the cleaning up and coloring in. It's just showing y'all how I do it because the program I use is no longer made. It's Paint Shop Pro 4. They have much newer versions now, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Max Pierce is asking, do we want to know what a Jaffa cake is? I think Mac may know who I am in many ways.
Awesome Man says, I lost for a bit. So you have glass for the non-bumpy surface. We want a smooth surface to do this on, Bill. Blank paper and the carbon paper is taped over that, and the picture taped to the glass. Yes, sir. Okay. Now we have this. Now this is one thing I can make or take away, but I'll draw it if I see it, and I make the design changes all the time. And if anybody likes this and want to see other themes being worked on, whether it's animals, vehicles, basic portraits, facial hair, blah, 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 I do have 5 downloadable videos that will show you exactly what I'm doing right now, but not the same picture. But it's different themes, and there's different ways of doing different themes. Now there's an eyebrow there, so I'm going to go ahead and go around that. And no, I know Jimmy's just trying to be funny, but it does not matter what color pen you're using. You just got to be able to see it. I think y'all can see that line. I lightened up the picture just a tiny bit. Now, when y'all see me being still, not saying or doing anything, it's me deciding what I want to do because we have light reflecting off of here. But we also want to connect it to the rest of the, So I think what I'm going to do, no, I don't know what I'm going to do. Just saying. Well, I'll just make a design change if I need to. So we'll just do with the light shining off of the sunglasses here. It's really a hit and miss when you're dealing with black on black, because anytime you're working on something dark, you're concentrating on the light more than the shadow. And if you're working on something light, you're concentrating on the shadow. And so that's one cut. I don't know yet how I want to deal with this area in between here. It does have darkness, but we'll just get past that for now. And now we're just going to work on the hat band. I jump around. Now, because how do I want to do this? Yeah, that can be a cut by itself. We do have a little bit of light separating this, so let me go ahead and do this. Again, these are things I can change when I'm coloring it in if I don't like the way it looks. It doesn't have to be straight because it is felt. I say that, but I'll still probably end up going in there to clean it up because I'm such a decisive person. Okay. Jamie brings up a very good point. How many times have you drawn the picture with the carbon paper only realized the paper was upside down and you hadn't transferred a dang thing, meaning you drew it onto the back of the sheet of paper? I've done that before, and that just makes you want to cry and take a nap and start over.
You get quite cross, I should imagine.
Yeah. Mac Pierce says, should we tell Charles he put the carbon paper on upside down? Actually, I know I didn't because I remember doing it, but yeah. Okay, so we have light and dark in here, even though that hat band is black. I'm going to do the shadow area first.
Lawrence Aldridge says you all have to pay. Oh, no, I'm going to get this wrong. You all have to pay attention to what you're doing.
Yeah. Again, there's light shining off of the felt here, but for now, I'm just going to treat it like it's all completely dark because we can probably get away with that. It may not translate well trying to do a black hat with light shining off of it. I don't know. We'll find out. But this is have light shining off of it, so I'm going to do that line that separates. This will also secure, for free hanging, whatever. So I'm going to do that line where the brim is in front of the. Now, because of my years of drawing, I'm sketching instead of just dragging the pen across like I should. I'm exaggerating the thickness of that line. And a lot of this may not make sense as I go, but once it's colored in, it'll all translate better, I hope. There's not as much light further down, but there is an edge there, so we might as well put it in there. Now,
Dustin Amy says, I was realizing that this is the most social that I've seen you for years. It's nice to see you found a medium and get to show everyone your talent.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm just enough of an attention whore that I need to be out there in some way.
Good Lord.
When I stopped selling patterns, I felt so insignificant in the community. I missed, giving back and participating. So here we are. Thank you for that, Dustin. Now, you can't really see the line right here, so I'm deciding whether or not to just go with the way it looks. Yeah, let's do that. Let's be consistent with what we're looking at. If we don't like it, we can create a line there later, but there's part of one. Just enough of a line there. Go ahead. I thought you were going to talk.
Josh Grover says, looks like we might get a couple new people join us. Several are asking me questions about the process. I told them to join in and ask whatever they want to know.
Sweet.
Lauren says, that goes for me because I've used more than one sheet, but it was not upside down. Laughs out loud.
Okay. Now we have that line going down the middle of there. I'm trying to, on this one, I can make it just attached to that bottom there. This one, we don't have a shadow underneath, so I'm going to do it from the top. And we want to maintain that edge of that curve there. Y'all let me know if any of this goes out of focus or anything. I mean, I know it fluctuates.
Well, indeed. It does a little flicker in and out, but it's not gone for any length of time. It always comes back.
Yeah, whenever I move around the autofocus crap.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, we have this light on the brim here to work off of. So everything that's not being cut out is attached to that. And you'll see that as soon as I do more tracing. So that right there was just to suggest another detail that wasn't showing up enough, but there's an edge there. And I know y'all like to joke about how much I talk, but every thought process I have during a pattern, you're going to hear during this. That's why on patterns, you'll definitely hear me talk more. Yay, you.
Where is Penelope?
You have to ask Russ. Meadows. Okay.
Said Lawrence Aldridge.
Now we had this little I can't remember what the hell you call it, but we want that to be there. So, but there's a little bit of a shadow on it. We could leave it just bright white, but I'm going to go ahead and add a little bit of that shadow.
Josh Grover says you should use a pink pen or a white pen so you can actually see what you're doing.
This is what I was talking about earlier. I can't change the ink color. I can't make it glow in the dark as I go, and it's not neon. So there's that. Okay. So just a little bit of a separation between the edge and that bead thing. I'm calling it a bead. I know it's not a bead. Anyway.
Rivet?
Yeah, rivet or whatever the heck you want to call it. It's just a little detail on the hatband.
Stud.
Yeah, now I could carry this line across, and I may still do that on the design process on the computer, but for now I'm just going to treat it like there's not a line there. Yes, I did say hell because I'm a rebel. And I'm having to do all this without bumping the camera because I love it when I bump the camera while I'm scrolling. It's good to actually.
Aussie Man says, I can definitely see your years of experience at making patterns showing here as I'm watching you work, Charles.
Well, thank you, sir. That's what I try to translate. Now,
I do wonder if I should have said that with an Aussie accent and you should have your picture upside down.
Well, I've tried to Aussie accent a couple times. I forgot to accent the edges. See, there's I've already put a pen line over it, but there's little bitty things on either side of those white. You just barely see them, so I'm just suggesting them with a line. And we want to suggest the edge of this, what's it? Whatchamacallit, doohickey, whatever you want to call it.
Star?
Well, it's a concho or whatever the heck you call it. I almost as long as I've been scrolling, Josh, is how long I've been doing patterns, because when I first started, I didn't like the lack of detail in patterns out there, and I can't do computer crap. So I would say it's been a little less. I started scrolling in 1997, so it was not long after that. And I cannot do computer crap, so that's why everything's done on paper.
But it gives you an advantage that sometimes the computer stuff doesn't give you, because it gives you the ability to make changes pretty much on the hoof all the time. Whereas if I make a pattern on the computer, you'll see me adjust it with a pencil every now and then, but you've kind of got to get it right before you print it out, because you're in for a penny, in for a pound once it's printed out.
Yeah. No, I not to blow you up, I'm just explaining what I just did. We don't want to go a complete circle out there, because that little thing would fall off. So I just suggest the shape of it with a line under it. So you would put the pilot hole right there where the lines intersect, and I may change that as I go.
Bill says everyone's a damn comedian when talking to an old Aussie man.
Okay, y'all bear with me. Even though I'm just working on a pattern, I still got to do the old Dr. Pepper break.
Oh, drink.
Now, on this live stream, I have the sensitive Blue Yeti mic, so I don't have to have that mouth mic right up in my mouth. So, luckily it's picking everything up. Okay, I'm jumping around here. If I jump around too much, sometimes I'll forget something, and that's when it's really frustrating. But it's an advantage to taping it down. If you take off 3 sides, lift up the carbon paper and the printed picture, then you can look and say, oh, I forgot to trace such and such, and you just tape it back down. But there are times I've completely taken it off thinking I traced everything, and then I had to line it back up. But I have a little light table for that. And that is this right here. And I'll show you in case I mess anything up. This thing actually lights up. It's one of those made in China things. But anyway, oh, excuse me. Yes, Dr. Pepper is a thing in the UK, because Dale has one.
I can do the video. There we go, Dr. Pepper.
I've never even heard of Zero, but see, I drink so much Dr. Pepper. Yeah, I drink so much Dr. Pepper, I don't even bother getting the sugar free, because if I'm drinking a gallon of anything, it's going to get me fat.
But Daniel Davis says, Dale, do you use a graphic tab or something like Wacom? No, I use a Microsoft Surface. Which is effectively comes with the pen standard, so it's like a convertible PC if you don't know what a Surface is.
Yeah, I didn't know there was Dr. Pepper in the UK either until he showed that, by the way, Dustin. And like the tablet's actually spelled WACOM. That's the one you're talking about.
It's a Wacom.
Yeah, and I know some designers use one. I just don't want to pretend I know who, and maybe not that brand, but I know Wesley Balco uses a digital pen. But if I were to get a digital pen, I would want it to be page size, because I don't want to have to resize and figure out crap. I want to do it exactly the same way I'm doing it right now. But
that's why the Surface pen's quite good, because you can change the nib on it.
Oh, okay. Well, I've been doing it so long on paper. I feel like I have more control that way, honestly.
I do think there's an advantage. I mean, there's an advantage to the digital, since you've got, you can cut, paste, edit, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The paper one allows you to make those artistic decisions in kind of real time. It's quite a different. I would imagine it's quite a different experience. Also, you can get the strength of the line showing through. I think.
Yeah. I can see why people would want me to get a digital pen. I wouldn't mind having one, but I think I would still, my go-to would be on paper, because I've been doing that for so long. But I wouldn't mind trying a digital thing. But now there's a little bit of a lip inside there before you get to the brim of the hat. I think that's going to be too narrow, so I'm not even going to mess with it. I know, Charles leaving out detail. Can you believe that?
Good Lord.
I know. What is the world coming to? Now we have Now, it's funny because I usually start with the eyes on every project, but on this one I didn't. The only thing I'm leaving out is that arm holding the phone, taking the selfie, because that doesn't look professional. Be true to the photograph. Now we're doing a little
As long as you're not doing the whole pouty lip thing, kind of.
duck lip crap.
Yep.
My duck lips are natural. I don't plan
Duct tape lips is kind of where we're at.
Where are we at? Aussie Man says, in my case, if I drink sugar, I get fat. If I drink zero, I get fat. If I drink bloody water, I get fat. Basically, if I breathe, I seem to get fat. Dang it. Dennis Goodman says, hey, Charles, I'm going over to YouTube. By the way, your Facebook connection is much better. That's because I'm on my desktop. It's a little better than the laptop.
Yeah.
And Lawrence Aldridge says, Microsoft Surface is like a tablet. And Mimi says, hey, everybody, I missed you guys. And everybody's saying hi to Mimi. Sorry, I'm used to reading the comments. I'm not letting you do it because I suck. And I forgot.
That's all right. I was just going to answer the question. Yes, Surface is a tablet style computer, but it's got a detachable keyboard.
Yeah. Now, this little detail is something I may decide to leave out, but it is part of the photograph. I try to stay as true to the photograph as I can because that's how you make patterns look like the photograph you're working from. There's some things do not translate well, like certain shadows. So, I mean, you're not going to see, although the right side of my face is darker than the left, I'm not going to, try to do a bunch of weird shadows in there. I'm just going to do like the sides of the nose and the frown lines and all that kind of crap. So there's just certain things you, in time, you just find little habits you add and leave out. And if by the time at the end of this video, it intrigues y'all and y'all say, wow, he's pretty thorough in how he's teaching, that's not me tooting my own horn. That's how I try to teach things. Hey, Mark Christopher, God, I haven't seen you in forever, buddy. Great guy. No, I'm not going to make this pattern life size, I don't think. Not the pattern, the cutout maybe, or bigger than life. I forgot what my point was. I derail very easily. What was I just talking about? Oh, the thorough. The way I teach is I want every thought process I have to be verbal. And you'll know why I'm changing my mind. And if I change it again, I'll welcome back, Dennis Goodson. See, I derailed every time I read a comment. I need to stop reading the comments. No offense, commenters.
Yes.
I want y'all to know why I'm making a decision and why I changed my mind. And because in other words, I don't want y'all to think I'm such a professional. I never have to redo or rethink. And this, I mean, because y'all know me, I'm real. I'm not gonna make it out like I don't make mistakes and that I'm perfect.
Hold on, wait. Wasn't that breaking news there? Charles doesn't make mistakes.
I know. Well, I mean,
all right, I'm going to hang up now. If you make mistakes, I'm going. Bye.
Well, I know. I guess for lack of a more direct way of putting it, when people see design out there, they don't realize that I can't speak for other designers. I'm only speaking for me. There's a lot of trial and error and decision changes on the fly and stuff like that. So obviously nobody thinks I'm perfect. I just meant, yeah.
Yeah, but you're damn right. I mean, it's 100% true. 100% true.
By the way, this is an example. I don't mean to interrupt you. This is how I know who's here. There's me there, and there's Jamie waiting to get in. That's how I know who's here.
Good Lord, it's a Mr. Page.
So now we have two.
Hello. Two a Scotsman and a Frenchman.
Frenchman, yeah.
What have you done to your face? What have you done to your face, Jamie?
Took it off. I decided it was time to have a shave when I was eating dinner and half of my beard went in my food. and I realised I was chewing on my beard as well as my dinner.
Well, that's good fiber. Just saying.
Didn't Robin want you to grow your beard?
No. It was my sister that did that.
Your sister? I'm sorry, yeah.
Jamie, do you want to tell people where they can find you?
No.
That's a good segue.
You can find me on my YouTube channel at JP Woodwork. My Instagram is JP_Woodwork. You can find me at 1/3 of the Makers International podcast, found at makersinternationalpodcast.com, and my personal website is jp-woodwork.com.
And Team Scrollsaw.
And you can also find the group at our group at Facebook at Team Scrollsaw, all one word. And that's about it for the time being. We're I'm not on screen, but we're that close to starting everything that we kind of missed a week because I completely forgot about it. To be honest with you,
I wasn't well. That was what was going
we've all been busy as heck. So I get it. I mean, the only details really nailed down is the day of the week and time, and that it will be every 2 weeks, not weekly. But we won't give you too many details so we have them ironed out. But it's going to be
it's
there.
happening. It's happening.
Going to happen. It's not a pipe dream.
Yeah, sometime in November.
Yeah, we were talking about the first of the year, but life does get in the way. But I know us. We want to do it, but we want to get it right. So we just jumped in with both feet. All of us. It would be more of a train wreck than I usually am. Hello, Wayne the Wood Turner. Appreciate you being here, sir.
What's going on, Wayne? Sorry I missed you live, mate. I completely forgot about it.
Mr. Turner, how the devil are you?
All right, so I'm just gonna trace this for now, and so there's nothing to really repeat here. Till I'm just gonna trace the black cat. So if y'all want to keep talking, you're welcome to.
Okay.
So when did you work at McDonald's and get that little star?
Oh, way back when. I'm just kidding. I didn't know how to respond to that.
On your hat.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I worked at McDonald's a long time ago.
Does that mean you can put the fries in the carton now?
Yep.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Come again. Or thank you. Come again. Whoops. Family. Jamie used to lecture me, man. Some days people are going to get mad. I said, well, comedians do it. Dang it.
Yeah, it's very true. Very true.
Besides, Dale has already cussed once. He already screwed this.
No, I didn't. I didn't swear. I said poop.
Okay.
Only spell SHI.
La. This is not the kind of Sesame Street we're going for.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Today's Charles Deering Live is brought to you by the letters S.
Oh, come on now.
Yeah.
And that was the day Charles rethought having Dale on this panel. I don't know why.
It's better than the streams that are brought to you by the letters F.
Right. Stop hard, people. Good lordy. Okay. Almighty.
And that's the day Charles thought about having 2 English or 1 English and 1 Scot.
A Scotsman and a Frenchman on his channel. No? Oh, okay.
Okay. Now, although I've completely traced the crown, sorry for staying on topic, guys. Although I've traced the whole crown here, I'm going to go ahead and suggest where that shadow line is in case I wanted to do that later. I don't think I will, but just in case, I'm just roughing it in. So that's going to be the dark side and the light side.
Cool.
I'll probably just be black, but and the same thing here. There's a little bit of a, and the shadows even on black, suggest that the light because it's curving, blah 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 blah. I shouldn't say blah 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 blah. I need to explain everything I'm doing. Even though this hat is black, there's light on the rim, so you're keeping that wood. And now in all scroll saw patterns, you're cutting out the dark, unless it says cut out white. It'll say, any good designer will say that. It'll say cut out white, cut out whatever. So if I
gray in mine, I think I always use the phrase cut out the gray
area. Yeah. That's true because it depends on how it's drawn. But right now, that's just a suggestion for me in case I decide to add that later and want to make this shadow and that light. But so there's that. So that's not something everybody sees. There's times I've done stuff like this and didn't add it in the pattern. Oh, so you're saying there's 2 options here. I was saying the other day, it's been a long time since I've lost my maturity. Okay.
The maturity. Well, there's a phrase.
No, where I get to cracking up so hard I'm crying. It's been a while since I've done that. Last time was when Lack of Sleep. It was with Wesley on a live stream.
That was the gyration one.
Yeah, the gyration one. Yeah. I think one time since then I accidentally cussed on a live stream, thinking my live stream had dropped.
Yeah.
That you said, "Oh, bother." Shut up.
I'm drawing, man. I'm drawing.
I feel this was an error, said you.
So I know some of the entertainment on these live streams is when I derail, but It's just been a while. I guess I'm getting just enough sleep.
Just enough sleep or not enough Dr. Pepper?
Or both, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there really such a thing as enough Dr. Pepper? Well, I guess on my deathbed. I guarantee you.
Only if there's enough Jaffa cakes.
As soon as people are done laughing at my funeral, somebody needs to throw a Dr. Pepper in there with me, or not throw it. We don't want to fizz all over.
I think we should share with it. The group. Charles once said that what he wants in his gravestone is, "I told you I was ill."
Yeah. There was too much sugar in this Dr. Pepper.
But I weren't lying.
Yeah. Someone set up a GoFundMe. It's too late for a GoFundMe.
Special medical procedure, intravenous Dr. Pepper.
Yep.
It's probably a special name you can get for that. All the woke kids would go for it.
I'm gonna get Dal to set up a Wi-Fi access code at my gravestone so people come and see me.
So you can chat with them.
Yeah.
In case of go away. Get off me. Something like that. Some sort of sensor around the thing. Go away. I don't like.
Well, see, Matt got it right. Dale's almost as bad as Cliff for derailing Charles' stream. Cliff is my brother. Dale, you haven't gotten to meet my brother yet.
No? Oh, no, I think I've seen it. To be honest, I haven't met him personally, but I think I saw him on one of the streams I missed, because I watched a bit of it. And you could see it, and I was like, this is Charles looking at me. This really is Charles looking at me.
Okay,
how's he doing that? Oh, it's his brother, of course.
Yeah, the shadow's also going slightly into hair. Now my hair isn't real dark here, but I'm suggesting that from the shadow to the hair. So I'm just going to do a couple little points down in there just to show some texture here. Sorry for getting back on topic.
I'm just thinking, what you need is a gyrating gravestone. Sorry,
Daniel Davis says I need a Dr. Pepper casket. I can't afford that, so we'll just have a cardboard.
Ooh. But lots of people in the maker community. I'm sure we could do something.
Yeah. Charles would want this. Now everybody talk crap before they put him under.
It's what he would have wanted, kind of thing. As he gets in a Dr. Pepper delivery van, there's a load of coffin that's shaped like a bottle in the back.
This little zigzag line just to suggest the edge of the hairline. So that's what that was for. Now we have light shining off of the side of the sunglasses here, so that may be a trial and error. I'm going to start out with just the line across the top, but I may add shadow in here because there's a little bit of one. Don't Daniel, please.
Oh yeah.
You
have plenty on empty Dr. Peppers on the shop to put your ashes into. No, sir, I do not.
There's plenty of nicknames that we've got for Charles. I've come up with a few myself, actually, to be honest.
That's wonderful. Family friendly. Yeah, and Steve Nealon says at least the patterns will live on. Yep, yeah, it's probably one of those things that'll all. I do need to determine who gets the money from my patterns after I croak. Probably be my brother or my wife or both, or my daughter. Or
cool dudes.
But just know that you'll be lucky to get a pack of gum every 2 months. Just saying.
That's all right. I'll just take the patterns.
All right.
Me and Steve can share them.
That's an utter shock. Stolen visions. I'm kidding. Okay. Apparently. I'm going to start out just doing what I planned on doing, but I'm going to play with ideas on the shadows there. But we're going to see that's a hit and miss on eyebrows too, because I don't have big bushy eyebrows, but there's a lot in shadow there. So I got to sort of suggest that there's hair there, but not go ape crap and just color it all in.
There's hair there.
I know you did, Steve Nealon. So this is going to be a hit and miss, and it's a lot of eyebrows. A lot of times are trial and error. Now, on a blonde person, it's even harder because you don't want to color them in unless they have dark eyebrows.
Are you a blonde? I did not know that.
I'm not blonde.
That would be quite funny. Sorry.
So, all right.
The name blonde. Charles Blonde.
Hashtag babbling monkey.
I was hoping nobody would repeat that, but thank you, Jamie. Okay.
Babbling monkey? I don't understand the reference.
It's a good thing. Good old Steve Nealon brought up one day as a hashtag because I was talking a lot, which is utter shock because I almost never talk.
Shock horror.
I know. Okay, that's
news at 11.
Yeah, I should cremate with my. Well, no, because of Russ Meadows says I started to create a pattern for this one for myself. Now I don't have to. And Russ, I sent you the link if you want to be on the panel there. I think, and it might be because he doesn't derail as bad as y'all do, but I think, if I'm being honest, Russ is everybody's favorite.
Are you saying Russ is professional? And why not?
No, he just laughs easier and he cracks up. No, I'm actually the most professional person I've had as a co-host, and this is not a dig. I'm just talking as what's his face, Mark Lindsay, because he's actually genuinely interested. I'm kidding. No, but a lot of people have fun with Russ Meadows being on the thing. Not that they don't like y'all. Hello, Dave Gatton, scroll on, baby, and what's up, Mr. Nathan Leisure? Don't you worry, guys. I got those comments covered.
Dave Gatton, he won't leave me alone. He's looking at nightmares all the time.
Well, I was on his morning coffee thing this morning. I wasn't on it. I was, one of the chatters. I try to catch those things. I'm terrible at catching Dale live because I'm usually making up for having stayed awake for 8, 10, 12.
I'm too early in the morning for you guys, mostly. Yeah.
Russ professional, that's a joke, says Josh Grover. Mac Pierce says, I'm one of the quiet ones you got to watch out for. Don't worry about them comments, guys. I got it. I'm just kidding. Because, I won't. Yeah, okay. We're going to trial and error on these sunglasses. Deciding what to keep and what not to keep. Or add and not add, I mean. Because there's a lot of darkness and shadows in here, but all this light, unless we wanted to glue that to the back, or we have to find a way to attach that to the back.
Hello, darkness, my old Charles.
Couldn't you just cut them out and just, that means you say, oh, today I'm going to take the sunglasses off?
Well, that's true that, but we have light shining off of the sunglasses here, so that's going to help us tie in from the outside here to the inside detail here. But I'm whatever. Again, if y'all didn't hear me in the beginning of the stream, if I stop and not moving my pen, it's because I'm thinking where I want to go next with the detail, and I'll still make decision changes sometimes during the computer portion.
Hello, Mr. Gatton.
Meals. Okay. I'm just thinking this through over here. Now we have light shining off. Go ahead.
No, listen.
We have light shining off the sunglasses here. We have a little bit of a shadow here, so I might as well add that. And we can do that from the top here.
Got in there.
That dang song stuck in my head. Thank Dale.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Not really.
I've had worse songs stuck in my head. We'll see smoke when the pen doesn't move. Okay. Now there's going to be a lot of decision changes on these sunglasses. I can just feel it. But yeah. Okay, we have a little bit of a texture thing here. Now, sometimes you have to see the original photo being worked from to understand what certain things are, because the average sunglasses don't have a little light piece sitting right there, but obviously I'm trying to stay true to the photograph.
Dave says, are you scrolling Richard Petty?
The King. That is a NASCAR legend, by the way, in case you didn't know that.
So I used to work for a company that supplied first generation of ECUs to NASCAR. Just after they made the change from the carbs, so I know the NASCAR world a little bit.
Okay, sorry.
A little bit.
Little bit. I have
not.
I
don't really understand why there's a steering wheel in NASCAR. To be fair,
well, because I got to be able to turn left.
No, it's kind of like slot cars, really. I mean,
yeah. I need to have the camera more on the thing and not on the screen.
I was about to say so. Well, when you go to trace the bottom part of this, will you do it separately, or you try and marry the two parts up together?
I mirror the two parts together on on the computer, but I do it on 2 separate sheets of paper.
Sure.
Right, I've got to go and share the podcast. All right.
All right, bud. Link will still be there.
In a
Okay,
little while, I got to scamper too because I've got to do
okay,
this
so-
boring UK work thing in about 5 minutes. So yeah, sorry, sir.
That's quite all right. Jamie has left us officially. He's
Officially, is he skedaddled?
Yeah, and the only way I know is because his thumbnail is not down at the bottom. And that, when Russ Meadows is taking a drink and I'm trying to make him laugh, I'm pointing at the thing. Anyway, yeah, that's how I know when Russ Meadows is taking a drink and don't you do it, trying to make him laugh. Anyway, so see, I almost forgot to trace around that ear there, and this would have been an open cutout. Now, again, I am going to do the computer portion of this on the live stream as well, but it won't be to teach on that specific program because that program is just something I've been moving from computer to computer every time I lose one. But PaintShop Pro 4 is no longer available to buy anywhere. So unless you do illegal torrent crap. But anyway, I just move it from computer to computer. Oops, get it back on the thing here. Duh. The thing. That was ironic. The thing with Charles Deering. Okay, we have 22 folks watching. Yes, I did.
The camera off the pitch again, yeah.
Steve Neal, and I just caught that. That when I first started doing these instructional videos, again, folks, I'm going to keep saying it. This is just one example of me working on a pattern. The premise is the same, but it does change. Like if you're working on a vehicle, you have smoother surfaces. I have 5 downloadable videos, instructional how to make scroll saw patterns on paper videos on woodenvisions.com. 2 of them are horse related. One's short haired animals. That it happens to be a leopard or a cheetah. I don't remember. One's with facial hair. One's a basic portrait, and one is vehicles. So I hope y'all will consider going to woodenvisions.com. They're only $14.95. They're downloadable videos. And if you want to get good at making your own patterns, I really think you'll find some value in those. There's also 1,700-ish scroll saw patterns, 14 ebooks, and caps, t-shirts, and coffee mugs. Hello, Calvin Bass. That is woodenvisions.com, done by Harnell Media, Steve Nealon. Okay. There's a few places I haven't finished drawing lines because I'm jumping around and babbling. I know, babbling monkey.
What was I going to say? Never thought that at all, not even slightly.
Well, I know other people have, so that's why I just went ahead and got that out of the way. Okay. I'm glad that the pen line is showing up here. It wouldn't be near as entertaining or...
Nathan Leisure says, I bought one of them. I got to get around to watching it.
Yeah. Well, once you download it, by the way, if you buy patterns or anything that's downloadable from woodenvisions.com, it will expire after 14 days. So download it sometime. That's Harnell Media biting his tongue, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever he does that hashtag, sometimes it's just to say I'm here. Other times I want to say babbling monkey, but I won't. But I just said it for him. So that's what I do. And see, there's a bunch of scribbling in here, but you'll see me clean that up, most likely. Okay, I'm deciding what to do next here.
Babbling monkey. Laugh while you can, monkey boy.
Okay.
I've got a pattern for that.
I'm trying to decide where I want to go next. And let's see, if I were to just do this whole area dark like this, it would only be holding on right here. So I want to figure out how I want to break this up. But I kind of have to if I'm trying to stay true to the pattern. But I say it's only holding on right there, but we have light over here as well. But maybe I could stutter it into here. So that's me thinking out loud as well as telling y'all what I'm thinking.
It's got in like an earworm.
Now there's a little bit of shadow cast onto the nose from the sunglasses, but it may not translate well, but it is there. So I'm going to go ahead and use it. Moo. I don't think anybody would want this pattern, Harnell Media, but if they want it, I'll charge $20 for it. People might use it as a urinal to trace. Or to aim. Okay, family friendly, Charlie.
Oh, dear Lord, sir. My word.
My God.
Mac.
Dartboard or something.
You know, Josh Grover says quite successfully and quite succinctly. He says, "Babbling monkey on a short bus."
That's good old Josh being friendly per the usual. Okay, there's a bunch of darkness in this area, so that's concerning as to how to deal with it. But
Mr. Steve from Harnell Media says, "I want to make it a sign for the office. I feel the worst, Charles."
Well, I'm sure at some point I'll be cutting this on a live stream if it turns out worth a crap.
Yeah, put it back on.
Daniel Davis says it can be used in the garden, probably to scare away freaking varmints. Okay, because the love is.
Daniel?
Yeah, see, everybody's throwing the love out there. That's an utter shock. It never happens. Y'all can joke all day as long as y'all go to woodenvisions.com, make a purchase or 3. Just saying.
Folks are asking. Lawrence is asking me which program do I use. It kind of depends, Lawrence, what I'm trying to do. I tend to use Paint.net a lot with a lot of the extensions. I've been known to use Photoshop. I've been trying very hard to get used to 3D Paint. I quite fancy the idea of being able to do being able to twist and turn and adapt it. So yeah, it really does depend. The sort of weapon of choice most of the time though is Paint.net.
Harnell Media hashtag below it. He wants to laser. Okay, now we want to suggest the lower portion of these sunglasses, but it's not dark. It's got light shining off of it, so I'm probably going to incorporate it into the brown line here.
Laughter line, sir. Laughter line. It's where you chuckles.
Well, behind the scenes, I'm usually frowning. Although it doesn't really get that close, but close enough. I got to attach it to something. I could just make it slightly bowed with a shadow and just put a pilot hole in there, or I could attach it to this one. Yeah, let's do that. No, how do I want to do that? See, this is what I mean by real-time decision making.
Daniel, I missed it, sir. I was talking poo most of the time. I've now seen it at the top of the screen. I'll give you a slightly different answer then, since you asked it twice. Although I have in the past had a play with GIMP a couple of times. I've not played with a GIMP, with GIMP of an occasion. Of an occasion. Isn't the GIMP that character from Popeye? Popeye.
Oh, the hamburger guy?
Yeah. I'm sure the GIMP's from Popeye. It's like the goons are from Popeye.
Matt Pierce saying, so if we buy, we can say what we want. Is that what you're saying? Heck no, I'm not saying. You'll say what you want anyways. That's how y'all roll.
We're doing for time. A few more minutes.
All right, I'm going to get back on this. I'm going to take a swig of Dr. Pepper.
Oh, I'll take a swig too, just to be like Charles. Go
on. Lawrence Aldridge says he'll check back later. Appreciate you being here, Lawrence. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to throw them out there. I have not used Coyote Stencil Maker, Josh Grover, Russ Meadows. Again, the link is there if you're interested in being on the panel, because Dale won't be here much longer, according to him, not me kicking him out.
No, it's a 6 a.m. start, Charles. It's coming up for 11 o'clock. I've got to go and do all that thing, all the usual stuff, like something to do with the teeth, something to do with the face, something to do with the washing and all that kind of stuff. Then get into bed without the wife shouting or screaming because she hasn't seen me in days. Something like that.
Well, let me know when you're headed out, and I'll put you on camera long enough to say bye and all that.
Okay. Why don't we do that now then? Why don't I scamper off just now while you're paused, having a reflection? Okie doke. Sir, a pleasure as always. Thank you so much for letting me be in the live with you. I'm going to watch this one when it's recorded, probably in the train tomorrow morning. And everyone else out in the chat, thank you so much. You guys take it easy. Charles, have a good one, sir. Let's catch up at the weekend.
All right, buddy. Good seeing you. Appreciate your support. And I do have more of these videos on woodenvisions.com if you're interested.
Of course.
All right, be good.
Woodenvisions.com, you say?
Yes, sir. I appreciate you being here. All right, be good.
Bye, folks.
All right. He has gone. Russ Meadows, you're professional enough for me. So if you want to come on, you may not derail it as much. Just kidding. Okay. Again, the only thing I'm leaving out of the reflection here is my arm in the phone where I was taking the selfie. Everything else will be in the, maybe I should add it just for the sake of being true to the photograph. Did you go to that Dr. Pepper restaurant in Waco yet? No, I have not, Dennis. I'm afraid I would never leave. Mac Pierce says, good night, Dale. Don't hurt yourself with all that scampering. He's not here anymore, so. Russ Meadow says you would never have known if Penelope hadn't been introduced. That's funny right there. Okay, I'm deciding where I want to go next. I'm going to go ahead. No, I don't know where to attach that dang line here because it might be overkill, brittle if I attach it there. So I may just attach it here. And I might change my mind on that in the computer portion. Okay, let's go ahead and do the inside of the lens here. And don't be distracted by the swinging cord. That is my headphone cord. But now that I've mentioned it, you're going to be distracted by it. You're welcome. If anybody has any questions, I know we like to derail and have fun here, but if anybody has any questions, feel free to throw them out there because I may not cover everything. Now, although that shadow goes across, I'm going to break it up and just put a little gap here because there's like a door frame sitting there. But it is always fun to see after you're done making the pattern once you color it all in. Because once I pull this off, all you're going to see is a bunch of lines. But once you color it in, it's when it really pops. And for the sake of art, and being true to the pattern as well, although I'm standing next to a door frame, you can't tell that's a door except for the fact that I just said it was a door. It's curved because the lens of the glasses is curved, so you want to stay true to that. If you tried to make it straight knowing it was a door frame, it wouldn't translate right. It would look funny if the reflection was straight up and down. Okay. Josh Gerber says, when you're drawing it now, are you putting it in your bridges or will you do that later after removing the picture? I try to include the bridges. If I ever make a design change during a pattern and I decide a line I drew I didn't want, let's say this is a line that I drew in the pattern and decided I didn't want it, I'll scribble through it, and that reminds me not to add that line. But so far I haven't dealt with that yet. But sometimes I'll add bridges if I don't think something will be secure enough, but I even miss those sometimes. Now, even though I know what's in the reflection of these glasses, it's still a little hard to make out, so I don't have to be real vigilant on, because it is just a reflection of the glasses, but we are trying to stay true to the pattern. Or the photograph. So anytime somebody wants a custom pattern, this is the process I go through when I'm doing a custom pattern. And some go quicker than others. But just like sometimes we miss pilot holes when we're drilling them, sometimes I miss detail when I'm tracing, but that's not as normal or as common as me forgetting pilot holes. And thank you for actually asking a relevant question, Josh. See, sometimes we're on topic here. Another rainy, wet day here in Gatesville, Texas. But we're not dealing with bitter cold temperatures. It's in the 40s probably. Okay, now for the sake of stability, we have a break in the line here and a break in the line here, as well as the fact that there's light here. So we know that that lens is not going to fall out as far as the pattern being designed. It'll be a little brittle. But yeah. And I said I was going to leave the phone and arm out of there, but I'm going to stay true to the picture. So this can be a little more meticulous, but I'm not going to add too much detail or be impossible to cut. Although sometimes I do that anyway. I'm starting to take it personally that you're not here, Russ. Just saying. Don't tell me you're adulting or something. See, I was going to make, because there's light shining off of the plaid in that arm, I was going to break that up a little bit, but I decided just to make it all one cutout. There's no reason to do over detail in this little bitty area. Okay, and this is my finger pointing. That's a reflection of that. So if you know what the reflection is showing, then it gives you an idea of kind of the shape you're going for, I guess. But again, I'm not trying to do overkill on detail inside that little bitty area. I'm just suggesting the shape of the hand, but that's pretty much it. And even then, not that much. And we have the door frame, or the window panes of that door. But it's so small, we don't need to make it window panes, so we'll just make it one big cutout. Okay, Russ Meadows says he has to wait till the grandkids are gone. Josh Gerber says, I designed a pattern 10 years ago with my family. It turned out okay. Just kind of wish now I could have put more detail into it or had better idea on making patterns. It's definitely a learning process. I still change things and figure out things as I go. But, kudos to anybody that tries to make their own patterns, because it's not always easy, especially if you're like me and can't figure out computer programs. That is literally why I do mine on paper, because I cannot. Computer programs and me just don't really like each other. I don't even know all there is to know about PaintShop Pro 4. I just, only use what I know how to use. And it's worked for me this long. I don't even know what some of this detail is, but it's in there, so I'm adding it. You don't always have to know what it is you're tracing. You're just doing it for keeping it true to the photograph. And you'll hear me talk about that when I'm scrolling. I was saying keeping it true to the scroll saw pattern, but sometimes there's just things you can't do, and I get that. And Mac Pierce is trying to be funny again. These are like paver stones or something, but I don't need to add a bunch of detail. They're just the lines. So that lens is done, I think. And we got to do this one. This one's going to be a booger, because I know where the inside of that lens is, but it's not very easy to see. So let me think this one through a little bit as I go. Am I close up enough for y'all, or do y'all want me to get in closer? I guess somebody would have said something before now that they didn't think it was close enough. I'm just glad y'all can see the pen lines. That's why I slightly brightened the photo before I printed it out. But believe it or not, Josh says I just put a pick on wood and started cutting areas, trying to keep everything attached. And I say that's the trial and error. You probably learned some things from that. You probably had decisions you wish you could change in hindsight, but it's all a growing process. I'm going to check real quick to make sure. Not being held for review. Wow, they must have listened when I griped. All right. Okay, so forgive any silence. I'm just figuring out how I want to navigate this pane, or this lens. Hello, Andy Marshall. Welcome back. put your nose in the corner there, Mac. Okay, I'm glad everybody can see it real well. Okay. Appreciate you coming back, Andy Marshall. She's watching over on Facebook, and I know it's a she because I made the mistake the first time thinking it was a man, and because I'm an idiot. But it happens. And I'm sorry for the loss of your animal, Andy. Can y'all hear that bugle? You might have heard that. If y'all can hear that bugle, I live right next to a military base. It's 5 o'clock. So that's telling everybody to go home or stop what you're doing. Hopefully y'all can hear that because the Yeti mic is more sensitive than I'd be surprised if y'all can't hear that. I can't remember the terminology of what that bugle playing at the end of the day is called, but yeah, that's hopefully y'all can hear that. It's just a little sound you get used to around here, even with 50 cows going off and tanks and other stuff. It's kind of cool, and you can see helicopters going over all the time. Cool, y'all can hear it. Yeah, it's just if you're into that kind of thing, I'm very patriotic, very military, pro-military. Anyway, we're still really deciding how I want to do this. Okay, I'm just going to start because we know there's light on these sunglasses here. And so I'm just going to take this one shadow for now. Or a reflection, not a shadow. Well, kind of both. Okay, I was going to attach that to the outside cut, but that'll give us one more bridge to go with. So come down to here as a starting point anyway. I really hope I'm doing okay in teaching y'all and explaining why I do what I do and how I do what I do. Remains to be seen, but hopefully somebody will find value in this. I am still losing subscribers left and right, so I don't know what to do. You keep them happy, but I'm going to keep doing live streams anyway. Deciding how far over I want to go with this shadow because I don't want this to fall completely out. So let's just go with what we can see for now, and then we'll come back to that. I'm much closer to one of the doors that has the window panes on it, so I need to be true to the picture on that. On there, it was way too small to see it, so I just made it one big cutout. Now, this is another reason why I need large and clear photographs to work from, because if this was blurry, there'd be a lot of guesswork. And if this was a small picture and it was a physical photo that was scanned in, you're limited as to what you can see. But so the clarity of the photographs and also the fact that I know how my house looks and where I was standing when I did this, it allows me to know what things are. So that helps me if I can't quite make it out. If I know what it is, then I can sometimes on the fly, I will design based off knowing what it is and giving a general idea of the look of it. But I have as far as if anybody out there ever wants a custom pattern from me, I do start at $50. It can be higher with more detail, and please don't ask me not to add detail because that's all I know how to do. But anyway, I have a video on my channel called Ideal Guidelines for a custom portrait or pattern. I think just look for the words Ideal Guideline if you do a search on my channel, and it'll show you what I look for and why I look for it when it comes to photographs to work from for a custom portrait or portrait pattern or both. Now, these are very, very narrow lines, so I'm going to make those thicker because I know that it would be dang near impossible to cut. And I don't always do that. I'm guilty, especially on designs with a lot of hair detail. and I may still decide some of these lines are too narrow and go in and thicken them up later. We'll decide that together, or you'll hear me deciding it. Now, since I do have to take my meds, I do need to take a couple bites of bagels here because I have to take it on a full stomach. So y'all bear with me when I'm being silent. My mouth is full. Can you talk? Russ, I can't hear you. There you are.
How about now?
Yes, sir. I got my mouth full, by the way. So bear
Who
with
the
me.
hell is laughing?
That's the rooster.
Yeah, for a minute, yeah.
Yeah, y'all always. Sorry, let me finish chewing.
Hold on a second. I got to turn the other one off.
Y'all often hear me saying, I wonder if y'all can hear those roosters. They're going off right now. You can probably hear them.
No, you know what I heard?
What?
I had the damn live stream going on still. It was me.
Oh, no, I just meant if you hear any rooster sounds, it's because when I'm not talking, the roosters outside of my shop are going ape crap.
I hear them, but I'm saying when I asked you who the hell was laughing, it was me.
Oh, yeah.
Because I had the live stream going.
Mimi Lord's asking how recent this picture is. This was the day of my biopsy. I'm trying to think what day that was. It was an
Hello, Mac.
Earlier this month, Mimi. My swollen eyes are covered by the sunglasses.
I got a question on that.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you not just go ahead and left that as just dark sunshades?
Because I like detail. At the risk of
I like detail as well, but those are really difficult to actually make much out of, and I'm just curious.
That really is the short answer, though, because if I can see the detail, I want to add it. If somebody said you can leave the detail out of the sunglasses, then I will. But I mean, it would look kind of boring to me. That's just my personal opinion.
Okay, in this case, I guess I'm kind of boring. I would have left it out.
Well, again, most of this is also for the sake of trying to teach how I make patterns. It's also trying to stay as true to the photograph as I can.
I see.
All right. Take a swig of Dr. Pepper and we'll get back on it here. I don't know if you heard before you came in, I have to take my meds, my steroids on a full stomach, so I have to occasionally eat something. So that's why if I don't talk, that's why. So y'all bear with the silence, please.
I heard you when you said that a while ago. Yeah, I saw you put this pattern up. I was going to make a pattern of it myself. And now I don't have to. Thank you. Josh says, isn't it going to look weird with those doors and windows in your eyes?
Well, he didn't say, isn't it going to look weird? So I don't know if he's saying what you just said or if he's saying it's not going to look weird. Again, it's me trying to stay true to the photograph, but hello, Kim McCrory.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
I don't think weird is the word because, when you're looking at a portrait, although your eyes go to the eyes, I think it'll look more realistic with all the stuff in there. That's just my opinion.
I'll wait to see how it plays out.
Yeah.
I kept looking for the one that I did of you. I got it on my phone, I think. But
I hated the picture you worked from.
I know you did. You only had a half a face.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I gave you one extra eye.
That was me experimenting with the lights and darks. Again, folks, bear with me. I have to eat before I take my meds. So, and I've already waited too long to take my meds. That's why I'm doing it during a live stream. So bear with me.
Chomp, chomp.
Per the usual, I appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's see here. I'm trying to find it on my phone. I know I sent that to myself on Facebook. What did I do with it?
That was one of my less flattering self-portraits or selfies.
I don't think so. I think it looked just like you.
I mean, your pattern turned out good.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the picture itself. It was who you were, with half a face. You had the other half in shadow.
Yeah, I love lights and darks. To me, that's what I call a high contrast picture. I love that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Awesome Man says, I think detail is what makes Charles' work very artistic. Thank you very much. That's a lot of compliments from Bill today. I'm going to have to start paying him too. Thank you.
I hope you pay him better than me. You ain't paying me none.
I know.
My friendship should be enough.
Just kidding.
Heck, I got to calm down. I got to stop this. I got to be more professional.
Josh Grover says his detail was a stick figure. Okay, I'm going to take my steroids now and I'll get all bulky and strong and stuff.
Oh, Lord.
Today was my first dose of 2 pills. I was doing 5 days on 3 pills. Now I'm doing 5 days of 2 pills, then 5 days of 1 pill, 5 days of half a pill, and then I'll be done.
Has your face lost any roundness yet?
Nope, but the it's no longer flaky and dry, but still got swelling. I don't think the swelling's quite as bad, but it's still there, so it's hard to tell. Okay. Sorry about the delay there, folks. Now there's a little bit of light here, but I think I'm going to just ignore that. This whole area may just be dark. I don't know how I'm going to do that yet.
Yeah. Mac said, where'd I put the third eye on that one I did for you? Actually, I didn't. He only showed one eye. I gave him a second one.
Yay.
I had to. It was in the shadow portion where half of his face was completely dark, but I could almost see a faint outline of his eye. So I kind of stuck one there. It looks like shouldn't even have been there. Well, when I got done with it.
Believe it or not, you went through the same process I'm going through right now. You decided what you wanted to add and how you wanted to add it and how you wanted it to look. So believe it or not, you designed a pattern.
I did. I've designed more than one.
How do I sound like Arnold? I don't sound like Arnold. Give me your hand.
Well, you did when you said, I'll be back.
Oh, give me your hand. Get on the chopper. Let me guess, I'm not good at that one either.
Y'all help me out, folks.
Well, you're hard to please, ain't you?
Okay.
I used to think I was good at impressions till Russ informed me I was not.
I didn't say that. You're good at some. You're really good at some.
A couple, maybe.
You really do a good Pakistani.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay. There is so much darkness in this side of the sunglasses that I'm having to figure out because I still want to suggest. I know you're saying, well, you can just cut them all out, but the stuff is reflecting, so I want to add it. But I can tell that the edge of the lens is right here, but I don't know how to suggest that without it looking strange.
That's the problem with it because all the dark is cut out.
Yeah.
And that's really more dark on that side where you were just pointing at than the other eye.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to suggest the shape of the lens without making it too bright, or it won't look like the photograph. The whole key here is me trying to look as much like the photograph as I can. And Josh Gerber kissed my butt. Hey, some of my comedy is what kept y'all here. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It certainly wasn't me.
I think your reaction to that comedy is part of what played into it. Okay, now we have. Okay, there's a lot of trial and error here right now.
Max says, Charles, because you took your steroids.
Oh, okay. Now I get it.
Arnold did not use steroids. That was all him.
Well, if YouTube wants to flag me for talking about steroids, it's for medicinal steroids. It's not me trying to get all big and bulky.
Yeah.
Because God forbid YouTube should support what I'm doing. Now we have light on the sunglasses here, and then it goes into darkness. I'm trying to figure out where to do the transition between the two. But that you'll notice I added a border under here. That's just to secure all the little detail inside of there to hold it all more stable. It may translate well, it may not. Okay, I'm going to suggest the shape of that lens right here. That's where we're going to do it, and then I'm not going to go all the way around, although I know that the lens is right there. I'm just going to do this right here, and I may change the shape of it, but that's suggesting the shape of the lens now. I don't even know how well that lens shows up on camera. That's why I pointed it out, and that goes too much into the eyebrow, so that looks kind of funny. I'm trying to transition from the light to the dark, and maybe I just need to not make it jagged. So does that help y'all visually see where the lens shape is going in?
Yep.
Okay. Justin Amy says those kind of steroids don't make you big and bulky. They make you round and fatty. I would just... I know that, Justin. I needed you to work with me there. Dang it. Thanks for screwing up my fantasy there. Okay. Okay. I do have a unique shaped nose because of cleft lip surgery. So as much as I want to look gorgeous, I have to stay true to the photograph. Now let me put the other piece here, and then we'll know what I'm working towards. So it allows me to know what detail to add and not add. I'll put a little gap there so I know where one's ending and one's starting. Yes, I do have cleft lip. Some people call it hair lip, but I had speech therapy growing up. That's why I don't talk like this. Thank God. I mean, that's not to down anybody that deals with that. But yeah, I'm glad that's one less thing people can tease me about. Okay. You think this upper half's taking a while, this lower half's going to be a booger. But you know me, I'm not afraid of these long live streams. I'm trying to get the shadows right without doing overkill. But I think we have enough of a shadow going into the mustache here that this can be all one dark area. Josh Grover says no. I'm all about not giving myself plastic surgery. I cannot tell you how many times a woman or anybody, it's mainly women that have done it, but that's not me dogging women, but people say, can you give me less chins? And as politely as I can say it, that's Russ hammering on his keyboard again with a...
Yeah, I did. God dang it.
With a mallet, but...
that's only one hand. I've been on the steroids.
Yeah. I often, it's mainly women that do it because they tend to be more self-conscious about how they look in a photograph. They'll ask me to reduce the amount of chins, or can you make my arm not look so fat? And I'll say it with, as respectfully as I can say it. I'll say, I only go by what I see. I don't invent things. In other words, I'm not a plastic surgeon, but that's the ruder way of putting it. But no, I don't improve anything. If I'm ugly, I'm ugly in pattern form as well. Ain't no if about it, but no, I'm not going to dog myself. I'm remotely decent looking. Nobody vomits when they see me, but aside from that, I don't think I'm a model. Maybe
that's what I told my brother the same thing. Whenever I made the pattern of him,
yeah,
I told him I agreed with him. He don't look no better in wood than he does in real life.
Not even when I'm doing the shadows here in the mustache. You got to be careful because some of the shadows can make you look like a Hitler mustache. So it's trial and error even in hair, especially the shadow under the nose going into the mustache. So I have to play around with that. Go ahead.
I'm still trying to find that one picture of the one I did of you. I haven't found it on my phone. I know I got it.
I remember it very, very well.
Yeah, I'm going to send it to one or two of these here and let them see what it looked like.
I can share screens if you want to hold it up at any point.
I can't, but I haven't found it yet.
Once you find it.
Yeah. I may not find it.
Yeah, people that don't look at me very often because although I'm not on camera, my nose is a little crooked because of bad military cleft lip surgery. They caved in one side of my nose, which is this side right here. That's why the nostrils are shaped differently. Okay, we're almost done with the upper half. Okay, if anybody has any questions whatsoever, please feel free to throw them out there because I don't always think to include every decision I'm making or why I'm doing what. Now, see, we have this eyebrow is in complete shadow. This one isn't, so it may translate weird, this one not being a full eyebrow looking thing. But again, it's trial and error. We sometimes fix that in the computer portion. Now, this is just a vague where I took the background of where my beard is. So I'm just going to suggest the edge of it, just random hair shapes. And you can put a pilot hole pretty much anywhere in there. It's not a lot of the detail, but let's go ahead and tie into the ear here. Okay. By the way, Russ, you're muted if you go to talk. And not a lot of people know this, but did you know ears are often a way of people matching who a person is because they're as unique, if not more unique than fingerprints, believe it or not. A lot of people don't know that. There have been crimes that were solved by photographs and video that showed somebody's ears. And I'm not messing with you. That is the truth. Hello, Joe Castillo. Appreciate you being here. He says, hello, Charles, and you all just sitting here watching. I appreciate it. Now, being that I don't have, of course, in the light, it looks like I have red hair, and that was the same way when I was growing up. But in person, this is a little bit darker, but I don't want to fill that completely in or look like I have a black beard or a black jawline portion of the beard in a pattern. So that's an example of something not necessarily translating well. But I have to add some detail in there so that, if I'm trying to stay true to the photograph, we have white hair here and darker hair here. So if I only suggest the edge of that, it'll look like my whole beard's white. But anybody that knows me and can see this picture, okay, let me get you on screen here. I see the picture.
Y'all see that?
Yes, sir.
That's the one I did of Charles where he only showed half his face.
By God.
That looks just like him.
I think you did great. I just personally hated the photograph you worked from. I don't know why I even put it on.
He told me to hang it above the urinal.
That's pretty cool. I'm glad you found it. All right. Yeah. But this is really important as far as trying to stay true to, and it is a gamble when you're messing with different hair colors. Red hair is kind of a toss-up. You want to add detail because it's darker than blonde. Blonde, you have to pick and choose the shadows. Red hair, you kind of have to. That's so hard to explain. But I know that in person, my hair is darker than it shows here. But for the sake of keeping it like the photograph, I don't want to just suggest the edge of it because it'll look white like this is. And we want this to look white in the finished piece if I ever get around to it. So I'm just going to suggest some of the detail in here as well as the edge of it. No, I'm not done yet. Whoever that was, the comment went away. No,
Joe Castillo's in the house, and hello to you. And
just to name me, one of my old karaoke buddies. Yeah, matter of fact, Dustin was there the night the other night y'all heard me talking about I won a singing contest doing Keeper of the Stars. He was in that contest. He sang Don't Tell Me, Don't Tell Me. I know what it was, Dustin. It was the Garth Brooks song, Redneck Association. No, what the hell was it called? Something about Redneck Bar Association, something like that. So, yeah, Dustin was in that because I remember he held up a pay stub as part of, because they want you to somewhat act while you're singing. I remember him doing that. He just threw it up, and yeah, that was the contest where I sang Keeper of the Stars and I won it. So he is my only witness in here that remembers me winning that. He might remember it, or he might deny it now that I brought it up. And I'm not saying I'm better than him. I'm just saying he was there. So he's the only witness I have.
Josh Grover's leaving to go eat.
Well, good Lordy. I'll probably still be here. I do remember that, Dustin. It was at that place called Mike's Place in Round Rock. That's funny. He doesn't even remember that. Yeah, the contest with that. You probably remember the place called Mike's Place in Round Rock, though. That was where the contest was. That was back when I was married to my first wife. Anyway.
Did you win?
Yeah, with Keeper of the Stars.
Nice.
And I was in a singing contest in Elgin. I came in second with All I Need to Know by Kenny Chesney. Okay. Really, I am battling myself because, again, this is so much about staying true to the photograph, but it has to translate when you're cutting it into wood, too. So I don't want to make this. If I were to just outline this and color it all in, it would look like my hair back here was black, and I don't want that. So I'm just kind of going to play with it as I go. Don't go there.
Make yourself a lot of little V's.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm just being jagged detail. I'm going to suggest the edge of it and then add shadows here and there. Well, I'm glad you remember Mike's Place at least. So I'm not completely making it up. But yeah, that the most common, often winner was that guy that always sang Frank Sinatra. I mean, I hate Frank Sinatra, not personally. I just don't think it's that hard to sing that kind of music. Okay. Well, this really is a gamble. I don't know what to do where on this hair. I also don't want to do overkill on the white hair when I get to that. Right now, we're just working above this tape line or paper line. Dale Kirkwood has that song, Hello, Darkness, My Old Friend.
Oh, yeah. Sure sounds like Simon and Garfunkel.
Yep. I might be whistling the Disturbed version now. That was Sound of Silence. I think I'm mixing the two songs up. I don't know. No, I think that is the same song. Never mind. Man, how do I want to do this? I don't want to just do the outline. I just got to throw some random jagged. There's no real cluster. There's no real cluster. God almighty, I can't talk. There's no crystal clear detail inside of this beard here, so I'm trying to suggest detail without doing overkill.
Hello, Leonard Davis.
Hello, Leonard Davis. Okay, I think that's enough detail to suggest that there's some color there. I'm probably not going to be happy with the way it looks in the end. But I added some detail in there so it looks darker than white, if that makes any sense. Dustin Amy says, actually, me and an old singing partner are collaborating on a new project coming up. Do I know the singing partner? Hello, Lawrence Aldridge.
Hello, Lawrence.
Planet, Texas. Okay, I'm doing one last glance over to make sure I'm done with this upper half before I untape it, and then we'll do the lower half. Nope, I am not done because I got to do some more of the now, a lot of the hairs don't show up real well right here, so that's going to translate funny as well. And I got to do some of the details of the shadows on the mustache here without doing overkill on that too, because this is also white hair. Yes, sir, Anthony Campbell, welcome back. Doing a self-portrait pattern here. Okay, I don't know her. Okay. I brought up a few memories with Dustin Amy that he doesn't recall. Nothing traumatic. It's just. I guess he's getting older than I am. Yeah, I hate that a lot of my mustache doesn't show on that side, so I don't know how to suggest it in the picture. I'll just do a hair here and there. That dang song stuck in my head. You don't think I do what, Dustin? I don't remember what I said. Oh, he doesn't think I know the girl. I don't remember many of the female karaoke singers because there wasn't a whole lot of them. At least none that stuck out, and that sounds arrogant on my part, but I don't mean it that way. Okay, I'm sick. How do I want to do this?
Leonard asked you going to try to make yourself better looking?
I think everybody's just on me today, but
I think so.
No,
if it ain't that or I'm not professional, I don't know what they're looking for. I know,
it's like, dang nabbit, it's like you try to do a valuable show here, and you look like you're in hell.
Can't win for losing.
I'm kidding. No, on a serious note, there are people that want me to make changes to a photograph. Can you make me have? Can you make my arm look smaller? Can you reduce some of my chins? I always try to stay true to the photograph.
Well,
Daniel, you and Leonard both can go kiss each other in the corners. don't choke, Russ. Sorry.
You almost got me without even trying.
Oh, she sang on stage live together. Oh, well, I never saw you sing live without karaoke, Dustin, so I probably don't know her. Dustin had a short stint on Case 101 in Austin as a DJ. I think it was a short stint. I only heard him like 2 minutes because I caught the tail end of his shift. Case 101 is a country station in Austin. I assume they're still around. I know KVET is. Okay, now let me double check, make sure we're done with the upper half here. Now see, I can't see any hair. This is me having to invent detail just so it looks more realistic because there's a little bit of shadow in the mustache here, but not much at all here. So I'm trying to suggest some hairs in here. Okay, that's the best I can do. I may work with it on the fly here. So let me untape the bottom half, and then we will reveal what's under here. It won't look as good until it's colored in. Well, no, it's not going to look good because it's you.
That's kind of the price you pay for doing a self-portrait, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I figured, I guess any portrait, but yeah, I'm definitely setting myself up. Case 101, Lone Star 93.3 and 107.7 the end. What made you stop doing that? Was it the politics of working for radio? Or I think I would love to be a DJ, but I prefer to be more of a club DJ because I like to get to pick the music and the pace and the tempo. I was a backup DJ at Dessa Music Hall in Ropers. I miss that so much. I love music. By the way, you're muted in case you've got to start to talk, Russ.
I know.
Okay, just throwing it out there. I would love to be a DJ, but I know things like iHeartRadio, Clear Channel, and all that, taking over markets there's a lot of politics behind the scenes, or for lack of a better word, in radio stations. It's a sad thing. And Dustin Amy says he got fired, thought he was bigger than he was. How do you mean that? I have an idea what you mean, but I don't want to assume. Were you, I guess, and I'm guessing at what you're talking about. Were you saying you were kind of arrogant and thought you knew better than they did, kind of thing? Or I'm asking. I'm not suggesting anything or accusing. can't even. How did you even get into DJing at a radio station? I thought you had to have like years of broadcast experience to do that. That's what surprised me when I found out. He said, "Oh, I did stuff I shouldn't have." Yes, arrogance. How did you even get into that? I mean, I didn't know you had any even remotely broadcast experience, or is that why you were late night? I don't remember what time frame you were in. Now this goes into my used carbon paper pile, and that is what it looks like without being colored in. I was waving to Russ's wife, and she didn't acknowledge me because she doesn't like me. Just kidding. Oh, he got in by having friends. Well, dang it. One time, Willie Nelson was on KVET talking to Bob Cole, and I got to actually talk to Willie Nelson. That was cool. Friends in low places. Yeah. I had a recording on my old computer of me talking to Willie Nelson live on the air, and that was cool. I wish I still had that. Okay, we're going to do the lower half here of the pattern, but we got to put down another clean sheet of paper. Again, anybody has any questions whatsoever, because I know more people scroll than design patterns. So if you have questions, I understand, please feel free to throw them out there, because I don't want to assume I know what all information to give you or comments or anything. We're going to start with a new sheet of paper for the lower half. And Dustin, Amy, I remember that you wanted, oh yeah, Bob Cole. Bob Cole is now with a station called KOKE. It's on iHeartRadio, so you should be able to find them. Which ones, Dustin? Which musicians? Thank you, Aussie man. Which musicians are you friends with? When I was a bouncer at Dessau Music Hall, I got to meet Michael Peterson, the guy that drinks, swear, steal and lie. I got to meet Joe Dippy, Johnny Paycheck. And when I was working at Roper's, I got to know Kevin Feller quite a bit. But I was less significant at Roper's because it was a bigger club and more staff. But I actually did a very simple cutout of Kevin Feller, and he bought it for his mom. Okay, I'm going to get a new sheet of what you call it here. Yeah, you can name drop. I don't mind. Hello. I got to meet Kenny Chesney when he made an appearance at Walmart, him and Mila Mason, which I think isn't even in the scene anymore. We're at Walmart in Cedar Park. I got to meet them. Me and my wife were first in line. And right after us, they decided no more selfies. Of course, my wife, since we divorced, she threw away that picture. And it was only... There was a guy that, and sorry if there's any fans of his, that most people probably don't even know who he is, but a guy named Pete Benz. He would do like lunch hour, sitting at a table singing with a guitar. That guy was the most arrogant son of a ding ding. And he, and that's why probably why we don't even hear his name. He was so arrogant. He was stuck on himself. He was a good singer, but he was arrogant. Kevin Fowler probably wouldn't remember me for anything unless he told him about that wooden cutout, and even then he may not remember it because it wasn't a big significant thing. But yeah, there's that. So I miss getting to see old Kevin Fowler. He used to be the bassist or something for Dangerous Toys. It was a heavy metal band. I think he was the bassist. I don't remember.
No.
Yes, sir.
That dog better go.
Charlie Robinson, that's a Texas singer. Lived in Georgetown. I lived in Pflugerville, right down the road from Georgetown and Round Rock. Yes, sir. Dustin Amy. Charlie Robinson, a few others that are national fame. I know Pete Benz too, and he is very full of himself. Yeah, and that's probably why he's not real, unless he's grown and I don't know about it. But he had a good personality, but his arrogance overpowered it. He would always, guilt trip people for not putting stuff in the tip jar, like little stuff like that, and just arrogance is a big turnoff for me. Okay, I forgot to cut off the bottom of that other one to put these together. So let me take this tape off here. Well, I guess if you know Pete Benz, he might still be in the scene somewhere, but it's probably why he's not national. All right, Mac, appreciate you being here. I'm going to turn the sheet over real quick and cut off the lower portion of this one so I can put them together to transition. Where's my straight edge? There it is. Now, the shirt I'm wearing in this is plaid, and that can be a bit of a booger. Quite a bit.
Mac.
It's a hit and miss on plaid. You gotta, because you don't want any floaters, obviously. Okay. If you didn't like Pete, or yeah, that's probably why he's still only in Austin, because he was so arrogant. That's my guess. He's not a bad singer, but sometimes your personality can screw you up. Look at Kanye West and some other people. Okay, I'm going to tape this together with a little bit of a gap so that I can get all the way to the end of that line on the lower half. Oh, he was saying if he didn't, I think he mistyped. If you didn't make him
look good.
I just figured that out. He blew you off, but he's still singing around us. Yeah. I hate it when anybody screws up opportunities. He hadn't necessarily screwed up because he was still singing, but don't be arrogant. Life's too short to be a butt nugget. Okay. Now I'm pressing down to make sure that the paper is flat. Don't want it to move. Well, what Pete Benz probably doesn't realize is you have to make yourself look good too, and he tried too hard to make himself look good. Your personality should be part of your talent. I don't know how else to word that. Anthony Campbell says, later, Mac. Bill says, arrogant, no way, oh Lord, it's hard to be humble when you're perfect in every way. I don't remember
the song in there, huh?
Was that? No, that was the song.
I know.
Oh, okay. Oh Lord, it's hard to be humble
right
when you're perfect in every way. I can't remember who sang that. I want to say Bobby Bear, but that's probably not it. Dustin Amy says he got radio play, but it didn't last long because he pissed people off. That's a shocker. Hey, man, and I hate seeing arrogant people get somewhat successful. Okay, yeah, he's able to pay his bills because he's playing around Austin. People like me, he's eating cardboard, but I'm not arrogant. Of course, I dog myself a lot. That can be a turn off too. Never mind. Let's not make this about me. I'm cutting off this overhang because we're done with it, and it's less to deal with as far as
Josh Grover just came back. You must have ate supper fast. He said, I know I just missed it, but how do you line up the pattern when you start the mouth?
I don't know what he means. How do you line up the pattern? I just line it up with where the upper half was.
You heard the word?
This is the upper half we already dealt with. I just kept part of it. That's how I'm lining it up. And I still think I'm not like that mustache because there's so little hair showing. That was back in 2000, 2001, according to Dustin Amy. Austin Man says, I look better and I just get better looking each day.
Well, that guy lies. He lies. He lies.
Now that song stuck in my head. Now we're going to do some more beard suggestion detail because it is in the shadow. We're just doing the edge of it. So I guess if we wanted to put these together minus the little gap here, you'll kind of get a half pattern, half photograph thing going here. Not perfect because...
Yeah. Awesome Man says, me? No way does he lie.
The only time I lie is to protect somebody's privacy. Like, you know, if they ask me to keep a secret, I'll keep a secret. Unless it's what, I don't know how to explain that. But yeah, I do not lie. How do you line up paper for bottom pattern, or is it all on long paper? I printed that out on 2 sheets of paper. I'm not sure what he's asking. In Paint Shop Pro, I'll cut the picture in half, and I'll print out one on the upper half, one on the lower half. And I don't know how else to say how I line it up. I just line it up visually. I don't know how to answer your question, sir. Sorry. It's not on long paper. It is two separate sheets of printer paper. I cut it. I think you might have been asking about in Paint Shop Pro when let me screen share. If I can remember how. Share screen.
Well, I've seen you doing it on a computer, lining them up like that, and it just goes together easy.
Yeah, so I will do the math here in the lower right-hand corner. Well, you can't see it when my mouse is not there. Look in the lower right-hand corner. It gives you the dimensions of it. And I'm looking at the long side, 2388. I would use the calculator, divide that by 2. 2388 divided by 2 equals 1194. And where I can't see behind my microphone. 1194. Now I'm looking on the left side numbers, getting right around there. I think 1194 is right about my nose, and we select 1194. There we go. Well, I'm not even going to use it. I'll just use this as a basic idea. And I just Control CV, which means copy, paste, and I break it into 2 things, and I print out both halves. So hopefully that answers your question. If not, I don't know what to tell you, sir. I do not know what to tell you.
Oh, there he goes singing again.
Yeah, and that's when I scan both sheets of paper and I have to line it up again. Sometimes they line up good, sometimes they don't. Let me get back to the
Florence is asking, how do you do the beard area?
I'll show you as I do it, ma'am.
Getting there.
Yeah, Mac Davis. That was the other. Yeah, that's who I meant. Not Bear. Not Bobby Bear.
Yeah, I like Mac Davis.
Yeah, I remember one of them old. To know me is to love me. It must be hell of a mind. Anyway, I get karaoke with Charlie and Bill. Okay.
Get that out of your mind. Stop making him sing.
I'm sorry. Appreciate you being here, Florence. Okay. Now I'm telling you, believe it or not, so far the hardest part of this whole thing is the fact that you can't see hair on this side of the mustache when I'm trying to suggest it. So that probably might look like crap. Okay.
Bill's got to leave and go replace all his windows and mirrors.
Breaking.
Yeah.
Well, he's singing. I don't think he's actually leaving. I don't know. He might have just been making fun of himself. Again, man, that mustache and trying to suggest somewhat dark hair but not jet black is the battle in this whole thing. Luckily, there's not a lot of detail showing on the white here, and we can get away with not adding a lot because it is white.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting till you get down to that part to see how you do it.
Oh, it'd be much easier than what I'm doing right now. It'll be a much more simplified version of what I'm doing right now to the red hair, or what looks red. In person, it looks dark brown, but of course it's going to look red because why not add issues here?
I guess also meant that he's got to stop singing and replace his windows and mirrors because he went too high and cracked them all.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I got you.
Okay, now you can somewhat sort of see the hair here, but yeah,
Josh says just shave the pattern.
shave the pattern. I hate the way I look without a beard. Some people
Well, here, you got a compliment. Dustin says, well, at least you're not as ugly as you used to be.
I actually thought I was better looking in the past. If I'm being honest, I had long hair. I felt so attractive. Even if I was fooling myself, I felt attractive when I was younger. I do not feel attractive now. I definitely have a dad bod, and yeah.
So do we all.
Yeah. I actually felt attractive when I was younger, not in an arrogant way, but compared to now, God. Now we got to somehow suggest that transition from the white hair to the darker hair. So I got to somewhat make an edge here, maybe a little bit of a shadow. Now, I'm making up most of the shapes of this jagged crap. It's just to suggest hair. I got that son of a bitch stone stuck in my head. Dag blabbit. Is that my audio or yours clicking?
What do you hear?
Oh, my headphone.
It wasn't me. I wasn't doing nothing.
My headphone jack was trying to come unplugged. I guess Dustin either thinks I was really ugly in the past or he's just giving me crap like everybody else in these dang live streams. You think he got friends and fans in their own thing? No. Again, if anybody has any questions, please don't hesitate to ask because, I want to teach. If I don't think of it, then I won't know what you're wanting to know. Again, I'm just adding random detail here. I'm not tracing hair. I just want to suggest dark, but not too dark.
Dustin says, a dad bod. I'm not sure if you knew, but I have 4 kids, 26 to 9.
Well, I didn't come up with the term dad bod. My daughter's 21.
Josh asked if you use a new piece of carbon paper when you started the lower half.
Yes, sir, I do. Because I don't want any skips in the line. That's what I'm saying in the past. I have an ungodly amount of used. This is from years of pattern making. That's only part of it. I use all the used carbon paper to trace onto wood. I use clean for and that's only part of the stuff. I couldn't get it all. I use the clean for patterns and the used for tracing onto wood because you can use that quite a few times. But when I do the cleanup portion in Paint Shop Pro, you don't want a bunch of breaks in the line because that's more work. And so that's why I use clean carbon paper. And see, that him asking that question was good because that's one of those things I didn't think to mention unless I already did. Dustin Amy says, when we hung out in the past, I was 6'2", 130 pounds. Now I'm 200 pounds. I average right around 202, 205, but I'm 5'11". So it's a little rounder on me. I lost my butt and gained a little bit of a belly. I'm not real fat. I'm just chunky. Maybe I'm in denial, but to me, I'm chunky. Now, people might want to make a joke when I talk about my swollen face. That's not fat. It's whatever causing my face to swell. Okay, I'm glad I clarified. Thank you for asking that, Josh. I thought I mentioned it earlier, but sometimes I forget. But you also haven't been here the whole time, I don't think.
No, that was when he was eating supper.
All right. Yeah, because once I used, this was the upper half paper, and you can see how that's in the reflection here. You can see how I've used some of it. Now, if I were to try to retrace over that with something else, everywhere that I've already drawn will leave a skip in the line, and that makes cleaning up the pattern and coloring it in much more of a pain in the butt. And this is I looked all over, finally found, because most carbon paper, also known as transfer paper, is not any darker than a pencil line, and I like dark lines, so I looked all over and on Amazon. Man, let's do that. No, I don't want to come across something I don't want to show. I was going to screen share and show y'all, but it's CRE, Cedar Rock Enterprises on Amazon. I think they're actually a sewing company, but Yeah, that's where I get my carbon paper. Bossy Man says, remember my thing is like listening to a cat being dragged along the road by its tail. Yep, I hear you. Okay, I'm going to take a swig of Dr. Pepper here. Y'all join me.
I'll take another little swig myself.
Yeah, Dustin Amy was kind of skinny back then. I was pretty damn skinny back then. But man, I discovered sweet tea and Dr. Pepper. Oh, God, the rest is history.
Yeah, buddy.
But in my family, it runs in my family that you lose your butt and get a little bit of a belly. But okay, we won't go into more detail there. Now,
is that why Penelope's in the hospital? Poor Penelope.
I don't even know which part that's about. It might be too, I don't know. Anyway. And that's why my mouth is so uniquely shaped, is because of cleft lip. The notch is right there, but you can't really see it. So this will mainly be shadow. But anyway, we're starting to transition into that white hair. We want to do a little bit by the transition, but not too much. And this won't take near as long as you would think it would. The thing that's going to take the longest is this plaid. It's just time consuming, but not hard. You just got to pick and choose to make it all stick together. I say it's not hard, but that's because I've been doing it so long, but getting used to it can be hard. Right now I'm connecting things from the lower half to the top half. And I'm putting my finger there so it will stay lined up, hopefully. Thank you for getting that song stuck in my head, Bill.
Huh. Dustin says sweet tea and Dr. Pepper. That ain't no lie. Same thing in my house too.
Amen. Now we can still be friends if you like Dr. Pepper. Okay. Now since this is white hair, we don't want to do overkill on the detail, but we do have darkness back here, shadow and shirt. So we will be true to the pattern there, but not overkill, because we don't want to do 50,000 hairs. Although I have done other patterns like Gandalf. That's got quite a bit of hair detail. And yes, Gandalf is available on woodenvisions.com. Not that y'all are buying. Just kidding. That's me trying to give y'all hell because y'all give me hell.
For a very modest price.
Yep. And believe it or not, when you see me turning the sheet, that's that visual comfort thing.
Oh, Dustin trying to put another song in your head.
Baby shark, do 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 do, baby shark, do 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 do.
Josh is kind of, his mouth just hit the floor, it sounds like. He said, did I just hear that right? Charles doesn't want to go overboard on details?
well, because y'all have to sit through it. But also there's not, okay, the reason why I don't want to go overboard on detail is because we want this hair to look white. It's white, and you're seeing the photograph, so you know it's white. But in a pattern form, you have to suggest color or shade. So we know that this hair is darker than this hair, but if I were to add this much detail in there, you wouldn't be able to tell that was lighter than that. So but luckily there's not a lot of detail to add anyway. Okay, and we got shadows on the neck, so I'm going to suggest where the white hair overlaps, or the chin hair is in front of the shadow on the neck.
Aussie Man says the trouble with this video is all the advertisements. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Probably the
songs.
Or that, and me talking about Gandalf on woodenvisions.com.
Yeah, that too.
KTEL. What was KTEL? Was that video? That forum? It was no, I'm thinking of VideoTel. I don't know what KTEL was. I might know what it was, but not by name. I'm jumping around here. One of y'all can blame Dustin for Baby Shark being stuck in my head.
Baby shark, do 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 do, baby.
Yeah.
Copyright.
Yeah, but I watch you. Don't sing too much.
Yeah. You just don't want me to sing. That's personal there.
Well, hell, you've got Josh Turner in my head for the last 3 days.
I'm very sorry for your nightmares.
Yeah, I've been singing that song, and I tell my wife, and then I tell the dog too. I said, "Man, that sounds good, don't it?" They look at me crazy, like, "What the heck is wrong with you?"
Mimi Lord, I believe, is a teacher or a daycare. She says, "I hear Baby Shark for hours on end, and we play with bubbles. KTEL Records tapes for 1 cent. If Facebook jail doesn't want you back." Yeah, my Facebook jail is only for posting in groups because God forbid I should share that I'm doing a live stream to more than one group and somebody reported me or it just got seen as spam. But I've been doing it for a while, so it's probably somebody reported me. And I lost 5 subscribers. No, 7 subscribers during yesterday's live streams. Like, I can't win, but okay. Again, I'm not supposed to be focusing on that. Okay, now we don't want to connect all these shadows in one area because it'll, make it brittle. So I'm going to just trace the edge of the thumb here and connect it to that piece of detail over there. We don't have to add any detail to it. Just do that, and boom, you got your thumb. SOEP.
I can't figure that out either. What does that mean?
I have no idea. Somebody might have fell on the keyboard. Hopefully she didn't have a pass out and fall on the. Holy crap, Charles! You could have worn a plain shirt. Look at all those straight lines coming. Yeah, I hear you. But if we're being honest, they're not all straight lines. But yeah, I'm not looking. The hard plaid shirts are one of the hardest things to do. But if I'm going to do a pattern tutorial, might as well. And this is not the only pattern live stream I will do. Because Bill wants me to do a 6-horse stagecoach. That reminds me, I'll show y'all. Let me do a screen share again.
Lawrence is back.
Welcome
Glad
back.
to have you back.
How diddly do.
I put my doggy gate up across the door and then shut the bedroom door, and the dog is biting on the gate, trying to get in here. He's scared because of the rain. That's what we've got.
Yeah, we got rain here too. It's a pain in my pie tootie.
Oh, it's been miserable. This whole week has been mad.
This is the picture Bill is wanting me to make a pattern from. As you can see, it's
mercy.
Pretty cool. I don't mind doing the detail at all because I love detail, but this is actual size. It's pretty darn blurry, but I think we can work from it. I think it'll turn out to be a cool pattern. So that could be a live stream as well. Now, this is obviously from a painting, but it's somebody wanting it, so that's why I'm doing it. I don't know who the artist is and this and that.
Mimi says, yeah, some people are just jealous of you, and yes, the cat walked across me.
See, I act like I know. And Josh Grover says that will look cool. And Anthony Campbell says it's been sleeting on. Did you already read that?
I read it, but not out loud.
Oh, okay. You know what's funny about these let me show y'all. When you start a live stream, now, I don't know if y'all know, Russ, this is how I can tell when you're drinking. There's your thing. Oh, crap. My crane just fell off.
See what you get for trying to sneak up on me?
My crane just fell off the little thing, so I actually have to hang it back up. I don't know Alan Walker music. Bloody hell, I lost my train of thought because my stupid crane fell down. That is not cool.
Well, I guess you'll just have to handle it.
I will here in a second. But anyway, that's how I know when you're taking a drink. And I forgot why I was going to point that out. Oh, when you start a live stream, you have to actually include yourself in there. It's like that should be default. I know what happened.
I don't know why they would do you. They know you're going to be there. You started it.
Yeah, let me go ahead and show you how I do the crane from the ceiling. I can't show you the actual crane. That thing up there is where it hits, and the wing nut fell between the two slats there. So that's why I need to just slip it back in there. Don't go there. I have to put the wing nut back through there. And there's all the comments. Josh Grover, that will look cool. And as you can see, this is how I know if it's coming from Facebook or YouTube. That's how I know.
Oh, Anthony said it wasn't worth reading out loud to me, so I didn't read it out loud. Okay, well, want me to go back up and read it?
Y'all bear with me shaking while let me loosen this wing nut a little bit.
Everybody's getting rain, Dennis. Everybody in this whole state of Texas, I think.
Oh, man.
Seems like.
Oh, I know what happened. My little thing it goes into is falling apart. Y'all bear with me while I tighten this back. Oh yeah, apparently that's falling apart when I had a tantrum and I broke off the last crane.
Well, you say you threw it off. There you go. You said it right the first time, huh?
Well, no, the actual.
You got a case of the red butt?
Yeah, this is the actual. The crane setup I'm using is from my other live streams I usually do. Because I got ticked off here at the computer because I couldn't get something to work, and I actually ripped the other one off. And it's let me show you. Of course, you'll see how messy my shop is as well. That is the other crane is sitting. Now you can't see it. I got too much of a mess here. Okay, I don't want to move this thing around. Well, that's trippy.
That boy, wasn't it?
Okay, I cannot move this thing too much now because it'll fall. But apparently, when I ripped off the crane, it ripped off one of the slats at one end. Okay, so y'all bear with me here. Whew. Well, now that tells me something I got to repair. But yeah, anytime I do we're in the office portion of my shop. I'm on the other end of the shop from where the saw is. Y'all bear with me. I'm getting so that tells me I definitely need to not move the camera anymore. But I got to remember to fix that before the next live stream.
I was going to say, before you start cutting this, you're going to cut it, right?
Yeah, at some point, yeah.
Okay.
We did all that voting yesterday on my next pattern, and I never even introduced the barn with the cowboys riding in front of it because I've already got that one drawn up. But people picked Old Rooster Cogburn. But if it'll make people watch, I'm happy. Let me make sure I'm not being held for review, just to throw that out there. I lost another subscriber. Holy hell. I'm looking because I'm on YouTube, making sure I'm helped. Yep, I'm being held for review. Okay.
Wow.
God almighty. They're not done doing it yet.
How many people are watching?
Live viewers 17.
Oh, we only have 10 thumbs up, so let's get a little bit more, folks.
There's been 96 views so far. Now, see, this is what you get. The dollar sign is yellow. It says the video is running limited or no ads due to content identified. Now, when I say identified, I don't know if that means somebody reported it or it's some kind of algorithm crap. Remains fully blah, 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 request review. And it says you can request a human review. And I thought I was done. Now, you saw that was all about, may not be suitable, blah, 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 blah. But the other day I started a live stream. I had a live stream scheduled. Wasn't even started yet. And I had this message sitting there.
Yeah, I remember that.
So, I mean,
ridiculous.
That's so when you hear me griping about being held for review, that's why I check during the live stream so I can get it for review as quickly as possible because that's taking, literally money out of my pocket. Yeah, that's all the live streams. That's how I keep track of how many views, and I don't get many non-real-time comments, but this is how you find out. Oh, somebody didn't like my video there. Anyway.
All right. Well, I won't read the comment that Dustin put on, but you can read that yourself.
Yeah, but see right here, that's how I keep track of subscribers. Which I stopped doing for a while, but I just figured I'd check today. I had 6380 when I started doing these live streams. So stop sharing.
It appears like it's raining just about everywhere. Mimi and Lawrence said the same thing.
Yeah, and Dustin, we try to keep it family friendly here. Is why we're not reading your comment.
All
At
right.
least not the extent. What the heck?
All
Trying
right,
to
we got
piss people off. I just exist, and that's how I piss people off.
we got 3 more thumbs up since I brought it up. That's good.
Much obliged. Much obliged. Now I know I say it doesn't bother me that much, but apparently it does because I'm always bringing it up. And
Dennis said, "I'm human. I can review."
yeah, work for YouTube then, because apparently they don't like to work.
Yeah, I don't understand that, and I especially did not understand the one you got before you even started your show.
That one really perplexed me, and I wrote to
Oh
them on
Lord!
a couple live stream, and I didn't get reviewed. But I thought maybe that fixed the problem. But apparently, maybe it is somebody reporting it. But anyway, we're gonna get back on this here. Well, he said that's why I used an asterisk. Well, yeah, but it's a suggestion that can make people freak. But I'm not miffed. Matter of fact, the person I got miffed at the other day, I've actually apologized to the person I got all pissed off because they suggested something non-family friendly and it was too easy to figure out, and so I got a little miffed and I banned them, but I unbanned and apologized. I know you wanted to call me Chuck. Some things rhyme. Okay, I want to suggest the edge of that, but don't want to do a jagged line all the way across because that's not real realistic. But I could if I wanted to. So okay, we got the neck detail here, so let's go ahead and add a little bit of shadow right here. It doesn't have to be overkill because it's not that dark, and we'll just do those little hairs that come into there. Not every single one, just suggesting hair detail. Go ahead. I heard you.
Just looking at Anthony's comment, a friend of his has been snowed in for 3 days, and Leonard Davis said they can have it all.
Good Lord.
I'm not gonna read I don't read all the comments that are directed towards the chat itself.
Yeah, I don't either.
If there are questions for you, I'll read them.
Yeah, when I had Tracy Keaton on the other day, she was reading off-topic stuff. I said, "Darlene, you don't have to read that, but I appreciate it." But she kept reading them. I said, "Okay, well, whatever." And I think she was just trying to help, keeping active with the comments, and there's nothing wrong with that.
If I see something that I think needs to be answered and it's not concerning this, I'll answer on it.
Yeah.
But if they're talking amongst themselves, that's no reason to get you involved.
Well,
that's my professional opinion.
Yes, sir, and you're a veteran sidekick, and you're highly appreciated. You've been now raised up to a nickel an hour.
My God.
And I know you're not even remotely suggesting, I really should be paying my panel members because they help me keep this thing going.
Oh, no, but that is a nickel more than I got paid before, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah.
If any of y'all out there in the chat would like to do this, y'all are welcome to sit in the hot seat.
If you have a webcam and mic,
if you have a webcam and mic, and you want to be professional. Now, if you just want to,
yeah. I remember John Hope tried once. I believe his first name was John. But we are going to get back on this. Now, we did this. I may have attached too much, but then at the end again, it's okay. We have the next shadow here. It wasn't real dark, but I wanted to suggest it to stay true to the photograph. And yes, I am stalling because I don't want to deal with that plaid shirt, but I need to because this is a thorough, whatchamacallit.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
On that white hair on your chin, right below your lip, you got that gap where you just have skin. And you do have right up in that area. Are you going to delineate some of that?
You can suggest the edge of it like we did here. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was wondering if you were going to get to that.
Yes, if I ever stop babbling, which we know. And Dustin Amy says you had me until you started.
Well, you notice the question I asked did pertain to the pattern. See there?
Well, Dustin, do you have a webcam and mic, and can you keep it without cussing? And I'm not trying to treat you like a child, but I mean, I wouldn't mind you being on here. Although you don't know anything about scrolling, we've been friends and acquaintances for quite a while. No pressure.
Laura said he's just too shy and doesn't like the sound of his own voice.
I can barely handle my own voice too, but somebody's got to talk.
Sounds like I hear a bunch of weenies out there.
Now, see, just something as simple as the shape of the lip can make somebody look not like themselves if you don't do it right. That's why doing it on paper.
Oh, let me tell you this one. Aussie said when he was married, he was her sidekick. He had the bruises on his ankle to prove it.
You get kicked under the table. Don't talk like that in front of my mama. Or she probably didn't talk like that. I'll be the first to admit some of these live streams would be more entertaining for some people if we didn't have to keep it family friendly. But I am, someday I would like to get a sponsor again.
Leonard Davis is gone. He'll be back in a bit.
All right. Yes, my lip is shaped that uniquely because of the cleft lip. So
he said, Dustin says no webcam or mic, but I actually am very professional. But we live like 7 miles apart. I could just come over. Go ahead.
7 miles? I'm in Gatesville. You're in Austin, aren't you? There's no way you're only 7 miles from me. Unless you moved. Anthony Campbell says he likes the clean fun. See, that is why we keep it family friendly. Or try to. But at least once, and God love him, I'm not dogging him. Every time Dale comes on, he slips in at least one cuss word. It's like, dagnabbit.
It's very difficult not to.
Yeah. But then again, in his defense, it was 10 p.m. his time when I was going. That night, apparently, we lower our, whatchamacallit?
Lower our standards a little bit?
Yeah, something like that. I couldn't think of the word. Okay, yeah, we want to suggest the edge of detail here, but we don't want to do a whole lot.
He said Dustin thought you were still in Pflugerville.
No, I'm in Gatesville, about 45 minutes southwest of Waco. No, I haven't been in Pflugerville in forever. And my beard hair is so sporadic in this area, it's really hard to decide how I want to do it. But I want to kind of suggest the shape of it, the edge of it anyway. And really, a lot of times I'm not really tracing the detail. I'm tracing the edge of it.
Right.
And I'm suggesting, but yeah, it's a hit and miss thing. Not going to do too much inside of the beard because it is white hair. But I'm going to add a little bit of it because it is there. But not all of it translate well. Thank you for that song being in my head, Mr. Bill.
See there now, folks. Now you know how to do beard hairs.
Yeah, and plus I have a downloadable video.
Yes, you do.
About facial hair. There's more detail than this one, and I have one for vehicles and a couple on horses and short-haired animals. But if you don't want to do business on woodenvisions.com.
And we cut to commercial.
Pack your bags. We're going on a guilt trip. I understand general conversation, says Anthony Campbell, but I was watching a guy a while back and he got to where every other word out of his mouth was something vulgar, so I had to unsubscribe from that one. And we've gotten close a couple times. That might be why I'm losing subscribers, because I can't keep these people under control. Now, a lot of the reason why I'm adding detail right up here next to the finger is so that, because there's not a lot of detail on the finger, so we're suggesting the shape of it. So I'm going to play off of that a little bit. Because we want it to look like it's in front of hair, which it is. I could probably connect all that if I want to. And Dustin, I messaged you about that purchase you wanted to make. Was my price too high for you? This is where I'm putting you on the spot, by the way.
You can answer in a private message if you so choose.
Okay, not going to add too much more detail here, but we want to add a little bit. And I may decide during the computer process portion of this to reduce that detail. And also sometimes I add the detail to give you an idea of the directions the hairs are curving. It really is hit and miss on stuff like this. If at any point I go off camera with this, let me know, because that was a lot of the editing I had to do when I was doing those downloadable videos, as I kept finding myself drawing off screen.
Dustin says, "Oh no, it was okay. I was sick for like 2 weeks. Sorry, I'll get with you later on that."
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that, Dustin, because homie needs new shoes and food and bills.
You don't need bills.
No, I don't need the bills. You're right. Thank you for clearing me up on that. See, that might even be too much detail right there. It's going to be a hit and miss, I'm telling you. Okay, now there's a little bit of shadow here showing the edge of that, what they call soul patch. I don't know the technical name for that portion of hair under the bottom lip. But there's some shadow there, so we're going to put that there.
Yeah. Dustin, I'm sure you will get with you.
You bet you're hind and I will. Yeah, I like to have fun on these live streams, but I do try to keep it family friendly, because at some point I hope to get sponsors back. But you bet your butt I'm gonna be careful, much more careful. Lessons learned. Oh yeah, I'll get back into it if you want me to. No, I'm good.
Now people are looking at this and seeing what marks you're actually making on this pattern, and I don't know that any of them can actually see what the pattern is going to look like, and put a picture in their brain about this pattern when you finally get done with it. And if you cut it, it's going to look almost exactly like you.
Yeah,
seeing it as it is right now, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, that's why I'm also going to do the computer portion where y'all see me coloring it in, and then you'll see how when I show you all those printouts for voting on patterns.
Yes,
once it's colored in, you'll see what it's going to look like. But y'all are also seeing the original source photograph, so that will allow y'all to judge in real time whether or not I did a good job, because I don't always get it right.
I don't think I've seen you miss very often.
That's because those don't go public. I've got a few patterns. I'm just being honest. I'm not good at keeping secrets from people. So yeah, those ones I butcher, they don't go public.
I was trying to give you a compliment.
And I appreciate
you shot your own self in the butt.
Yeah, I'll do that. Honesty gets in my way sometimes. Okay, I think we're going to stop here with the detail on the beard, because there really isn't that much in it. I probably can even get away with getting rid of that. I'm going to do the hand, and I am stalling because I'm not looking forward to the plaid, but it's got to be done. Dr. Pepper is like the fountain of youth, but DP and cigarettes will kill you together. Yes, sir, they will, but I'll die smiling. But thank you for the lecture, because I love being lectured as an adult.
There's a little sarcasm in the voice there.
Just a little bit. Right, I'm going to take a swig here, and then I'm going to nature saying how diddly do, and we don't want to break tradition, Russ, so I need you to go, hey folks, let's talk about ducks and rabbits.
No we don't. No we don't. Now take me off camera. By God,
y'all see that beautiful hair? My
God.
Oh,
come on now. That's the only reason he keeps me around, so he can look at that hair.
If there's a sexier man out there, I don't know who he is. Have you told your wife yet? Just kidding.
I have not. Don't go putting that out. Josh Grover already thinks we're gay for each other. Cut it out.
See that? I lost 10 more subscribers. Man, but on a serious note, a jokingly serious note, I can't win. I've done the time lapse. I've done the live streams. I'm doing this pattern thing. If I keep losing subscribers, I'm still going to cry, but I'm going to keep doing these live streams. Anyway, I'm going to take a swig of Dr. Pepper, and we're going to go say how to diddly do to nature. And I have no idea what Dustin is.
Better tell the cat to run.
Well, it's raining, so the cat's got enough sense to not be there. Aussie Man says, is your wall bare? Or are you tired of looking at nothing? Or are you sitting at home at night doing nothing? Then mosey on over to woodenvisions.com and buy the Scroller Man's patterns. Yeah, what he said.
Exactly. And just like he put it, too.
And God love you, Bill. Follow your own advice. But he is the one asking for that stagecoach pattern. So as far as I know, he's going to pay for it. So when somebody does just so y'all know, when somebody asks for a custom pattern, they're paying $50 or more for it. And if I'm being honest, Bill, that's probably closer to a $75 pattern for custom. Just being honest. So when I do custom patterns, sometimes I forget, but those will not be available for sale to the public because somebody had to pay $75 for it. Wouldn't be fair to me to sell it to everybody else for $10 when they paid $75. So that will not be available for sale, that stagecoach one, unless me and Bill work something out. But anyway, I don't want to put them on the spot or anything like that. But yeah, hashtag wet cat. Be right back. Y'all behave.
Can't be nothing but. Can't run fast no more. Gotta be good. All right, folks. I still hear him. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I think he's gone now. Y'all can take over the asylum. No questions, no comments, nothing. I think every one of y'all took a dang potty break. You're Aussie, man. You can live with anything under 80 or 90 bucks. That's pretty cool. The cat is away. Yes, he is. The mice are going to play. It's all about them royalties when you do a custom pattern. Yeah, I believe you're right. Yeah, I've got a bunch of his patterns, and I'm glad to have them, by the way. That is a Snapple, Dennis. That is what's left in the bottom of the barrel of my peach tea. I might have to get me some more if he stays on much longer. And this was a good bottle of Snapple peach tea. The other day I had one. It was a full half a gallon, just like this one. And I had to pour the whole thing out. Sure didn't taste good. Anthony's back. What does the money talk about? Oh, we were talking about a custom pattern that Charles was doing for a panel member. A chat member, I should say. You love the Snapple too, Dennis? Right on. I don't have another one cold peach in there. I got Snapple though. I got a kiwi strawberry in there. I probably should get that. As soon as he comes back, I guess I'll go get it. More vodka and orange. I'll never say. Yeah. When Charles does a custom pattern, it's more than the pattern price that you buy off the website. And believe me when I tell you, he does good work. If you're familiar with it, you know he does really good work. Here he comes. He's coming back. Put everything up. Dustin says, let me bring that comment back up a little bit. He has Snapple too, but it's spelled differently on his bottle. It's spelled Jim Beam.
That reminds me of my dad.
You see, I'm not a drinker. I don't drink.
My dad used to drink Jim Beam. He doesn't drink it either.
I'm going to go get me another thing of tea. So I'll be right back.
10-4. We're going to get back on this here. Nature took me a little longer because my wife got home from work, and I wanted to say hi, diddly do, a reminder that she's still married to me. Ooh. Now it's hit and miss on these fingers because obviously there's some shadows. So there's that. But since there's not much shadows on the rest of the hand, other than between the fingers, if I do too much on this pointer finger, it could translate funny. So I have to pick and choose what I'm going to do. And it may be one of those things I change when I get to the computer portion. So I have to think through this, so y'all bear with me. We do want to do the shadow between the thumb and the finger here. Aussie Man says, yes, I agree. It's worth the long time to scroll as patterns when you see the finished results. But you all know that watching these streams. Thank you, sir. Yes, I have to remind her that she's married to me, or at least remind her to keep pretending that she loves me. I'm kidding. Yeah, you're right. I'm reading old comments. Aussie Man says, I can live with anything under 80, 90 bucks. That's good. Yeah, as beautiful as this pattern's going to be, wait, that sounds really arrogant. The stagecoach thing I'm talking about, as awesome as I think that pattern's going to end up being, I cannot sell it to the public because that wouldn't be fair to anybody wanting a custom pattern that has to come up with the money to do that. Aussie Man says, I'm typing heaps, but they aren't letting it through. Y'all probably heard all these from Russ, but I don't know what he read and what he didn't. And Dennis Kitson says, loves it, love it. I assume he's referring to something Russ said. Okay, we're back. We never left, dude. Okay, now since the plaid shirt is dark back behind here, I'm not going to bring this line all the way to it. We want to break it up a little bit so we have, whatchamacallit, you hear that glass moving is because I've had this table for so long, it's dipping a little bit in the middle. Anyway, because y'all needed to know that. I'm just, there's not a whole lot of shadow here, but we want to give it dimension. That's all we really needed there. And we have one little wrinkle showing here. Other than that, there's not a lot of detail on these fingers. That's why I've got to be real careful how I do the shadows here. Although we know there's a shadow and we know what the photograph looks like, the average person doesn't see the photographs I'm working from. So that's what I mean, that certain things don't translate well, because although if you could see me working on every pattern and saw the photograph I was working from, things would translate better. But if you only see the finished result, you say, well, that front finger looks kind of funny. So, I mean, it's going to be a hit and miss on there. So we'll all see together. And Russ Meadows is back, but he's still muted. No, he's not. Okay, like this fingernail here. You know, we got the shadow from where the fingernail hits the finger.
Be right back. Russ for the answer, huh? What that mean, man?
I have no idea. He might have been saying, thank you, Russ, for the answer. You may have answered a question for him. I don't know.
I don't know.
See, I remember. Y'all just saw me started working on this fingernail, and I already don't like how it looks. But we got to suggest that it's round, although we know what fingers are. But
I got you. The question was, John asked me what got me into scrolling.
Oh.
And the answer, are you back, John?
What got me into scrolling was a marriage that was going down the rocks. Not the current one, the first one. But whatever. Oh, well, that and I found a Scroll Saw pattern catalog somehow ended up in my mailbox, and the rest is history. I don't like the double line there, even though that was in the photograph. I got to do something better. Okay, I'll probably piddle with this on the computer portion too. We're just going to suggest the fingernail and stop there. That's really sloppy right now, but that's what we're going with. And I don't want to do overkill, so I'm just going to add the basic wrinkles. But we do have the knuckle here, so we're going to suggest the straight part of the finger and then come around here to the wrinkle. And that's all we're really going to add there, except for a little more thickness to it. suggestion of detail is just as good as detail in some cases. Yeah, I'm saying that, and here I am, the uber detail guy. That was like a really, dude, you're going to tell us that suggestion of detail? But yeah, good designers can suggest detail. I'm not good at suggesting it. I pretty much show it, but there are some suggestions of detail, and that's why I'm telling you that. And again, I don't want to do uber detail on there.
I've been keeping my microphone off for a bit because I'm eating a piece of cheese to go with that wine I just had.
Word.
My strawberry kiwi
Wine.
Snapple.
Alrighty then. I'm going to be whistling that Hard to Be Humble song all dang night. Thank you, Bill.
Do a little Josh Norman. Norman. I keep calling him Norman. It's Turner. Turn the lights down.
Baby, lock the door and turn the lights down low. Dustin Amy's probably rolling his eyes because we both used to sing together. I could sing that better.
I've been singing that thing for the last 2-3 days.
There's some music on the soft and slow. Baby, we ain't got no place to go. Hope you understand.
Dennis to be back in a little bit.
10-4. Thank you for watching Karaoke with Charlie.
Charles put the caption on this pattern you're doing. This scroller man needs you instead of Uncle Sam.
Or scroll on. Or that's where that whole pointing thing, believe it or not, came from. Is I would point at the camera and say scroll on. I knew Justin was going to say that. Well, I can. Well, kiss it. I can sing it too. I'm just shy on these little live streams when it comes to singing. You've heard me sing. Don't act like I'm a total loser. I am on these live streams when it comes to singing. But anyway, when I'm trying to be quiet, I also can't sing that. Oh, kiss it, Dustin. Now for some smoke screen effects. You see that awesome smoke screen effect? You didn't see it because I blew smoke right in front of the camera. Now go ahead.
I didn't see it.
Oh, just a sec.
Oh, look at that.
Welcome to Scrolling After Dark. Thank you for joining. Now, I'm debating whether or not to add that little piece of shadow. It might translate funny, but we can add it and take it away.
You have to add it.
Yes, sir.
You have to. It's part of the shadow. You got to have it.
Heck, blabbit.
There you go. Do it right. Do it right. No, don't do it at all.
My own advice back in my face.
That's exactly right.
Going straight through the photograph. Me and my bug mouth. I knew Dustin was going to say that when I gave him the opening. Well, I can. Don't make us have a dang karaoke sing off here. No, because people like to dog me, so they'll say I lost just to spite me.
Oh, don't do that. You probably have lose more subscribers.
Yep.
Even if you could sing, they came for scrolling.
Even if you could sing.
No matter. If you can sing good. It doesn't matter.
Well, the only proof I ever had that I could sing at one time was Dustin. I mean, I can't say I'm doing that now. Looking for a few good scrollers. For Team Scroll-Saw. Good segue.
There you go.
What?
I hear your tune. I don't like country music. I'm not a country music guy, but I like that song.
Maybe lock the door, turn the lights down low.
Yep.
The music on the soft and slow.
There you go.
If you still like it after I'm done singing it, then that's saying something. It says, hold on, don't talk about me. I have to make a phone call.
Hey.
Well, sorry, folks, we have to pause the Dustin Amy show.
Well, hopefully he's not calling a couple of wise guys like the Sopranos to come take you out.
Yeah, I ain't scared. When it's time to go, it's time to go.
I ain't scared of no joke.
I ain't scared. Why is everybody always bigging on me?
Charlie Brown.
The irony there.
Yeah.
Now, another area, sometimes it's a hit and miss on detail, is where you got this knuckle line. You don't want to just draw a generic wiggle line, so you got to kind of, well, maybe you do.
The problem I see with that is it's either there or it's not.
Exactly.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah, the whole premise is you could suggest shading on a scroll saw pattern, but you can't shade because it doesn't go from dark to light. And like,
Right.
remember the time I showed you all about up close and then you fade out like this?
Right.
You can't do that with a scroll saw pattern. It's either there or it's not. So this is the battle, because that's not real dark back here, but it is the transition from the knuckle to the back of the hand. So we're just going to suggest.
You don't take the whole line all the way down, though, do you? Just
just kind of like it's here.
Yeah.
And I'm just generically doing it. That's probably going to stop there. It's just suggesting the knuckle line.
Mac is asking you to sing it, buddy.
What?
Josh Turner.
Yep. Baby lock the door. I went too deep there. Anyway.
Yeah. I shouldn't have started you.
No, that's all right. I feel judged by Dustin Amy because he likes to sing too.
You can sing. I'm going to do my own show.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Come on, Cletus.
Okay. I'm really, I say scared. I'm not scared. We can do this plaid. It's just going to be a little, but if we're going to do a pattern that has a plaid shirt, that's probably the best way to show how to do a difficult shirt like this. I hate the ones that have 50,000 little flowers and whatever else on it. Aussie Man says, the only proof I got I could sing was all the praise I got at school for the deaf from my performance. That's funny right there.
Yeah, that is funny.
A good example, you see how it transitions from black to lighter black on this plaid. I'm going to do the black line and suggest the line of the next one. So it's not going to look picture perfect, but you will be able to tell it's plaid. And that's what we're going for, because on the shirt, it's the lighter areas. And you won't be able to tell that that's red unless you want to paint it. But I'll just suggest, I at the time of this, I may just suggest it with a line, but I may make those cutouts just like I am these rectangles. I'll just have to add a thicker area between there.
Are you going to possibly use a straight edge to make those lines?
No.
You're just going to do it by hand? Okay.
Yeah, I should, but since it's on a shirt, it's okay if it's not straight. And I don't know what it is you heard, Dustin Amy, because I've talked so much smack about the doing your own show and singing, blah, blah, blah.
Chris Nealon, hello. If a self-portrait, no gray.
Nope,
we got to make it no gray.
We got to stay true to the photograph, because 50,000 people are, you going to make yourself better looking? Nobody ever dogs me. That never happens. Lawrence Alder says, I'm going to try to put this in a question. They put oil paintings that put pictures of them in books. Then they copyright it. What?
What do you mean by this?
I'm confused. Still held for review, but we have broken 100 views. All right, so with that, I have no idea what he's talking about. Oh, pictures of oil paintings in books. They probably got permission from whoever did the oil painting to put it in a book. Dustin Amy says, I have a new idea. Scroll my number. If you want to figure out that transition, we'll do it. But because what I'm doing sure ain't working. Chris Neal says, you're confused. I'm buzzed. That's funny right there. Sometimes I act buzzed, or I make people think they're buzzed, and that's why they drink less around me, because then again, some people drink more around me. Coping. Yeah, so there's that. So we're going to do the wrinkles. That's all the detail we're doing on the hand. I might do a couple little knuckle lines, right? Chair and chair and chair and chair and chair, chair. we do have a fingernail right here we want to address. I'm going to ignore the fingernail maybe on that pinky. I don't know. Now, for what it's worth, on the downloadable instructional videos, if you want to hear me being mature the whole time, you'll get that. On this live stream, I'm not near as mature the whole time. Lawrence is saying he didn't say hiccup. He just said he had to put it in 2 questions. Okay. Justin Amy says, I'm now drinking scotch watching this feed. Coincidence? I have not drank since I was 15, so I cannot relate. So we're going to decide which wrinkles we want to. Don't you do it! Don't do it! And by the way, when I randomly say don't you do it, that is Russ Meadows taking a drink, me trying to make him choke on it because I'm a close friend. He's laughing, but you can't hear it because he's muted.
How do you know?
Because I'm looking at your thumbnail. Remember I showed you earlier? I can't show you because I'll knock my crane down. And
don't do it. Don't do it.
Lawrence Alder says you can't get permission if they're dead. Agreed. I don't know the particulars of that.
If their copyrights fall to an estate, or they fall to somebody else, like a whoever they did it for, there's always somebody that'll hold it until it runs out. I think they do run out after a while, maybe.
I think for the longest time, Roger Rabbit was not copyrighted.
Is that right?
I read an article there somewhere. Now we're suggesting the fingernail here, but we don't want to do overkill because I'm gonna tell
you what. It brings you brought up Roger Rabbit. That Jessica Rabbit was the prettiest cartoon character they ever drew.
All right, family friendly.
My God, family friendly. I didn't say anything, but she was pretty.
I was just messing with you. He's got the Hotspur cartoon character, by God.
I sure do, by God. That was a pretty, and I ain't by myself.
Don't you do it, don't.
I've seen that in print, that she was the best looking cartoon character ever drawn.
Yes, sir. I'm not a bad woman. I'm just drawn that way. Now, when it comes to copyrights, I'm just being honest. When it comes to celebrities, I'm a little more lax about trying to find copyrights for them. Guilty as charged. Disney, stuff like that, you got to be more careful of. That's why I took all that down off my site, or as much as I could find anyway. A lot of things I don't understand either, Lawrence.
It's like Leonardo da Vinci doing his portraits of the Mona Lisa. Who's got copyrights of that? I wouldn't think anybody does.
Yep. And I've never done a Mona Lisa pattern. Can you believe that?
I'm surprised.
Yep. Well, now I've done giving myself the idea. But anyway, okay, we've suggested the fingernail there, Some of these lines here just look kind of out of place, but, we might could get away with getting rid of them. But here comes the scary part. All of the bloody plaid. Why couldn't I have just worn a white shirt? Dagnabbit. I could, if I wanted to, be boring. I could just make this all black, but I'm not going to do that because we've already started and we're going to go there. Now,
we haven't started yet.
Yeah,
we don't have an opportunity.
Well, because I have to think through it.
Jessica
Rabbit.
Yeah, Wascally Rabbit. Make you want to color in your body, yes, sir.
Color in your body. Am I not getting a reference there, or is that not family friendly?
We're not going to go any further with that.
All right, so I guess it's not family friendly.
Carry on, Sergeant.
All right, Corporal. Whatever, I don't know. Anyway, I
guess I would be, since I'm the cohort.
Something like that. I don't know all the ranks.
Don't you do it, Charles?
Don't you do it? I'm telling you. Okay. Now the premise here, obviously, we want to cut out the dark stuff, but we also don't want any floaters. So I have to find a way to connect all this plaid to each other. That's why I'm not just jumping in there with a pen. Is I got to think it through. But you're not going to be able to suggest color. I mean, unless you color the backer behind that red, it's all going to look dark.
Well, that's a question that I have, like on your shirt collar on the other side, on your right hand side, where you have on the other side. Now, up there, where you have the darks parts right there, and then the light next to it, the blue, and then the light, and then the red.
Uh-huh.
and keep it going like that. The lighter parts, can you just leave those
Well, it would look too blank in that area. So everything,
and just cut out the dark parts?
I'm cutting out everything dark. Now the transition between, I'm gonna make that a little wider. But
Mhm.
if you wanted to take the time, you could color the backer to be accurate here. But yeah,
You could. That's all.
everything in here other than the white will be cut out. So, but
That
I'm
would
not gonna
be.
I'm not going to do these little bitty pinstripes in here. I'll do that line there, but I'm
Yeah.
not doing these little teeny tiny lines. And it may look blue on camera, but everything here is black, gray, and red on that shirt.
Yeah. Okay.
Your other left translation for Russ. Yeah, I was going to say.
Thank you, Mac. I appreciate
What
that.
are you talking about?
But it's actually his right side, by God, not his right side of the picture. His right. That's why I said it that way.
Okay.
Oh well.
Well, I never.
And perhaps you should have.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna
Roll
get
on, scroller man.
This is important. I mean, as much as a pain in the butts, it's going to be pain in the butts. I only got one butt, but anyway, as much of a pain in the butt that it will be, this is probably the best shirt I could have been wearing for a quote unquote detailed. I don't know why I say quote unquote because it is detailed, but for a detailed pattern, you're getting to see one of the most extreme examples of a shirt, which is plaid.
Chris is asking, where did you get that shirt? Costco?
Probably Walmart if I know me, and I know me because I've been around a while. But yeah, probably Walmart. And I do like pearl snap shirts. I don't make it a point to make them pearl snaps, but I'm old enough I can get away with it. I like snap shirts. Every time my brother's wearing one around me, I'll come up behind him and come around the front real quick and unsnap his shirt. It's always fun. And one time I thought he was going to do it back to me, and I pulled my shirt open, realizing it was a button-up shirt. So I lost a lot of buttons that day. I wanted to prevent him from doing it, so I did it for him. And apparent surprise, it wasn't a snap shirt.
Bet he got a thrill out of that.
Yeah. We all cracked up. It was at a giant family gathering, so I went the rest of the day with a shirt undone because I didn't have any dang buttons. That there is a perfect example of karma.
Yes, it is.
Now, this is really light gray in here, so I'm not going to worry about the detail there, but everything else I'm going to. Okay, I'm I know how much work I'm in for here, so that's why I'm hesitating.
Just dive in, buddy. Dive in.
Yeah, and prepare me diving. Oh, I don't know where to go.
Carry on with that line down.
Yeah. Again, I want to crowd it, but I don't want to make it so brittle that nothing can be done there. So I'm just detail that's further away. It's not going to be as crisp. Okay, now we got where all the transitions are, where all the lines. So I'm not going to do the little bitty pinstripes because that would be dang near impossible. Unless you do that 7 feet tall, but nobody wants to see me 7 feet tall in a portrait, just saying. Now here's another area I got to battle with. You got the black and then gray. I may just make it all
I think I would.
yeah. Chris Nealon says my wife likes snap shirts on the seats cap. I can relate. Okay, yeah, let's go.
Well, my wife calls me a bee, so don't worry about it, buddy. We're in the same boat.
Y'all need to capsize that boat, baby.
I said a bee. I didn't say anything else.
Oh, I know. I was just messing with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm trying to keep it family friendly.
Mm-hmm. And we appreciate you. Okay, this is one line I do want to include because it's somewhat of a prominent line, but I'm not going to do that. Well, I'll figure out something there. I got to do some kind of detail in there because it's not bright white. I'm trying to do this as quickly as possible because I can clean it up in the computer portion. I know I got that Josh Turner song stuck in my head.
That's a good one to have.
Yeah.
Better than the other one.
Yeah, so
Baby shark, do 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 do. Gonna kick your butt and dust and dun.
Where was I? Mac Pierce. I have no idea what that's. What that.
I don't either. Couldn't figure that one out.
Looks like a fat airplane or a.
That's what I thought.
What the hell is that? Maybe it means it's leaving. Weight Watchers is coming. Okay.
Okay. Well, that's changed the size of the cup.
I'm adding detail that wasn't there because it looked too empty in that area. So, what have I done? What? Why was
You're a little bit off the camera right there, fella.
Oh, thank you. Glad you were here. Of course.
All right.
Glad at least I didn't do the whole thing off camera. Oh, I'd like your channel more if you didn't do it on camera. Oh,
Oh, it's a B for me. That's a B. I got you. I said I was a B. There you go. Lawrence is telling Mac, were you the one telling me about the number 5 reverse tooth blade for cutting metal? I shouldn't have read that one out loud since he was going straight to Mac with it.
Well, it was about scrolling, so
Yeah,
worst problems to have.
it wasn't him.
Now you see, you asked earlier about a straight edge, but there's, it's a shirt. I don't really care. I probably should use a straight edge.
Well, in certain situations, it looks like most of those lines are straight. Some of them aren't.
Yeah. Now, like this right here, you just saw I did a much wider gap than was actually there. It's still going to somewhat look like the picture, but yeah, I'm going through this quicker than I thought I would. So, of course, he says as he was only 6 or 7 drawings in. Oh, I almost went off camera again. My God, man.
Yeah, Chris said he lost 20 pounds from July to November last year, but put 15 of them back on from Thanksgiving to now.
Yeah.
So you're still down 5, buddy. You're still doing good.
A lot of the detail I add, I know I can leave out, but I am one of these wanting to make it look as much like the photograph as possible. And that's how I try to stand out as a pattern designer if I'm going to toot my own horn for once, which is rare. Because we know me, I like to dog myself. I'm actually very silently whispering the Baby Shark song to myself. Yes, I have issues, but I'm all right with that. Don't cancel your subscription to my issues. So is that H probably means Bic, number 3 or number 5, medium point, better than a Sharpie? Do you not use another pen so that one doesn't get jealous? I'm not going to respond to most of that, but yeah, it's just a normal pen. I know you're trying to be funny, but that's just too much. It says 1.0 M. I guess that would be medium or something. I know you meant Bic. I'm usually fluent in typing these. It is not a Bic. It's a Papermate. If we're being honest, all right, Chris. We'll see when you get here. All right. Yeah, where are we at? I'm sure Dustin is thrilled that he's got that song stuck in my head because he loves to derail me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's millimeter. Yeah, one millimeter. That's probably a fine point.
Well, I've seen finer. Yeah, just I don't really look for special pens.
All the side of that arm coming down, it's up against that tape. That's all going to be connected to the wood, correct?
Yes.
And there's stripes coming off of that in certain places.
Yeah, every pattern I do, if it goes off the edge of the sheet, so to speak, that's meant to be attached to wood or a border or something.
Okay.
And Dustin Amy says, I did mention the Scotch. The comments get very colorful from this point. All right. So we'll be reading in code for most of it, I guess.
Yeah.
That was all right. Yeah. So anything white that goes off the edge will be attached to the border. He has a 0.5 millimeter, which is a half a millimeter.
Yeah, that would probably be, well, maybe that'll be a fine one then.
That's fine, baby.
Yeah. You.
Oh. Like, wow, he tried to go for sexy, but he sounded like somebody, an epileptic drunk guy.
That's my cat calling. Come on.
From
For my extra fine big pen. Okay.
I see you drinking. I put my pen down so you would think I wasn't paying attention.
I gotta keep an eye on you, man.
Yeah, but I can see behind the scenes.
I see, and I can't.
Pen envy. That's funny right there. that was clever. Yeah, I'll give you that. This plaid is going quicker than I thought it would. I thought I would have to do too much thinking, but apparently this time both my brain cells are working together. Baby shark do 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 do. That's a Pakistani version. Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark.
He says he has his moments.
Yep. Mother shark do 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 do. Anyway, sorry about that. I'm really sorry. Sometimes I can do a Jack Nicholson. Is that even remotely what you're wanting to hear?
Pretty good.
Well, thank you. You can't handle the scroll song. Sometimes we do patterns and it's not pretty.
Here's Johnny.
I have that pattern, by the way, on woodenvisions.com.
I know you do. I've seen it.
Oh, nice of you to go and buy it. I'm kidding. Come on now. Just kidding. Plus
No, he ain't.
Plus, I still owe you 5 patterns. No, I owe you 5 patterns, so I am.
You do, but I don't know if I'll
never get around to it.
Get around to doing it. I kind of like winning.
Yeah, I just got to say I won. No, remember your wife? You haven't even done the other one she got.
She did say that. Hell, I couldn't do all of them. Crap, it'd take me forever.
Hell, I can't even do all of them. God, if I scrolled everything I've gotten drawn out, my God, we'd be on live stream number 4,221 right.
Probably so.
I don't even have that many patterns, but it takes me that long to do it.
Takes you that long to do one.
Yeah. You're a nut job, but we love you anyways. I appreciate you, Dustin. I'm trying to be, so I take that as a compliment. Thank you. Even though he said, but we love you anyway, meaning despite the fact you're a dork stick.
That's reading between the lines, yeah.
That's some good Dr. Pepper. To me, Jack's best role was in Wolf on Wall Street, I guess. No, he was on Departed. Was he on Wolf on Wall Street?
I don't think he was. Was he?
Well, most impressions of him are from A Few Good Men. But...
Right. I liked him in The Shining.
Well, that's a little before my time. I didn't watch it. I'm glad I found an impression you like, so I'm going to keep talking like this. You want to do the plaid over here.
Oh, I've got to go. It's time to go.
You can't handle the plaid.
That plaid is rolling me.
Now, if any of this is a little too crowded, we can clear it up when we do the... I messed up there, yeah.
Jack was good at Batman.
Wait till they get a load of me. It was a werewolf type movie. Oh, I don't remember that one.
I don't know if I do either.
Baby shark to do. I'm gonna kill you if you make me sing that song again.
Well, that was your buddy.
Yeah, my buddy. We gotta rethink that friendship. Friends don't, but friends string do. You can't handle the baby shark. Sorry.
I'm not going to quite finish that comment, but you can read that one for yourself. And
This town, well, no, that
It
one
came out in the 90s.
This town needs an enema.
I'll let you read it.
Enema is sold in stores, so
I know it is, but it's the thought that counted.
Well, yeah, but some people got twisted minds. I tell you what, that's why they want to see live streams. I'm actually impressed how I'm doing Jack Nicholson. Every now and then, I accidentally say Jack Nicholas. That's a golf player, man. That's not me. 1989. I don't really give a damn what time that video came out. And look at you, made me cuss on a live stream. Yes, I'm trying to be entertaining right now while I'm tracing the plaid because I think we've given all the lessons.
Had Michelle Pfeiffer in it. I don't remember it.
Cat lady or Catwoman.
Catwoman.
You can't handle the Catwoman. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. You can't handle. Yeah, Pfeiffer. He's trying to spell it, but we know what he means.
I know what you mean. Still haven't got it right, but we know.
Well, it's the thought that counts.
Yes, sir.
All
I don't
right.
think I can spell it right now.
Don't get me started, man.
Baby Shark is a running joke between my girlfriend and I. Sometimes I'll leave early and wake her up on Alexa with Baby Shark.
Did you know you can make Alexa cuss if you said Simon Says?
You're out of camera again.
Jack Blabbit. Say, hey, Alexa, Simon Says, diddly do. She won't repeat the F word, not that I've tried. But she will do other wordy dirds. And there's not as much detail in here as I'm adding, but it just seemed too empty. Seemed too empty in this area, so I'm adding a tiny bit of detail.
Michelle Pfeiffer was on Batman Returns, not the one with Jack.
Oh, well, I know she played Catwoman too.
Yes, she did.
I didn't even watch it. I just knew that.
Lawrence is saying about that movie. He said Jack got bit by a wolf that he hit, and later in the movie he became a wolf.
Bummer.
Oh, I'm telling you.
That's gotta suck, man. I don't like being bit by wolves. You think I'm doing a little too much Jack Nicholson here?
Well, it is a good one.
Well, I appreciate it. That's good. 'Cause if you didn't like it, I was going to keep doing it anyway.
You can't handle the Jack.
I don't think
Kim Basinger was on the original, right? I remember that one.
I don't. Oh, I bumped my camera there. I don't think I went low enough on this detail here. That's a little better, but then again, we can clean it up. Kim Basinger was on the original Batman as Vicky Vale. Thank you.
Vale.
Thank you very much. That was Jim Carrey. Kind of making up detail here too, man, because it's kind of light. Jack was the best Joker. Did you ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight?
Oh, I remember that line.
I don't, because I didn't watch it.
Jack was good. He was the best until Heath Ledger came in. I liked Heath Ledger.
Heath Ledger made that his bitch.
He did.
Well, that's twice I've cussed in a live stream, but that's all right. Jack Nicholson wasn't known for being clean. It's not like people aren't unsubscribing already.
Ron Norris joined the club.
What's up, Cheddars? Mr. Ron Norris. Dustin Amy says, I'm full of useless trivia. You can just say that I'm full of it. Yep, I was going to say that. And, yeah, I'm full of useless trivia, too. Bees can't fly in the rain. Gorillas can't swim. And there's others, but that is serious. A aircraft carrier gets inches to the gallon.
And then Jim Carrey was on Batman and Robin as the Riddler, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't keep up with all them there movies. Now, because we're going from plaid detail into shadow and plaid, I'm going to create a little separation between the plaid detail and the color and the shadow. Why aren't we talking about all these dang Batman movies? Is it because I started talking?
I think so.
Me and my big mouth. He's a comic book movie geek. Well, I'm sorry for your luck. I'm more into military, mob, and Western type movies. I'm actually very hard to please when it comes to movies. Takes a lot to impress me. Oh, yes.
I'm more of a science fiction and science fantasy.
Well, that's because you're a goober.
Maybe.
Don't get started talking to Al Forte because we know what he's into.
Oh, I know. And him and I are pretty well in the same ship.
Yep.
Ron's asking, are you making a smell my finger pattern?
No, that would be for Jamie Page. This one is scroll on or pull my finger, man. Oh.
You stretching your back? I hear it. I knew it. I could tell you were doing it.
You act like you know me, just like I know when you're drinking.
I shall turn my camera off. Yeah, Ken says, no, it's pull my finger. We don't do that, not this household anymore. We learned that one.
Sometimes I just do the sound effect. I heard you take the cap off your drink there, so go ahead and take a drink. Telling you, man. Don't you do it. I know you're drinking. Yeah, I heard the gurgle.
Man, I'm about to turn everything off around here.
Wire. Or just stop drinking. I'm kidding.
Can't do it.
Okay. Are we still held for review? Let's see.
Rod said you'll do anything to keep from making that deer pattern.
He never talks about that. That is so strange. Well, that page is not wanting to refresh. Hopefully that means they're done giving me a review. Or I guess we'll find out. It's taking its time, so let's just get back to the StreamYard. Okay. Now, I might change up the detail a little bit right here because, well, y'all can probably barely see that on camera, but there is some plaid going in there. I may leave that out. Just leave it in shadow here, and I'll stop the line here, man. No, I can just attach it right there. Okay, the 3 computers I have, one with a webcam and mic. I don't know, but if you're drinking scotch, we may want to hold off till you're just got back from church kind of thing. Oops, let's bump the camera, because we didn't have enough effects going. Okay, we're going to get there. I'll tell you what. Oh, I forgot to do some of this here plaid over here on this here hoser. What's it? Collar there. Baby shark.
Hey, he said he just got back from church. You probably caught him too late.
Well, he had a heavy communion with a lot of wine, man. When did they start doing communion with scotch there, buddy?
I guess that depends on which church you go to.
The Church of Yes. That was stupid. Sorry. They can't all be winners.
Ron says, don't forget the hair on the knuckles.
I'm going to leave that off. We don't want to overkill on detail. I do not add a lot of detail to my designs. I'm very sorry to break it to you.
I said, Charles Deering, never.
We're Lutheran, so I don't know all the difference between all them, if I'm being honest with you.
Me neither, Maynard.
Word. Okay, we're going to get this. We're going to get this. It's still early in the night. I thought it was like after 10 p.m. because time is standing still.
We've been going for 3.5 hours.
Holy monkey. See, this gives y'all an idea why I charged 50 and up. course, I'm not always talking during it. Yes, I am, but not where people can hear it. But yeah, this is the stuff I go through when I do a pattern for you people. I lose sleep and food and everything so I can make you people happy. Is it working? Are people buying? I'm kidding. Okay. It's too quiet. What are y'all doing wrong?
Well, if anybody comes in now wondering why you're talking like that, you better tell them Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson's making a scroll saw pattern. There's just some things you didn't know about me.
Max said it's getting deep in here.
You put on your waders, man.
You better make them chest waders.
Yep. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. And not everybody, and even on the downloadable videos, I'll do the computer portion. I'll say, just so you know, I'm not trying to teach you the computer portion. I'm just showing you what I do.
Well, Dustin's asking, how do I do these things?
I don't know what he's talking about. Just to make conversation, is there a reason why you chose this picture? Because I haven't done a self-portrait in a while, and I wanted to do a live stream of working on a pattern. So this was in the works. So I figured, why not sacrifice myself for this? And of course, people have already said, you're going to make yourself better looking. No, I am true.
He said, by God, he's not a magician.
I'm not a magician, and I do not deceive people. I will. Oh, the panel thing.
Can't see it.
We send you a link. If Dustin, on a serious note, if you can promise me you won't cuss or skate the line, then we will. I'll send you the link. Write to me on Messenger, and I will send you the link. And you just have to make sure your camera and mic are on. But I'm begging you, please don't cuss. Not that you're known for being foul mouthed, but I haven't seen you in a while. You never know. Got to make sure on these things.
Ron, dag nabbit.
I have not talked to Dustin, and he says I can promise. And him saying that, he might be saying I can't promise. But if you just let me know. Write to me on Messenger if you think you can keep your your language under control. Then now I'm not saying you're a smut mouth. I just haven't seen you in years. You might be a smut mouth, and I say that with all the love in the world. But God, I haven't talked to him in forever, verbally. Okay, he just wrote to me, so God knows what we're about to come into.
As soon as my wife has to come in here and do her work, I'm going to have to get off. So hopefully he'll stay for you.
Alrighty, Dustin, if you're listening, he says, what do I do? There's the link. You just make sure your cam and mic are on, and then I'll see your thumbnail down there, and I'll click on it.
And make sure you pause the YouTube that you're looking at.
He's watching on Facebook. Make sure wherever you're watching, you pause that so you don't get double the audio. And he should be any moment. The only reason I'm paranoid is because he brought up Scotch. Like, if he snockered, he might be, hey, what's up, you?
Might do it anyway just because you said it.
Yeah, because that's how I roll. Eli Manning's announcing retirement. Wow.
Well, it's about time.
He's pretty dang young, though. Of course, he went south on being a quarterback, but they got replaced by this little young feller.
I can't believe you wouldn't stay there just one more year to work with Jason Garrett.
Jason. The stagecoach is still there, John. I needed to change a pace, and there's not a whole lot of fun detail on the stagecoach, but I will get back to it. Dustin Amy said, I used to work in radio and do sound engineering. I know some things. Hey, that's true. That's true. Well, then why did you ask me what to do? Because once you click on the link, you should know what to do. I'm just kidding. Yeah, but you're not in here yet, so that means are we having a little trouble here, Radio Man? Yeah, I just needed to change the pace out, because to me the stagecoach is boring to look at, but it'll be kind of neat when it's done. But yeah, I just figured, what the hell, let's do a pattern. And I've been wanting to I haven't done a self-portrait in a while.
John, are you ready for the answer to your question that you asked me?
Dustin Amy says, "Give me a moment. I got to get Purdy." That means he's putting a hairnet on, or taking his hairnet off and take the rollers out of his hair.
Oh, come on.
No, he is a either is or was a firefighter, or EMS, or I believe firefighter. I think he retired. I don't know.
But how sound was the engineering? Oh, okay. I'm going to answer your question, John. The question was, how did I get started in scroll sawing? And the answer to that question is,
saw Charles Deering wanted to be like him.
Actually, that is not true.
I was trying to be funny. Yeah,
I know. That's not true. I didn't know Charles Deering at the time.
Well, you should have.
Probably about 6 years ago, maybe.
I'm trying to be funny. Sorry.
Yeah. I was browsing on Etsy one day, and I saw somebody had done a portrait of a person, and I looked at it and I thought, well, maybe I could do that. And so I didn't know anything about scroll saws, so I went to Harbor Freight and bought me one of the little $70 scroll saws, and I started, and I did a portrait of my brother. The very first thing I did, I took his picture and put it on the wood and just cut it off of that. No pattern. And that's how I got started.
That's plumb nifty, man.
Now, that's how it was. It was just random chance until I moved up in the field. I got a little bit better. Got a DeWalt. Got a little bit more better. To where I am now. Then I met Charles. And
then I started sucking, so I went to a CNC. Just kidding.
Well, I met Charles and realized just how crappy I was.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, you've helped me realize how crappy I am at impressions. So
it ain't the same.
Yeah. Okay, Dustin Amy is eventually going to get in here, and then we'll get to see his pretty face, and we'll make him sing Josh Turner as soon as he says he can do it better than me, which is going to piss me off if he does do better than me, because here I am trying to show him up. Of course, I've never been one to brag about my singing either. I just have fun doing it, but he's probably in the mirror going, me.
Yeah, John, I've been scrolling for probably 5 or 6 years now. That's all. And I like doing portraits the most.
Right. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And I like CNC too.
Yay.
Like them both.
Door.
Lights down low.
That's the name is in the mirror. Good Lord, you don't have to look pretty. You ain't gonna be on camera that long. No offense. I mean, people, I don't think they want to see Dustin Amy show. They're here for the pattern stuff. Wait, that sounded arrogant. You know how I meant that, I hope.
Yeah.
You ain't got to be too pretty. I mean, you did say you had a girlfriend, so we don't have to, this ain't a dating game, unless somebody wants to date me, let me know. Call me. Just don't tell my wife. That's frowned upon.
In this establishment.
E-Trade.
Out of camera.
Oh, dag blabbit.
There you go.
Dustin Amy says, no, I look homeless. I'm going to raise the camera.
By God, I tell you what, if you come on the camera, by God, and you still look homeless, we're going to talk about you for primping all that, Mom.
John Nave says,
building the CNC as we speak.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. 'Cause...
What kind? What brand?
Yeah, whatever happened to that 4-foot printer you were going to send me there, buddy?
He might have to now. He's building the CNC. He ain't have any room.
I never forget.
I
don't have room for it either, but I'll stick it in the bedroom or something. It started with a Craftsman and graduated to a 20 Delta because I had quit driving, but something to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's what aggravates me. At my age now, it took me all my life to get to where I am now. I've only been doing this kind of stuff for probably 5 or 6 years. I wish I had learned it when I was young.
John Nave says, all I have is generic plans right now. Or
Yeah.
no E6, depending on what you're reading.
Yeah, right now. I got you. If you want to send me a PM, I'll talk to you about what I've got and what you might like.
Dustin, Amy, you're not going to look any prettier. Get your butt in here. I'm putting my toupee on. I'm kidding. I think I'm kidding. Don't want to get into feller's business there. You can see how sloppily I'm drawing some of these lines, so that'll be somewhat cleaned up later.
Roger that, John.
I will PM you later. Come on, Dustin, Amy. My God, man, the buildup is intensive.
Oh, them lines going to be so close when you cut them.
No, I'm gonna thicken because I knew I was gonna thicken them up in Paint Shop Pros. That's why I'm not real worried about it.
All right.
Now, some of these plaid lines are going into shadow, so I'm just gonna suggest them. It may not translate right, but it's there. He's gonna come on here. It's Dustin now. That's why I needed the mirror. Things I haven't told you.
He might not want to come on. I think he's hearing all that.
My name is Dustin Amy now. It's Amy Dustin.
Ron says those are not sloppy lines. Those are customized.
Yeah,
lines.
yeah.
There you go. By God, that man knows.
Yeah. For my printer waiting on the power supply. Okay, well, because you're such a good friend, I'm going to let you pay for the shipping to get that thing down here. and you know, the paper and the ink and all that crap. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the fire chief himself, Mr. Dustin Amy. And you know, the paper and the ink and all that.
Hey, wait a minute. Charles,
you have to.
He's prettier than you.
Hold on, I gotta turn off this other thing.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta turn off this other thing.
Okay.
There we go. Much better.
Now his voice is deeper now.
Now I can't hear anything on my computer.
Can you not hear us?
Yeah, it's one of those things.
Well, you'll be able to watch and do like we do.
Now look at that. You're wearing.
Hold on. I can't hear anything you're saying, so give me a second.
Everybody else can see you.
So he's got that deeper voice, so he might get me on the Justin Turner top. Josh Turner.
Much better. I can hear now.
Okay, well, your voice got a little deeper, so you might very well kick my butt on.
Well, hello. I am the infamous comment writer, Dustin Amy. Yes.
Appreciate you being. God dang, it's been so long, man.
Got more scotch too, so there we go.
Good Lord.
Mercy.
Wow, man, you've gotten older. What's that?
Well, yeah, the hair gets a little wider.
Yeah, I can relate.
I'm wearing glasses because the cedar's so bad out here that I can't wear contacts right now because it is. I've actually developed an eye infection. It's so bad out here. I was sick for 2 weeks because of cedar fever, and that turned into bronchitis. It was bad.
Well, I can relate to the white hair. I mean, I have white on my facial hair. The rest of my hair is brown. But I am seeing the irony here. Russ there in the middle is wearing a Longhorn shirt. You're wearing an Aggie shirt.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's funny because I actually graduated from UT, right? So I am a Longhorn, but all my fire department career, we did all of our training at A&M, and my girlfriend and her whole family's from A&M. So this is just a shirt that I had on tonight. So.
All right. Well, it's on now.
Put a little patch over that part right there.
It's good to see you.
Both ways. So it works both ways, really. It's a little tight little camera. My goodness.
Not for me, by God.
John Nave is asking, where are you from, Dustin?
I was born in Houston. Austin is home. I lived the last 8.5 years in South Texas, and I just moved back to Austin recently.
Hook 'em horns.
There you go.
Gig 'em, whatever you want to do.
No gigs.
Hold on. I'm
gig 'em.
The lovely idiot. I forgot to plug my computer in.
It's amazing how we can talk to you without the computer being plugged in. Oh.
He meant battery supply. Anyway.
Battery.
Hey,
Yeah, I had this big banner across my screen that took everything. It said, "Battery's low, dummy."
Dummy. Yeah, I can relate. Now, thank you for being here, Dummy. Now, since you built it up, you have to sing Baby Lockwood. Yeah, go ahead. It's on now.
Entertain me,
already.
Dave. Entertain me.
Charles is already saying he could whip.
No, I don't know because I didn't know. No, I thought I was confident I could sing it until he came in here with a much deeper voice than I remember. So he might do
a much deeper voice than you remember.
Yeah, I remember you used to sound like a girl. I'm kidding. But your voice is deeper than it used to be. So you might kick my butt out, Turner.
I think it's been about the same the entire time.
Well, I'm pretending so I don't lose too badly. Try to do a little bit of the Baby Lock the Door thing.
Nope. How those words go again?
Baby Lock the Door.
Baby Lock the Door.
Lights down low.
Well, if you don't talk it, you sing it. Now the only reason
I'm not singing it.
The only reason you're being put on the spot is because you said, "Yes, I can do it better" or something along those lines. So I'm gonna make you do it. So
did I mention the Scotch?
Yeah, they call that brave juice. So.
Aussie Man said, "How come you guys look distinguished and I just look bloody old?"
We don't know what you look like.
Distinguished. This is distinguished. You should see. All right, so I actually had a beard just recently. I grew one out and I just shaved it off. And it's funny, Charles, looking at your picture there, you have that nice little white patch right there, which is nice. Mine's kind of white, and darker royal. My mustache part, this part right here, is completely black. And everything else is going to be like, it looks like I got mange in gray.
I hear you. I appreciate you trying to change the subject, but you got to think.
He's trying to throw it off. But
the only reason I'm doing it is because you said you could do it better than me. And I'm not saying I'm better than you. I just want to hear you do it. Go ahead.
Baby, lock the door.
Baby, lock the door. Turn the lights down low.
There you go.
Find some country music on the radio.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
We ain't got no place to go. I hope you understand. I've been thinking about this all day long.
There we go.
Oh, okay, baby. We're going to do a duet now, okay? Thank you, Amy, for being here. We're going to do a duet. Which one? Islands in the Stream. You can be Dolly, because I'm manly, so I'm going to do the Kenny.
John says, bravo.
And that's when the live stream.
That's when the crap hit the fan.
No,
your dream is like a river, ever changing as it goes.
Me and Dustin sang "The River" in a church one time. I was so scared.
Your dream is just a vessel that must follow where it goes. You know that one. Come on.
I'm shy.
Here, let me do this. I'm not going to be between the two of y'all. Go ahead.
Hold on.
I like that color.
I don't want to be on camera. How does this go? How do we do this?
There we go. That's how I did it right there.
That's perfect.
That worked.
Okay.
I had to find my camera for a second. There, I got this pretty new computer. Of all the computers I have sitting right here, this is the only one with a webcam, and it's actually my newest one.
Neat.
Mm-hmm. It is actually. I'm saying I got it as a believe it or not, I got it at Best Buy, and they actually had a really good deal. Best Buy never has really good deals, not with anything worth a flip. This is an iCore or Core i7 processor.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 14-inch because I can carry it in the field, but it's a convertible, so it does the touchscreen and everything, and I can turn it into a tablet if I want to.
Right on.
But it's got 16 gigabytes of RAM. It's got 2 terabytes of hard drive, solid state, and I got it for like $500.
Wow.
It's freaking awesome. Yeah.
You ain't kidding.
This is before Black Friday. This is like, I got this like 3 days before Thanksgiving.
It was like
all the time.
Purple Wednesday. I'm kidding.
Yeah, something like that.
Good to see your ugly ass again. Look at you.
Well, I would say the same for you, except all I see is a picture of you that you're like doodling on.
Well, I'm doodling. It's family friendly. No, that was taken less than a month ago, so that's what I look like. Minus.
I really wouldn't know because you're still camera shy.
Yes, I am. Well, I mean, I have other. Yeah, I'm not getting any prettier, and I don't want to. Well, when you started hearing me again, do I sound the same? When you
sound exactly the same as you did back when you and I used to hang out together. And yes, we have not heard each other's voice talking to each other for quite some time now, and we talk to each other on texts and comments and stuff. And I've been listening to and watching your live streams, which has been really cool. But like I said before, I know you have issues with anxiety and stuff, and so you finding this medium to be able to reach out to others and to actually have something to do and be a part of the outside world is great, because I was starting to wonder if I was ever going to see you again.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's one of the rare serious notes we have. But yeah, it's I am a people person when I'm not having anxiety, so I get to show that on these live streams. And that's why I'm losing subscribers, but I am a people person.
We used to go to bars together. We used to hang out all the time, and I know you had some issues then, but I realized, you know, as I've talked to you, it's got worse over the years. But
much worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, now anybody gets nervous going up on a stage and sing, but I actually sing better on a stage with loud music and the words in front of me than I do sitting in a little hangout like this. But
well,
go ahead.
And I'll tell you, you know, so I got this project going on and it's just like 2 songs. The project is like, we got like nothing. It's nothing major. But there's this girl that I knew that we used to sing together back in the day, about the same time that I knew you. We used to hang out together. But it was, you know, I had two different lives kind of back then when it came to that kind of thing. I had the karaoke life, and then I played with a couple of bands here in Austin. And so this friend of mine, Sharon, her and I used to sing together. And we recently got reconnected again, and we're talking about a few songs, and we're working on a few things right now. And then we're going to go showcase it somewhere. I don't know, some place where they have, like, you know,
open mic
type of deal. Yeah.
By the way, folks,
we're working on it. Probably Cheatham Street or something down in San Marcos. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
And by the way, folks, I will get back to the pattern here shortly. It's just been a long time, and I know we're doing it on a live stream, but there's worse problems to have. So,
Russ, it's very nice seeing you. How you doing?
Doing great. Good to see you as well.
And yes, I'm jealous of that hair. Dang it.
Well, Russ's hair or my hair? Because my hair's kind of neat too, you know.
His hair. I think you knew me back from my hair as longest, Dustin. I mean,
no, I haven't had long hair since I got out of the Navy. When I got out of the Navy, I grew my hair long as more of a mullet, and I think that was probably before yours and my time. But it came down to about not quite as long as Russ's, but it came down here, and it's so curly, so it just kind of
mine got
way down.
Mine got as long as Russ's once. It was right.
Mine was a lot longer than this.
But then I joined the fire department, you know, and of course it's been short ever since. Yeah, and right now it's really long right now. I'm actually gonna go get a haircut tomorrow. Where it's
my God, yeah, my head's shaved right now. I can't show you because the camera will fall off the crane. But anyways, if y'all don't mind, I'm gonna get back to this hair.
You can lay on the table.
That would be awkward as hell.
You've never had a problem with awkward. Come on.
No, I kind of invented awkward, but
believe me when I tell you, his hair is bald. His head is bald.
Yeah,
mine usually is. Right now, it's like I said, I'm like Shaggy right now.
Yeah, I'm not going bald, but I the other day on the live stream, I quickly put the camera on me. I shaved my head because I look like Billy Idol on crack when it's growing out. So it is dang good to connect with you again, Dustin. But I think a couple people might want to see me finish this here.
Yeah, we should probably get back to the whole thing while people are actually supposedly logged in here for this. I
thought this live stream was called "This Is Your Life." And John Nave says, "Thank you for your service." Are you able to see the comments over off to the side?
I am not actually. I have to actually pull up. I have to probably look at my iPad, but then again, I can only see the Facebook comments. I cannot see the YouTube comments.
Well, no, if you go here on the platform of StreamYard, the comments should be off to the side. If you click on public comments, you should see them.
You'll see Facebook and YouTube.
All right. See, I've never used this particular platform before, so this is new for me.
Yeah. So
thank you for your service, Dustin. Well, you're welcome. Between the fire department and what little bit of law enforcement I did in the Navy, it was my pleasure. Trust me, I loved every minute of it. And now I'm retired, so I'm actually building smart homes now. Actually, as of tomorrow, I'm actually starting a new job tomorrow. I got hired on with an AV company here in Austin. I'm now the service director for an AV company here in Austin, starting tomorrow. So next to being a fire chief, this is probably the best job I've ever had.
Yeah, Dustin's always been successful and tried different fields and got good at them. And here I am. I do pictures out of wood on YouTube.
Well, I always had basically 2 careers. I was a cable guy for a long time. You know, I was a firefighter on one side, and on the other side, I was a cable guy in audio video. So I've always kind of had 2 careers, and I always did both at the same time.
I still don't remember how you and I met. I don't think it was through karaoke, but I know we.
I can't. I was thinking that the other day. I can't remember. I don't remember.
When you said audio video, it made me think I used to do the Austin, the public access crap. Is that where we met?
Yes, that's right. ACTV. We did the Biddy show, right?
The what show?
The Biddy show. Old Biddy.
I don't remember Biddy, but I know there's
maybe that's a different one. But no, that's right. We met on ACTV. We used to, for a short time there, Austin Public Access TV had a little studio here in Austin.
Yeah.
And of course, you had to be vetted in. And I did a couple of different programs. And that's right. I met you there. And I also did another show with a really an interesting individual. And I did 3 shows, actually. I did another show I did was Catharsis. It was a show about nothing, really, and we talked about
no big words on this live stream.
And then we did the Old Biddy show. This was a gentleman who is very eclectic in nature, and he dresses up as an old woman, and I was the cowboy on the show. Back when you knew me, Charles, it was all about I wore dusters and cowboy hats all the time, and I was a lot skinnier back then. Now I'm this is 200 pounds now. But
you're wearing it better than I do. I have a belly on me.
Hold on a second. You gotta look down here. This is where it's all sitting.
Yeah, that's where all mine's sitting. Okay, if y'all don't mind, I'm gonna get back to this here and
you go ahead, right ahead.
Instruct people here and there. It's dang good to see you again. We give each other crap, but it's awesome to reconnect. So,
how long? While you're doing that, I'm gonna sit here and say I think I can't tell you how many years we've talked to each other directly like this, or I haven't seen you in so many years. Last time I saw you, I think, was at your house, and your brother was over there when you lived in Pflugerville, right off of
Dessau Road.
Dessau Road, yeah.
Yeah, my brother lived in that area too. He moved to Hamilton, and then I moved to Hamilton, and then I moved to Gatesville. Now my brother's married very happily, and that's a shame he's not on here. You knew him, right?
Yeah, I know you, brother. Mm-hmm.
I thought so.
My brother, man, how can I not?
No, I think the last time I remember seeing you is when you were on a Harley, and the guy across the street asked you, and I don't know why you reacted this way, but he said, "Is that a Harley?" And you said, "What does it look like?" I was like, "God dang, man, a little rude there, aren't we?"
Back then, believe it or not, I used to. So I rode with a motorcycle club. I rode with an MC. I wore a patch on my back for 6 years, and it was not anything major. I was with a family club. It was the Brotherhood of Bikers here in Austin, and it wasn't like we were banditos or anything. It was it was a family club. But I had an attitude because I felt that I could, just like me being on the radio. My time we were talking about in the radio when I was on the radio, I was fired from 2 different radio stations, and I quit another one only because I thought I was bigger than I was, and I just had kind of Pete Ben's attitude is what I had.
Were you trying to skate rules or do it your own way and trying to get them to accept it? I mean, I'm not trying to.
Well, at Case 101, so at Lone Star 93, I left Lone Star 93. They gave me my break. Chris Knight, he used to be with Case 101 back in the day. He gave me a break, and I kind of was a board operator overnight for the Blair Garner show. And I started talking on the microphone between the breaks. And one morning he came in and he was pissed. He said, "What are you doing? You can't be doing that. I didn't hire you to talk on the radio." And he said, "But you sounded pretty good." So he gave me a shot. And so he gave me a weekend gig, and I was a weekend jock. And I did that for a little while. And then Bama Brown over at Case 101.
I know Bama. I don't know.
Yeah, Bama Brown. I saw him at Dance Cross, Texas when that was still a thing.
Yeah.
And they were doing a remote and stuff. And I talked to Bama, and he said, "You want to work for us over at Case 101?" I'm like, "Well, gee, let me think. Yeah, the biggest radio station in town. Absolutely."
Yeah.
And so I went to Case 101, and I thought I was hot stuff because I was on the biggest radio station in town. Once again, still a weekend jock. I was never anything major. I was never anything marketable in radios. Let me just point that out. I thought I was at the time, but I wasn't. And so I invited a guest onto my radio program over the weekend, and I was fired the very next day from Case 101. I was only on Case 101 for probably like 5 months.
Well, that's because she was an adult actress or something?
No. This was a race car driver that I actually had the privilege of racing with the weekend before at a celebrity race. and I wasn't a celebrity. I thought I was. But then I went to go work for 107.7 The End, which is an 80s station. And I did kind of the same thing. This was a girl this time, and I actually brought a girl onto the radio with me and was trying to impress her, and they fired me for that. So,
Real
like I said,
quickly,
I had some time when I thought I was hot stuff. Yeah, I almost said it.
yeah, you caught yourself. Real quickly, bye, Bill and Joe Castillo. Appreciate y'all being here. Go ahead, Dustin.
So anyway, yeah, so my radio career, and I just didn't get back into it after that. I mean, I never was anything major. And it takes a lot to be marketable in radio, especially nowadays. And, you know, when I say marketable, I'm talking like people like here in Austin, Dudley and Bob, and they're going through their crap right now too. Excuse my language on that.
No, crap.
They're actually being, Dudley and Bob is a morning show. Dudley and Bob and Matt has been a morning show here in Austin for 34 years at KLBJ. And I used to know them when I worked for Lone Star 93. I was in the same building. And so I got to know Dudley and Bob, and Bob and I still talk to this day. And they just recently, that MS Radio, they got new owners now, and they just moved them to afternoons.
Yeah,
Dudley and Bob is no longer a morning show.
I've heard that about iHeartRadio.
33 years or 34 years, whatever. They're no longer a morning show. They're going to afternoons, and it's crazy. And I wish them luck. I really do.
Is that an iHeartRadio thing? Because I heard iHeartRadio.
They're not on iHeartRadio. No, this is not an iHeartRadio station. This is KLBJ. They've always been an off-put radio station, not part of iHeartRadio, not part of Constant Communications or
Clear Channel.
Clear Channel, yes. They're not Clear Channel.
Without doing too many rumors, I think Bama Brown has more influence than people think he does.
Bama Brown is a fixture in Central Texas.
Yeah.
Bama Brown he is marketable. Bob Cole, like you mentioned, he is marketable.
I love him.
I know those guys. I mean, I don't know. I haven't talked to them in so long. I don't know if they remember me or not, but we used to share coffee, the coffee room together, you know. Bob Cole and I don't think ever really meshed. I think Bob Cole actually didn't. Bob Cole and Bob Pickett. Bob Pickett's the one who fired me from Case 101. He's the one who hired me, and then he's the one who fired me.
He's on Wolf Radio now out of Nebraska or Nevada now.
Well, here's the thing about radio. See, even back in the early 2000s when I was in, you can be in one city but be on the radio in another city, and the magic of digital processing. So
I did not know that.
He's still here in Austin.
Okay.
But he's on the radio in many different markets, especially on Clear Channel. They can be on. Hello, that's my phone. They can be on. I'm gonna turn that off. They can be in different markets. In fact, I even lent my voice. I was on a weekend jock for a very short time when I was with Case 101. They had me. I worked out to where I was on the radio I was on Waco 100 for a short time, and I was also on not Case 101. I'm sorry, 107.7 The End. I was able to get on to different markets. I was on a market in Alabama, and I was on a market in Florida as a weekend jock, and it didn't last very long because I wasn't at that radio station very long because I thought I was hot stuff, and I really wasn't. But, I mean, I was on the air in completely different cities from where I lived, only because I can can my voice in one city and then email it to another city, and they just plug it in.
That's cool.
That's still a thing nowadays. That's still how it's done. Very seldom do you have people live on the radio. It's very seldom. You almost never get anybody live on the radio anymore, except maybe the morning shows.
I like how you're able to admit that, you thought you were bigger than you were, because that's hard to admit. But
well, it's taken a lot of maturity to do that.
Yeah, as we grow. I mean, I'm always one of those people. Sometimes I overdo it, pointing out my faults, but we all grow from. We either learn it, we don't, and it sounds like you learned. But
shoot.
I always talk, man, I love music so much. I'd love to be a DJ, but you're not in control of what plays when. It's like a set playlist. Right. Yeah. So it's all about payola and politics and all that kind of crap. But
it's all politics. And I'll tell you what, most jocks, they have absolutely no say what they do in their show unless you are marketable.
Yeah.
Like the Dudley and Bob's here in Austin, they're marketable. They've been around for 34 years, and Dale Dudley can say what goes on his radio show. Well, I guess to a point now they're on afternoons. Real quickly,
I don't mean to interrupt. Because we're talking so much, Russ has to go, and he had to type it in the chat.
I'll put it in the friggin' chat.
You don't want to shut up long enough to.
I think I'll get a word in edgewise, so I'll let it go,
Russ,
man.
Good meeting you.
Appreciate
Hook 'em
you
horns. Wait a minute, that's wrong. Hold on. There we go.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Appreciate you being here, Russ. Sorry if we ran you off.
That's all right. My wife's going to be getting to work pretty soon anyway.
All right, be good,
All
homie.
Bye bye.
All right. Okay, where are we at? Blah 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 blah. Yeah, if I was gonna, growing up, I love music. I want to be in radio, but then I got thinking, I had more fun as a club DJ because you get to use your personality. You get to, for the most part, play as long as you want. You still got to be somewhat traditional in what's popular. And I'm talking out loud because I know you know this.
Well, I did some work over at Ropers and stuff. You know Pee Wee, right? Blake Henson.
I vaguely knew him. I think I got in as a backup DJ after him.
So I did some DJing because of my radio stuff. I did some DJing at Ropers, and I did some DJing over at Dallas Nightclub. Back when I was in college, right? I don't know if you remember this. I don't think you and I knew each other when I was in college.
No.
But when I was in college, I was a bouncer at Dallas Nightclub, and Dallas Nightclub's long gone now. It's heartbreaking because that club has been here forever.
Yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
I was
a bouncer back then, and I came back later with Scott Bennett and worked as a part-time DJ every now and then. Came in and did some stuff. Over at Ropers.
I was a backup DJ at Des Home Music Hall and Ropers, and I was a bouncer at both. That's why I was a backup DJ, because my main job was bouncer. But I don't know if you ever knew I was a bouncer either until
I did not actually. I did not. Did you know that I was a DJ in a couple of strip clubs around here? That was a lot of fun, let me tell you.
I imagine, but we family friendly.
That's all I'm going to say about it.
No, I know. I'm not lecturing you. I'm just making sure we both stay on the rails here. That wasn't to you, it was to us. But yeah,
So what are you doing right there? Actually, I don't see much. You see lines that we don't on the video.
Yeah, there's some certain light ones, but it's I'm basically tracing the dark areas. Everything that's left behind is what will stay wood.
So I'm curious because I've been watching this and I have a question that I kind of feel stupid asking because I think I should know this by now after watching a couple of your, several of your live feeds. And I don't watch for very long because I'm usually pretty busy.
Well, that and it's like watching paint dry. I get it. Go ahead.
So you got it on carbon, you're going on paper. At what point, how do you get it onto the wood?
I do the computer portion where I clean it up and color it in, and then I print it out using a online program called rapidresizer.com and choose how large I want to print it out, and then I will trace it onto the paper with carbon paper, or trace it onto the wood with carbon paper. So
basically you're doing the exact same thing over again that you're doing now.
So now I'm designing it there. I'm just tracing it when I put it onto the wood.
Okay.
So a lot of carbon paper in my life.
What you said earlier is most people do this all digitally now. You're one of the few people, if any, that still do it by hand, huh?
To my knowledge, I'm the only one that does it on paper as far as trying to sell. Now, I don't know about some of the newer designers, but I don't know if that's a bragging point or not. I mean,
that would be a bragging point. You're absolutely right. It would be.
Well, I've never been one to toot my own horn, but I guess if one thing makes me stand out, it is the uber detail and the fact that I do it on paper. But I don't like to talk positively about myself, which is silly. But yeah,
you're a nut job that way. You should, because you're good. I've known you for a long time. You've always been good. I have not known you to be a scrolling person. I found that out just within the last year or so.
Yeah, I just got 7.
You've always been one of the best artists that I've ever known, and I've known a few. And you are one of the best ones. Absolutely, you are.
Well, thank you. My God, you're gonna have you.
Do you remember that? You remember that nightclub in Pflugerville that you did the windows for? What was the name of that club?
JD West.
JD West.
Yeah.
This man, they hired this guy to come and paint the windows. They're all blacked out windows. And he painted the windows with some silhouettes of people and dancers and cowboy hats and stuff. Looked phenomenal. It lasted for years. It did start falling apart, and they ended up painting over them after a while.
Yeah. They actually hired me to come back and scrape them off the windows.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay, yeah. I didn't know that part. But it was, I mean, that was awesome because that was something that everyone would see from the street. And it's one of those things where, no one ever knew where it came from. Well, this is the man that did it,
Yay.
I lost all the chat. All the live comments went away.
They go away every now and then. They'll come back.
So is there a way I can see how many people we have online right now? Because I can't see that.
Look in the upper left-hand corner of the main screen. it should show you. Maybe not. It might only show me. It shows we have 15 people watching, 3 on Facebook, 12 on YouTube. It may only show me since I started. Portal Woodworks is David Jones. He says, "Howdy, y'all. Who is the voice in the background, and where's the squid?" Squid is a Navy reference. That was Russ Meadows that was here. He left because we wouldn't shut up, and his wife was about to be making noises. The guy in the background is the guy I used to sing karaoke with. He's now on camera in case he doesn't know that because he's looking down. This is Dustin Amy.
I'm texting.
Yeah, he's a guy I used to, man, a lot of history with him.
We have some. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I apologize for all the glare off my glasses. This is,
Well,
I usually don't wear glasses, but the Cedars pollen's got my eyes so screwed up.
It's the joys of being blind, so I get it.
Yeah, I know. I am very blind. Yes, and I'm actually wearing bifocals now. Believe it or not, these are positions that I never thought I'd ever do that, but I'm wearing bifocals now. I'm getting older. It sucks.
The glasses I'm wearing right now are bifocals, but I have a newer prescription, and it's a trifocals, but I can't scroll in them because I can't focus enough because I'm not used to the I'm sitting here doing visuals with my fingers like y'all can see me, but so yeah, I can relate to that.
Well, I've got like a light shining on me so y'all can see my face. I can actually change the hue of the light. In fact, what I can do, Alexa, turn off the office light.
Do it yourself.
There we go. That's a little better. Yeah, I've got my entire house is like, because that's what I do for a living now is I make smart homes, right?
I wish you could pay for it.
My house is completely smart.
If you can get the smart house to feed the cat for me, you know.
I can actually. Yes, there's devices you have to buy, but yes, I can do that.
Well, as much of that,
I have done that actually.
If you want to experiment with my house, by God, you know, my wife.
There's no experimenting. I know how to do it. You just have to have the money to buy the products.
That's what I meant by experimenting because there's no money.
Oh, you want me to buy the products?
I mean, you're wanting to make a living. You're not going to. You can't make a living with me as much as I want to support what you do. Yeah. So that's why we have candles. I'm kidding. Trying to be funny there. Having candles, eating cardboard, but yeah. So there's that. But yeah, it's neat what you do. But yeah, Alexa. We lost Alexa in a fire.
So, all right. So, yeah, Portal Woodworks, I know you just read this. Are they referring to me or are they referring to Russ as the squid?
The squid is Russ.
Okay, because I was in the Navy. That technically makes me a squid, too.
Good Lord. All you Navy and folks. Okay. There's really nothing else for me to teach on this. I'm just tracing the plaid. But yeah.
We have 6 viewers. I know we have 5 viewers on Facebook. 4 now. We just lost one.
Yeah,
I have no idea who they are, and no one's commenting, but they are giving me some funky faces.
Yeah, there's
some emojis.
Yeah, there's 4 on Facebook, but 11 on YouTube. YouTube is usually the most active.
Yeah, I heard you say that before. Yeah,
and the video calls usually a little better on YouTube. If anybody has any questions whatsoever, either to me or Dustin, but you know regarding what I'm doing or just anything, feel free to throw them out there.
And I am drinking scotch still, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, I'm drinking Dr. Pepper still, and I'm happy about that.
I am out of Dr. Pepper. That's why I'm drinking scotch, because I've got nothing else left.
That's better than water.
No, I got some water in there, too. It's scotch and water.
Yeah, and then Portal Woodworks is David Jones, by the way. He says Charles only has squids for friends.
Ha! I can see that.
I got friends? What?
I have squids? What?
Okay, we are actually almost done with this.
Where are you at? How much more do you have left to do? Show me what you have left to do here.
This right here. Well, anywhere there's not pin lines, I have right here and this side.
Well, that doesn't say much because I can only see pin lines on like your hand and your face.
Yeah, I was trying to be funny. This little area right here and this side, and then we'll be done. And then we got to do the computer part. He says CV401 and CV62. That is what he was.
Those are both carriers.
Yep, I'm gonna grab a Dr. Pepper because the other one did run out. We don't want to.
CV41. I know CV62. What's CV41? Let's see here. See, I've got other means of looking stuff up too.
What was that, Dustin?
Oh, I'm just showing off my iPad. I got other means of looking stuff up. I'm trying to figure out if he's talking about 2 different carriers. I don't know CV41. if that's the case.
He says 62 Independence.
Yeah, the Independence. I got that. Midway. Okay. God damn, you're old. Oh, sorry.
It takes getting used to.
It takes some getting used to, yes. Midway's been decommissioned for a long time.
But he's probably one of the few people you want to say you're old to. Of course, he may know that, but
I think I may be younger. I'm older than you, I think, Charles, but I think I'm younger than Portal Woodworks there.
You're younger, but I mean, as far as I don't know, I'm kidding. How old are you?
I'm 50.
I'm 49, so you're older.
Mm-hmm.
June is my birthday.
October.
God,
just did the big. I know.
You're half a century old. My God.
I know what happened to the time.
What?
We hung out when we were in our 20s.
I know, man. That's a long freaking time.
Man, hey, what?
I still can't believe we sang in a church. But I didn't know at the time that you said that they
sang a secular song in a church, and they got mad.
Why did they ask us to sing? Why would they get mad when they asked us?
Because it's a lot of do as I say, not as I do sometimes, really.
Yeah, did you
I was just as surprised as you were that they got mad at us.
Well,
we sing a Garth Brooks song in church. Well, it was a gospel-derived song.
Well, but did they ask us to sing, or did you ask them if we could sing?
It was all right. So remember, I was kind of halfway seeing the daughter of the pastor at the time.
I don't remember that.
And this light's way too harsh. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. There we go.
Nobody else.
And so her name was Becky. I remember her name.
Just so you know, only I can see you. Nobody else can. So.
Okay. So I was. Portal Woodwork says he's 52. So I was either halfway seeing or wanting to see this girl, Becky, and her dad was the pastor. It's a small little church out there in Georgetown. And she set it up for us. And we went there, and I don't know what they were thinking. I guess they were Jesus freaks enough to not know what secular music was. And so we started singing, and then they realized it was a country song that's being played on the radio. It was The River by Garth Brooks, which is very, very gospel-ish, derived, and it's very gospel-like. And, they got mad because it was a mainstream song. It's like, did you not listen to the words?
Just don't get me started. I didn't know until a few days ago or whatever it was you told me that all that time. They clapped when we were done, so I assumed. I guess they were just being polite.
That's because we were awesome.
I was nervous as holy heck, but we did it. My biggest fear was that I was going to forget the words, but I think we sort of helped each other along there. But yeah, I do remember you sang that Redneck Bar Association song during that contest.
Mike's Place, huh? Really? I'm trying to remember that. I really am. I remember Mike's Place, but I don't remember us being in the contest, and I don't remember you winning. I remember. So I can't say that you actually won.
Well, I know
I sing better than you do.
Yeah. Well, maybe I just chose a better song, and I'm not being arrogant. Keeper of the Stars is prettier than Redneck Bar Association, but it was.
Maybe I was never really good at choosing the music.
Well,
I think I've been in a lot of karaoke contests, and I've won a few, and I've lost a few, and the ones I've lost were because of song choice, I think.
Yeah. I forgot what was. I remember thinking I wasn't making fun of you, but it was kind of funny. You wanted to have a prop, because they talked about stage presence and this and that, and you had a paycheck stub that you used on that Redneck Bar Association, that line that talks about when your paycheck depends on, and
that sounds like me.
Yeah, you held up the pay stub and then threw it, and that was your only prop. So I thought that was kind of funny. But I didn't have a prop. I just tried to sing with emotion, and that was my stage presence. But it just enough to win.
Well, you and I were always the same. We're kind of very much like George Strait. You just get up there and sing. We don't dance around or anything. Yeah. I've changed a little bit. I mean, when I started playing with actual bands, I started moving around a lot more and doing more stuff. I played with a band called Ryan T and the Roosters for a short time. And this guy, I love Ryan. He had money, right? And so we always had like pyrotechnics on stage. And what was great about Ryan T and the Roosters was we were like an iPod on shuffle. We would just sing a George Strait song, maybe a Garth Brooks song, and then we went into like Eminem and then Judas Priest, right? And then we went back to country. It was mostly country, but it was like iPod on shuffle. It was awesome.
That's funny.
It was really great being a part of that, and I don't know what he's doing now. I haven't been able to connect with him. It's been years, many years.
I tried live singing one time, and I got so used to karaoke, I butchered that. I knew Clint Black's "Killing Time" by heart, but on a live stage with no words in front of me for the pace, I butchered it all to hell. It was, a live.
It's easy to do. You gotta. I mean, it's hard to remember words. You actually have to do the song over and over and over again. And
well, that,
I learned that the hard way too.
The stage fright aspect.
Well, yeah, there's that part of it. There's I'm not afraid of much out there, except sharks maybe. but I remembering I've been on stage and I've had to repeat verses before because I forgot the words, and people are like, that's not the right words. It's like, I know.
Bear with me.
Yeah, but it still sounds good, so deal with it.
I see if I'm still being held to review here, which they love to do. Yep, still held to review, but we
Who
are.
all do we have? Now, you said that up in the top left-hand corner, I should see who's online, but I still can't see who's online.
It doesn't say who's online. It just shows how many, and it might only be.
I don't see how many's online either. Top left?
Yes, it's only showing me. It's right next to the clock. It says there's 0 watching on Facebook, 10 on YouTube.
There's 0 on Facebook. I'm going to go back to Facebook here. Yes, there is 0 on Facebook. Well, 1 now that I'm back on it, I guess.
Yeah, there are people, and even the chat is slowing down. It's probably because nobody can relate to you. They don't know you. Blah 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 blah.
That's right. I am bringing your viewership down.
Well, it happens. I'm already losing subscribers, but I don't take it personally. But it's also we're talking way off topic, so maybe a lot of people can't relate to it. We're just
know what, and that might be it. We should probably get back to what you're doing.
So I'm working on a pattern. We're working in the plaid right now.
Which I know you're talking about is you wish you had worn a different shirt, but what's really neat about this is that there is the challenges behind it makes the pattern all the more better, because if you can make it work, then it looks good. Challenges everything. If it was easy, then anybody could do it, right?
Yeah. Well, there again, I'm not good at tooting my own horn, but
well, let me toot it for you.
Well, toot. Awkward. Anyway, I'm kidding. So that's why I said later on that it's probably a good thing that I'm showing a plaid shirt here, because it's kind of the worst of the worst of things you can come across, like detail shirt like this.
Well, see, as we talk here, Portal Woodworks is trying to take us back into the other part of the conversation. He says, what is squid number 2 rate, rank, and duty station? Well, just to briefly give you that information, I was in the Navy. I ended up getting out as an E4, so I was a damage controlman, which is a firefighter in the Navy. I was a DC-3 surface warfare, and I was stationed out of Charleston, South Carolina, and I did some duty work out in Orlando, Florida, NTC as well.
He said duty. Sorry.
I said duty.
We can't have maturity too long here. Sorry. Go ahead.
Not really, no. We're just not like that. That's not our way.
Okay. There's a light at the end of the tunnel, and hopefully it's not a train.
I got out of the Navy in 1993. I did 4 years. I got in 89, right out of high school. I was very young. I was very stupid. I didn't grow up until I was 26 years old, which was like, and even then, that's relatively speaking. But that was way after I got out of the military. I was such a kid back then. My God, it's scary to think how young we were back then, right?
Yeah,
in early 20s, like teens and early 20s, you're like, oh, we knew it all. Oh yeah.
I'm still a kid in the sense that life's too short to be too serious, but that might be why I'm losing subscribers, because I'm not the most individual in the world. But I'm all right with that.
So Portal Woodworks, were you in the military as well, or are you just a military aficionado, or what's going on with that?
He was in the Navy.
Portal Woodworks was in the Navy?
Yep.
Okay.
If he wants to come on here, I can give him the link. But I don't don't know how much he'll.
Lost my link again. Hold on, let me get back here to live comments.
He's not commenting right now. If he comments, put it out to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're almost done with the paper portion.
So it's funny. I was a damage controlman, which I said as a firefighter in the Navy, and I ended up being a firefighter in real life afterwards.
In real life.
Not real life, but in civilian life, yes.
Yeah.
It worked out, I guess.
Yeah.
I was part of the Federal Fire Department for a short time, civilian fire department for a long time, 20 plus years, almost 26 years. And it all culminated with me. I was the fire chief in a small town out by Corpus Christi, a small town called Gregory. Most people know it as Gregory, Portland. There's actually two different cities, Gregory and Portland. Portal Woodwork says an AS-1. Ship's crew AIMD. And I was in the Navy. I should know what that means. But to be honest with you, I've been out of the Navy so long, I don't think I do. I can tell you when it comes to surface warfare, we had the little SW on our rate, in parentheses. I was a DC-3, which is a petty officer third class. And then surface warfare means I knew everything about my ship, but I was on a small ship, an FFG, USS Taylor, FFG 50. And that was real easy to get a surface warfare because 500-foot long ship, crew of 250, there's not a whole lot to know. And so it was easy to get the surface warfare. But to get it as an E4 was actually kind of a big deal. Most people don't get it until they're E5, E6. And if you're on a carrier, like Portal Woodworks was, most people don't ever see a surface warfare pin. So if you were a surface warfare, Portal Woodworks, that's a very, very good thing.
I am done with the paper portion. I think I'm doing one last check to make sure I've traced everything.
Okay. And that's all your plaid. And so the dark areas are the areas that you cut out, right? Those are your blank areas?
Yes, sir. And I just found one important line I forgot, the color line. Then I'll get back to it. Yeah.
Portal Woodworks says Aviation Intermediate Maintenance Department. Well, that makes sense on a carrier. It really does. Because that's basically the purpose of a carrier, is to carry airplanes.
Yeah. Go figure. I actually knew that one.
But he was on CVs, which this is before the nuclear age. Well, I mean, actually, he was in during the nuclear age, but he was on CVs. The current designation of carriers since the early 90s, since actually the late 80s, has been CVN, which is nuclear.
Yeah. He's the one that cleared me up on that because I was doing a Navy aircraft carrier, and he said that was nuclear. Oops.
Yes, and nuclear means that they have a nuclear reactor in the belly of the ship, and all it does is heat up the water because the entire ship is run on steam. Even the CVs, they work off of diesel engines, but a carrier works off of steam. In fact, most ships in the Navy work off of steam. There are some exceptions. Nowadays, we use gas turbine engines. When I was on the Navy, I was on an FFG, the USS Taylor, and we had twin gas turbine engines. And we didn't hardly have any steam whatsoever. We had a steam portion of our ship, but everything was basically worked off electricity and or the gas turbine engines alone, which provided a propulsion.
He says the Enterprise was the only nuke I was in. Okay, these are the two halves drawn. I'm going to
CVN 65, the Enterprise.
Yeah, this is the drawn portions. I'm going to scan them in now. We'll do the computer portion. So let me share screens.
So yeah, you got a lot of reflections on your sunglasses there, more than I was expecting actually.
Yeah,
the way you were drawing it out.
Yeah, I try to get as much detail as I can.
No, that's not a bad thing. There's actually more than I thought would come out on there. I didn't realize you were putting that much in there.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna set up my scanner here.
Gotcha.
I do it at 300 DPI so that I can zoom in. Got to make sure I put the picture in there before I scan. Otherwise, we'll have a white screen. So this is the computer portion. This is necessarily for teaching because this program isn't available anymore unless you have access to it. PaintShop Pro 4. iScan both have it.
Oh, yeah, I remember I used to, not Pro 4, but I used versions of PaintShop back in the day. So those aren't available anymore, PaintShop?
PaintShop Pro 4 isn't. I'm sure newer ones, but I think they're up to 12
Oh, okay.
now.
I don't use that stuff anymore. I got a degree from my degree from the University of Texas is in marketing, and I never used it. I actually got a job out in Los Angeles with AT&T Wireless back then, which was actually LA Cellular, and that got my foot in the door. But then I started working technical, and I never, between the fire department and the AV world, the cable world, I never actually used my degree until this job that I'm starting tomorrow. It was my first job since AT&T Wireless that I've actually had that my degree got me the job.
That's cool.
And it was like, what, I got graduated in 97. So, geez, how many years is that? I can't think. I can't do math. I've been drinking scotch. It was a long time anyway, for me to actually be able to use my degree as a job for a job. And I start tomorrow. I start a new job tomorrow.
After high school, I quit. I didn't have any desire for school. I hated school. It has its benefits, but not for me.
The Midway is a museum in San Diego. Yes, I know. I've actually been on it. And the Indy was dismantled several years. And my ship got decommissioned a couple of years ago.
Dustin, I'll continue talking, but I'm going to run to the bathroom right quick.
Okay. So,
can y'all see my screen?
What's that?
Can y'all see my screen?
Yes, we can still see your screen.
Want to make sure.
So the USS Taylor, one of the final FFGs, guided missile frigates that were still left. There are no more frigates left in the Navy. They got rid of them all. Most of them got decommissioned and dismantled, sank or whatever, used for scrap. My ship was actually sold to the Taiwanese Navy, and so my ship is still alive and is still being used in the Navy for Taiwan. So I'm happy about that. What I am not happy about is I really wanted to go to the decommissioning, and I missed it because I thought it was in November of 2016, and it was actually in May of 2016. So come November, I went to go check online to see when the decommissioning was, and it's like, oh, it was decommissioned in May, and I was really upset that I missed that because I wanted to go see it. But such is life, anyway. But yeah, I have been on the Midway, Portal Woodworks. I actually did go and see it when I was in San Diego. My brother was in the Marines, and we were both in boot camp in San Diego. My boot camp, but he was in the Marines, and he went to boot camp in San Diego too. And we went to the Midway, and walked around it. Out in Corpus Christi, we have the Lexington CV-16, and what's really crazy about military ships or Navy ships, even the ones that are mothballed and sitting as museum pieces right now, is you walk on board, if you've ever been in the Navy, and you instantly smell fuel oil and paint. That's the smell of every Navy ship out there, even to this day, I'm sure. And I walked on board the USS Lexington after not being on board of a naval ship for 20 some odd years. And I instantly got taken back. It's like, oh my God, this is a Navy ship. And actually, I take that back. The Midway was the same way. I got the same feeling with the Midway too, because I walked on the Midway and it was the exact same feeling. You walk on, you smell that, and it just takes you back if you've ever been in the military, in the Navy, because that's the smell. It never goes away.
I tried to get in the Army right out of high school. My hearing wasn't good enough.
I remember you said that, yeah.
Okay.
Didn't get to go to either DCOM as well, Portal Woodworks. Yes, I know. It's sad, and it really feels bad. I still feel bad about this because I really wanted to go, and my ship was in Mayport, Florida, and I missed it because I didn't look at the right date, and I was so upset because they changed it on me.
Okay.
So what do we got? What are you looking at? There's your sketch marks.
Yeah, I'm
See, this is the difference between doing it online or doing it on digitally versus doing it with pencil. Doing it by hand.
Now, the only reason I do this part is to show people how I clean it up and color it in. And people usually say it gray and white, but the program I'm using is PaintShop Pro 4. I'm not necessarily trying to teach that, but I will explain. this square right here shows the color it is, and that's the color I want it to be. So I'm going to use the color replacer on a high tolerance to do that. We'll do it on both halves, and then we'll put it together. 90 tolerance.
Portal Woodworks is still talking about the Navy. How hearing a needle gun, or probably now hearing a needle gun. I don't know what that means. Maybe on your end. He's asking me where did I do boot. I did boot in San Diego, which is now gone. And then I was also stationed at NTC in Orlando for a short time right before I got out. That's also gone. There's only one boot camp for the Navy right now in the United States, and that's in Chicago, Great Lakes. What's with all the squid talk? Anthony Campbell says. I don't know, because that's what we are right now. The people that are online right now are all squids.
Yeah, I'm hoping we don't have 30,000 people leaving. No offense. I just, the whole.
I can talk about some things. That's one of the things I can talk about.
I hear you. I'm just cleaning up some.
But we do need to pay attention to what you're doing. Absolutely.
Now again, this is not necessarily teaching. It's more showing. The beginning part was somewhat teaching. This here, I'm just trying to clean it up and color it in. So there's that. So now some of these will go away when I fill it with white right now, and I'll show you why we are doing, because I always do the contrast slightly off. I don't want it bright white. I don't want it black and white, and I'll show you here in a second why that is.
Excuse my cough.
No problem.
I like bronchitis for 2 weeks, and I'm still coughing every now and then.
I hear you.
There we go again.
It happens. Okay. Now there's a reason. Now this is just for the sake of the video, but there is a reason why I did it with 30% below contrast. In other words, it's not black and white. It is. Oh, I forgot to do the color thing on this. Good Lord, you got enough sound effects going on? I'm just kidding.
Sorry, I need to learn where the mute button is. Hold on.
No, it's all good.
I gotta go get my mouse maybe to click the mute button there. That one snuck up on me. That little hiccup.
No, it happens. If you can let me know any comments or questions people might have. But again, the teaching portion was the drawing on paper, but this part is just to show how I clean it up and color it in for the sake of display. And you can see the picture next to it. It gives you an idea of what we're working with, but it gives you a better idea once everything's colored in how it will quote unquote pop.
Mm-hmm. So Portal Woodwork says, hey, look, another squid. And Anthony Campbell says, yep. So Anthony Campbell is also in the Navy.
God, enough squids around here?
Yeah, you're kind of outnumbered right now, Charles.
Yep. Okay, we want to keep that one. We're going to use white. Now, the reason why I do off color is so we'll know what lines. No, wait, let me crop it first. Dagnabbit. No, let me go ahead and do it this way. Okay, we're going to do a tolerance of 80. Boom. You see how some of that's off white? Well, let me zoom in. You see how some of
on my screen, yeah.
You see how some of that's off white and that's white?
Yep.
That off white tells us there's no breaks in the line, which means I can color it in if I so choose.
Sure, okay.
So that tells me, okay, because, you see how that's not attached on the edge? If I were to try to color it in, it would turn everything like that. We don't want that. So that is why I do the contrast off, so that if you can see where it's off white, you know that that's a clear, that's clear to color in. But like other areas that are white like this, they are not clear to color in yet because it would fill the whole thing with gray. But right now I'm just, that was an example, but I'm going to make both of them, and then we'll put them together and work on it. Go ahead.
If you've ever played around with PC Paint, you know exactly what that's like.
No, I have no idea anything about PC Paint.
That was the original. That was basically what you're working with right now was based on the original PC Paint, which has been around since Windows first began through Microsoft.
Wait, not 5500, 5100. What I'm doing now is
I've lost my chats.
It'll come back. It always does. It goes away.
Oh, I'm waiting for it to. It's just taking its sweet old time.
Right now, what I'm doing is combining the upper and lower half, and then we'll work on the pattern all together. So, wait, let's do the bottom one first so we can line up the bottom inside. Edit, copy, or I could do just Control-CV. Edit and paste as new selection.
So these comments, no, never mind. The comments are coming both from Facebook and YouTube. I got it. This is a pretty interesting platform. I like it.
Yeah, it's fun. Now I'm going to zoom in to make sure everything goes off the edge of the paper so that we don't have more overly blood fill, like you know what I mean. I don't know how to say it. Okay,
no, but anybody who's ever used PC Paint knows exactly what you're going through when it comes to you hit the fill button and it takes up the entire screen. It's like, oh, I've got a break somewhere. Yeah, that's exactly what that is. That's a remnant from PC Paint. Mm-hmm.
Let me make sure I don't have too far, because sometimes that thing will go off the edge of the paper. We don't want that. This one, we want some of it so we can color them in, but I don't want it to be too far off. Cut off part of the hat. Okay, that probably will work there. Now, we're going to add the upper half, and then it'll start to look more like me, and then we'll color it in. Edit, copy, and then we want to edit. Paste as transparent selection. It's getting there. But when we color it in, that's when it's going to pop, baby. Let me zoom in.
So I have a friend.
You have friends?
Come to say hi.
Oh, is that a dog?
This is Latte. She's a Bichon Frise.
I always call them Bichon Frise, but yeah, okay. But nobody can see you because I'm sharing screens over here.
It's a French term. But yeah, and she is such a beautiful and well-behaved dog, and until she's not.
Until she's not?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to crop this down. This will be the size of the pattern when I'm done. And this is because I always combine boom, boom, boom. And there's that. CV, then I'm going to name it, and then we'll color it in.
Okay. I guess I was talking and I missed when you put the two halves together.
That's fine. Yeah. Anybody, no, not to sound mean, but anybody that was paying attention knows what I was saying.
Thanks.
Yeah. I don't know how else to word it without sounding like a butt nugget, but okay, now we are going to color it in and clean it up. But once I start coloring it in, everything will pop. And I talked about how, no, I don't need to add those in there. So boom, 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 boom. It's going to start coming alive as we color it in, maybe.
Maybe. All right. Looks like my garage door just opened because I have a smart home that tells me these things. That means that my girlfriend just got home.
Well, that, and if you have ears, you're smart enough to know that your garage door.
No, I've got a real quiet garage door. It's the belt drive. On purpose. We don't like to hear that kind of stuff.
Is your girlfriend inflatable? Just kidding.
At times, but not right this minute.
That was a little joke, inflated date, blah, blah, blah. Because I haven't grown up yet. Okay, right now I'm just coloring in, then we'll do more cleaning up. The only time. And I don't know why that turned white. There must be a little bitty break in that line. Yep, right there in the corner. That's why it's white. That's why we do the off contrast. Now, a lot of this is crowded right now, but it won't be as crowded when I get done. I'm just turning in parts. Go ahead. Oh, you were talking to the dog already then.
No, I believe you.
Oh, I thought you said, never mind. Okay.
Okay, never minding.
I sometimes talking is not my friend. Where am we at? Okay, there's a break in that line too, because that's where the two halves came together. Now that one probably is not.
Portal Woodwork says, "Welcome, Wooden, to Squid Talk with Charles Deering."
Yeah. This is that's where I put the two halves together.
I'm going to invite you to, or introduce you to somebody. Come on, say hi. Come here.
Let me get back to the.
She's playing coy.
Oh crap! I accidentally removed you.
Don't say that word.
No, crap is okay. Hello, Dennis.
This should be Christy. This is my girlfriend. You are basically being broadcast to the world.
Hello. Oh, nice.
Yeah. I know we have people from Australia, I think, and in the UK, and all kinds of places, actually.
Excellent.
You might want to explain to her that this is not a video about keyboards and desktops.
No, we're scrolling. He's creating a pattern for scrolling on wood with a scroll saw.
Oh,
My
okay.
friend Charles. We've talked about this.
Yeah.
She does know your name.
Oh dear, how many wanted posters am I on?
4. 5. Sorry, 5.
Am I still sharing screens? Can y'all see what I'm doing here?
I can see a keyboard and a desk, and then I can see me and Christy.
Okay. Oh, that's probably because I chose y'all instead of where I'm at. So, God, how do I? Let me stop sharing, then I'll reshare.
Sure, why not?
Because I'm very.
Portal Woodwork says hi, Christy.
Oh, I'll tell them I said hello. Hello.
Well, you can tell them
guess
because
I
they can
can.
hear you. Yeah.
Okay, now you should be seeing what we're working on. But
There we go. We're back to you.
nice to meet you, ma'am. All right. Now, a lot of these white areas are because where we combine the two halves, so I'm connecting those to color them in. And this part will go relatively quickly.
Okay, I'm going to eat.
That sounds like fun. Yeah. It does. Can you bring me something?
Yeah, I'm married now.
Hey, Christy,
Yes.
I'm kind of low on scotch.
Would you rather have red wine?
No, I'd rather have scotch.
Scotch.
Scotch, water.
That's where some women would
2
say,
fingers, 1 finger.
"Legs, bro, get your
With the ace or without ace?
With yes. 2 finger scotch, 1 finger water.
Oh,
She's
Lord.
so beautiful.
Okay. Now
Swainsboro, Georgia, says Portal Woodworks. That's where one of your viewers is. Awesome. Well, to the Georgia Peaches.
there's an example of where I forgot to trace something, so I have to draw in something there at some point. But right now, I'm just going to color.
Just a couple of squares would fill it in.
Yeah, it won't be difficult. It's not something like, oh God, I missed the shape of the nose, and that kind of thing. And
Oh, gotta bring the carbon paper back.
I forgot the line right here on the finger.
Well, Portal Woodworks, I am in Austin, Texas, which is where Charles is not anymore that I found out tonight. I swore he was.
Nip, nip, nip.
Gatesville now.
Mhm.
Still, like I said, still not too far away. I can easily come visit.
Thanks for the
And
warning.
vice versa, whatever, however we do it.
I don't get out much because of the anxiety, I'm afraid.
I get it, but it's not that hard. I can come see you.
Cool. I'll make sure to be at an appointment or something. Just kidding. You know, can't get rid of the sarcasm. Okay, I forgot another line over there.
Yes, you can, but you don't.
Yeah, but well, neither one.
And Wooden is in Longview, Washington, way up north to the northwest. I say way because it's not Texas.
Yeah.
You know, Texas.
If it ain't Texas, it's too far, I tell you what.
Well, it takes just as long to drive to Washington as it does to drive across Texas, I'll tell you that.
Oh, amen. Okay, we have a broken line right there. I don't even have to do it. See, if I tried to color it in, that's what would happen. So,
I see that.
Thank God.
Little undo.
Yeah, on these older paint shop roads, you can only undo once. You can only undo.
This is love right here. She brings me Panda Express.
Heck, nabbit. Here I am out here by myself with sawdust in my mouth.
Yes, but you have to convince your wife that you're still married.
Well, no, we are actually very close. I just let her do her own thing. She does. I do my own thing, and But I've always been one of and I'm not dogging you for this, but I'm always been one of those husbands. If I'm hungry, I'll go grab something. I don't expect anybody to bring it to me. Not that you expect it.
Well, she asked. I sent her while I was texting. Remember, earlier in the broadcast, I said I was texting. This is what I was texting. This is what I wanted from Panda Express.
Yeah, I'm not minimizing how sweet she's being. I'm just saying I don't, and I'm not implying anything other than what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I'm one of these guys. I'm only speaking for me. That my wife, if she was going to get food to bring home, she would ask me to. Yeah, I just okay. So a lot of this is going to be coloring in now, but we could do the color replacer. Make it a little.
So a little known fact about me is I've actually been married 3 times.
One second.
I'm really good at a lot of things, and one of them is pissing women off.
Okay, that tells me the tolerance was too high on the color replacer, but go ahead.
That too.
I'm one of those people that picks my battles. So as the older you talk about learning as you get older, that with women, that's one area. Well, except for I'm a little bit of a pervert still, but I'm a respectful pervert. I always apologize afterwards.
Portal Woodworks comes in and says, "I don't make appointments, Charles." I'm assuming that probably means something. I'm not sure if that means something to my knowledge.
Oh, he means coming over, I guess. Well, no, he's always threatening to come with me. I said, well, if that's what it takes to meet you, then I'll live with it. Okay, so right now I'm just doing the color replacement.
Well, George is a little further, more of a drive than Austin to Gatesville.
Yeah, I am using the color replacer. It makes the coloring in go a little quicker. Now, the rest of it will just be cleaning up, and I don't necessarily have to do the cleanup on the live stream, but y'all can see how it's kind of coming alive. It looks more like the photograph, hopefully, than it did.
All right, so coloring in. When you're coloring in these areas, what is that doing for you?
It tells people the dark areas are what you cut out. Unless it says cut out white, then you'll know you're coloring. Everything white is wood. Everything dark is cut out.
So you're going to have a lot of. This is actually going to have a lot of stuff, a lot of wood cut out. Looks like.
Yeah. Now some of this stuff I could go in closer to get, but I'm just doing a majority of it just to color it in, just so people can see it done. The main thing here is to show that I did it on paper, and you have the photograph next to it to compare it to, and that's the magic, I guess, for lack of.
So that's a really big white piece on the on the sunglasses there on the left.
Yeah, it does look kind
of. You want
odd.
to leave that white like that?
Well, unfortunately, there's no other detail to work with. That's what I meant. Some things don't translate well. It was a gamble. But
I defer to your judgment on it for sure.
I mean, you're not wrong. That left side looks a little light, even if it might just be the frame could be darkened in, and I could probably do that because I don't like the way it translated so light on. Now, I'm okay with the lens because there wasn't much detail on that lens, but the frame could probably be darkened in. I don't know. I'll figure something out. Now, some of this may not be in real time.
Well. That's where the interpretation of the artist comes into play.
Yeah, but I'm kind of embarrassed because it's one of the few times that I have to really alter it because I don't like the way it looks because it is dark sunglasses, but it looks bright over here. I'm okay with the lens, though, because if you look at this lens, it's lighter than the rest of it, but the frame looks too light. So I may have to work with that somehow. And I don't know if I'll do that.
I can't tell you what to do because it's not.
I know,
I'm not the artist, and I would feel out of place to tell you my opinion on it.
Well, believe it or not, somebody that's not, or even somebody that's not designing, anybody, I welcome feedback because sometimes I'm biased towards my own work, but I agree. It doesn't look right on that lens. But
well, if you're looking for feedback, I would try to probably darken that in some more. That's just my opinion.
I'm gonna start out probably with darkening the sunglasses themselves more than the lens, but
probably build the frame up a little bit and darken the lens in a little bit with a little bit of refraction.
Yep, I'm probably gonna leave that area bright because there was no detail in there to fill in, so it probably just the frame I'll have to work with. Just have to figure out how to tie it into the background so it's not a floater. A floater is anything that's supposed to be attached to something else but isn't. Wait, I'm gonna.
So Wooden is asking what program you are using, and I know you mentioned it already.
PaintShop Pro 4 is no longer available, but I've just moved it from computer to computer. But that's an example y'all got to see in real time. The gamble I take, because I was concentrating on the light shining off of the sunglasses, but it didn't translate well because you can see up close there's shadows on there, but I just didn't do it right. So I need to just color in more of the frame. We can play with that, but right now, we'll do that instead of trying to clean it up. Let me play with this. I still want it to be attached, but I'm going to just make a majority of those sunglasses just be dark.
So I would hazard to say that if you're online right now watching this live feed, I know Portal Woodworks and Wooden, and then myself, we've been commenting. Who else is here? Say something. Let's have a chat.
Still going to break it up a little bit because we need some kind of reflection here.
Looks like we got another person on Facebook, maybe two, and some more on YouTube.
Some people prefer just to watch, and that's all right.
No, it is all right, yes. But I'm asking to
oh, I know you're trying to get
say hi.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to.
Well, I eat my dinner, which is very, very rude. I'm sorry.
It's as long as it's not in the mic, we're good. It's not rude. Now I need to break
soft food.
I need to break up the line somewhere here in the top, but I'm going to, and I may end up coloring up something on that lens, but I'm trying to darken the sunglasses in general. This
was nice. I like how you did that.
I
make that line thicker on the bottom. That looks really nice.
Yeah, the only thing holding on right now, keeping this held together, is this one little spot. So I want to break it up somewhere else too. So we have two spots holding on. We could probably do it right after the eyebrow here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if this don't look right, I may end up having to. You know what? Dagnabbit. Something don't look right. That white area is white. Dagnabbit. I'm just gonna scribble it in. By God, let me. Just to throw some darkness into that area because that's so bright. I'm just really roughing it in here. Just nothing exciting. This hopefully balance out the light and the darks between the whatchamacallits. I got so much light shining on the frame. Well, as you can see in here, there's a lot of light shining right there on the inside of that frame, but you know, I gotta minimize it, I guess. Dagnabbit.
Well, remember what you're trying to do is what most people should be looking at is you can be true to the picture, but you also have to be true to the wood.
Yeah. Well, and true to the making it look decent.
Mm-hmm.
A little
you have
bit
to make sure you have your brakes set. And this is coming from somebody who doesn't know exactly how to scroll, but I do understand the concept.
I'm only disappointed in the fact that I wanted this to, you know, because I know I'm not perfect. I just wanted it to, you know, be a perfect transition because I don't usually struggle like this on a pattern with things that don't translate. Usually I can pick that up as I go, but I'm just minimizing the amount of white on the frame and doing it very roughly, but I'm not pissed because these things happen, but
so Wooden comes back saying, you could not see me, but I'm eating my dinner. Well, thank you for joining me in dinner time.
I think this is more friendly towards looking like the photograph. That's probably the best I'm going to be able to do on this pattern. So
no, I like it. You got some more dark in there. It shows a reflection.
Yeah, I just like trying to do the dark hair on the jawline. I might have butchered that.
That's going to leave you a lot of small little lines to connect the wood to.
You know, I talked about, you know, not wanting to make this look jet black, but I may actually need to do that in order to make that hair, because that.
Not necessarily.
Well, the jawline
this is the way I see it, Charles. The more little detail you have in there actually gives it the darker look.
Well, yeah, but that what I'm afraid of is it's not dark enough because you can't. And now, taking in mind, let's pretend this photograph right here isn't here.
But is that really? I mean, you're talking about transitioning to a medium. Are you trying to stay as true as possible to the photograph because it's hard to do?
Well, yeah.
Or are you trying to get the point across? Because I think you get the point across just nicely.
Well, I appreciate that, but for ignoring the photograph, but knowing that I have darker hair on the jawline, if you look at just the pattern, you can't tell that it's light in the front and dark on the side. That's the bother I have right now.
Well, do you want that to be true? That's up to you, I guess.
Well,
Anthony Campbell comes back, by the way, and says, other than the complexion being a little off, it looks just like him.
Okay.
A little bit.
Now, if I'm afraid to change the one I just did, I'm going to experiment with the second one. I'm going to try doing it just coloring in the sides rather than trying to do a detailed transition. So bear with me while I do that. Just connect everything so I can color it completely in, and we'll see how it looks with it being completely, whatever you call it, colored in. And I'm going to make sure I connect everything here. So
Anthony Campbell, you mentioned that other than the complexion being a little off, what What exactly do you mean by complexion? The color in the beard, or
I think he might mean
explain yourself?
the fact that it's gray.
Well,
Okay, now
we're all kind of gray.
this is strictly for the sake of comparison because I can't win them all. Now, see, that means there's a break in the line that I missed. This is me experimenting in real time, and this happens. Okay, that might be the break in the line right there. I'm disappointed in that I wanted it to work out on the first try, but it doesn't always happen. So I'm human. Here's another break in the line right there.
But that's not a bad thing.
I know. This is the process we go through.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is an example of it colored all the way in, but now it's going to look too dark. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think I like it too dark because it looks a little different.
Yeah, it does. See, that's why I talked about earlier.
I think if you fill in a little more detail, it may darken it up a little bit without having to actually color it in.
Yeah. Still want to do a second one in case I'm going to go back to this. But, if the general picture looks like me, I'm happy. But, yeah, the hair, the jawline is the only area I'm battling with right now. Other than the rest of it just needs cleaned up. But I'm okay with that. And I don't really know how to add much more. So I think what we're going to do is just call this a pattern. So that's the finished piece. Other than the fact that it's speckled, heck, you're just not seeing the cleanup portion of it. But it's just, the main thing here was how to make a pattern, and the rest of it was just to show curiosity about how I clean it up and color it in. But
well, it only took 5 hours.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling y'all, that's why I charge people.
But that was a lot of talking about squid stuff.
Yeah, and Steve Good told me, you don't know who Steve Good is, but he told me I don't charge enough to do patterns. But this is the process I go through for each pattern. And you saw how long that took. That's why I charge. And I think
Wooden comes back and tells us he would be gray if he had hair. That's funny because in my family, we're all got a lot of hair, so I don't think I have to worry about going bald. But I kind of wish my hair would pick a color because it's kind of two-tone right now. I'm sure. I think Charles actually has kind of the same thing going on.
More so facial hair. The top. If I hadn't shaved my head, I could show you. But this is how I add the wood grain to everything. I'm going to do a screen capture of this. This is very vague. I haven't done the whole process yet, but it'll take too long. So this is how I show the border around it.
Now, how big are you going to make this?
I have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Until I get that jawline hair dialed in, I'm probably not even going to cut it because I want it to look darker, but I don't want to do all that experimenting live on the air here. Although people would understand, but we have been here a while. Let me just show y'all how I display it online, or how I get to the point of displaying it online. This is the border I was talking about earlier with Russ Meadows. That goes off the edge there a little more. So yeah, this is going to be one of the. Sometimes I get a pattern on the first try, sometimes I don't. So I'm a little.
So I have something else I'm noticing too is your hat band.
Yeah.
Looking at it from when you have it small like that, it seems that your hat band is a little too light on the left side, maybe a little too dark on the right side. Is it possible to even that out some?
Yeah, I could darken in the headband. That's probably what I need to do. But for the sake of time, I won't do that. But yeah, we could dial that in at some point. But so yeah, I'm a little disappointed at the overall results. And biggest disappointment for me is the jawline hair, believe it or not. But yeah, that was another example. The hat band. But
looking at it like that right now, when you have more of the picture in view, I think it actually does, with the amount of lineage that you have in there, it does a pretty good job of making that jawline darker. I like that. I think the hat band needs to be a little darker, and possibly your hand needs a little more detail.
Yeah, you're right. That doesn't really show up much, does it? Again, this is a very rough way of doing it because usually I don't know why that didn't color in. That's because it was gray.
I want to know what the gallery thinks. Those of you out there watching, give me some comments, or give us comment on what you think about that too.
Now the hat band, I agree with the jawline. I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, let's see what other people think.
Okay, I'm gonna soften it.
I'd love to hear your comments on the jawline, the hand, and the hat band. I think everything else looks great.
Yeah, the hand, I need to do something with it. Dagnabbit. But I would say I was afraid of doing the shadow on the underside. Yeah, it does make my pointer finger look distorted. It looks really fat. Yeah, so I needed to add more shadow on the pointer finger. So see, here I am trying to teach how to do a pattern, and I've made 3 big mistakes that I don't usually make. But you know,
no, they're not mistakes. Hold on, they're not mistakes.
They're happy accidents.
This is what the artist goes through.
Yeah,
these are the things that all artists go through as the pattern comes together. Yes. You're not finished with it because you still have ideas you want to implement into it.
Yeah, y'all.
Bob Ross said it best. There's no such thing as a mistake. It's a happy mistake.
Happy accident, yeah.
Happy accident, yes.
Some people call it designer firewood when it's scroll sawing, but now, okay, we got. I will admit, as far as what I'm happy with, it 95% looks like the pattern. But yes, the hand needs work and the hat band needs work. I think the jawline's okay. The hand, most definitely the pointer finger needs some dimension to it. It looks really fat.
So Wooden says he's not sure if he likes the sunglasses. I get his point, but they're a far cry better than what they were.
Well, okay, we can do a very quick version of the sunglasses completely cut out.
Remember this is you're the artist, Charles.
Okay? Oh, I know, but I mean, I also value feedback. You know, this is
true.
Us going through it together. So bear with me. This won't take long at all. This is me just taking out the lenses completely and making the sunglasses be completely cut out. And this won't take long at all, except for I'm going to leave that where the sunglasses go into the hat.
Save another copy to go back to.
Yeah, I already did. No, we don't want the pattern. We want the solid color here. Boom. Boom. Yeah, this is the sunglasses.
No. You need some reflection in it.
And that's why I did the reflection, because I want to stay true to the photograph. So, yeah. I mean, some people would prefer the...
It's possible you could go with less reflection, but either way, you need something in there.
Yeah, but I think I'm just going to stick with the original on the sunglasses. Now, I get not everybody's going to be happy, and not that anybody's unhappy, but yeah, their satisfaction. The one that sticks out the most is that pointer finger. I didn't add any of the shadows right there under there, so I got to play with that. But the hat band is another little one. But yeah, that finger definitely needs some work. So I'm not disappointed. I would have preferred this to be one of those patterns that comes out awesome, but you know, they don't all do that, especially on self-portraits, because
it's also objective. Remember, you're the artist and that's what counts.
Absolutely.
Other people's ideas and views, I guess you can say, are important, but really they're not. It's all about you.
Well, but I mean, I also, you know, the same thing with scroll sawing, or even putting them, if you're drawing something, you know, just whatever the case of what you're doing, if you stare at it too long, you miss the little things, like me not doing the shadow on the underside of that pointer finger. I didn't catch that at first, and it took, you know, other people watching for me to notice it. The hat band could use a little darkening. I'm okay with that. The finger is going to take some work. That's going to take more work than we have time for.
Well, what's important here is excuse me. What's important to portray to the people watching who are learning how to scroll saw or want to see other people's ways of doing it is the technicality behind it. How you scroll and how you get your lines done.
Yeah.
What comes down to what should be dark, what should be light, what you should take out, what you should not. That's in the eye of the artist. That's not in the eye of the people watching.
Yeah, that's
what's important, you know, because they have their own way of doing things, and that's important to them, and that's the way it should be. You have your way of doing things, and that's what's important to you.
Yeah, and some people will say, you know, I'm only here for the patterns, you know, but some people are curious how I make my patterns, and that's what this video was for. This coloring in part was for the sake of blah, blah, blah. But yeah, majority of people are okay just buying patterns and not designing. But if anybody wanted to know how I do it, that's how I do it. But you're also seeing the human side of me that, you know, I do have to dial in some stuff. Shadows on it's going to be an experiment. So stop
being human, damn it.
I know. But overall, I'm happy with it. The pointer finger could use some work, most definitely. Out of all of that, that's where I need to work the most and darken that hat band a little bit. But other than that, that is this live stream, folks. So let me stop.
The chats just went away, but there's some more comments that popped up. And if I can get them back again. Okay, if I can get them back again.
Let's go for a walk, Monty Python. That's right. It's what you like. Okay. So
that's right. It is what you like. That's you are the artist. The artist is what's important as far as how a piece should look. Whoever's designing the piece, it's their concept, their eyes. You don't listen to other people.
Well, no,
you're trying to.
yeah, I appreciate the premise there, but I have to listen to other people because I can be blind to my own work. Like at first, I didn't notice the hat band. The finger stuck out to me like a sore thumb, no pun intended. Because I need some more detail on the finger, but the hat band I may have skipped over because I was concentrating on the light on it. But yeah, I need that feedback from people that don't do it every day. So
well, feedback's important, but don't rely on it.
Well, I don't rely on it. I take it in mind. But let's say that wasn't me that we were doing a portrait of. If I was doing it for you and you wanted to buy a custom portrait, not a pattern, but an actual portrait, you would want it to look like the person, so your feedback would matter. So that's why, it's a give and take on both sides. So there's that. So we still have 11 viewers. I hope somebody got some value out of here.
So there's one other person on Facebook besides me.
Still being held for review, of course. So we have 12 folks watching. There are 2 on Facebook. One is Dustin. There's 10 on YouTube. I hope I taught something here, and I will do other patterns in the future that will turn out better than this one did. I'm not apologizing because I'm human, and I allowed y'all to see the human aspect. It doesn't go right the first time every time. Trust me. Now, next time I do a live stream on a pattern, it will most likely be the Stagecoach picture with horses. It's a relatively blurry picture, but we might be able to work with it.
That would be a really neat pattern.
I hope so. But we are going to be dealing with a picture that's a little bit blurry, but I hope.
Well, you're the one that gets to sharpen it up.
Yeah, I hope a couple, a handful of people learn something from this. Nothing else. However, make all the noise you can. Just messing with you. Appreciate everybody being here. We will do another live stream. I just don't know right when. Little disappointed because I wanted it to go better than it did, but it happens. And but I'm not mad. I'm not mad because look at you trying to pose on camera.
No, I just kept realizing that I can't see my own eyeballs because these things just reflect all the light.
I hear you. No, I'm not mad. I don't think this live stream was a failure because y'all need to see the process. No. You don't need. I'm showing you the process I go through. They don't always go right. You see the finished product when I'm finally happy with it. And that's, so you see part of the process I go through. Aside from the talking, this probably took about 4.5 hours. So that's why I charge starting at 50 and I should be charging higher. I said I would do that at the beginning of the year, but I didn't, but I'll eventually raise my prices. But right now it's starting 50 for a custom. This is for the pattern only. If I do custom portraits, they start around 125. And so there's that, but I little concerned that the comments have slowed down, but there's that. Hopefully people weren't too disappointed. No, I'm underplaying it. I don't think anybody's disappointed. They saw the problem.
Niantic River Woodcrafting with Chris Nealon. So I just call him Chris.
Yeah, I call him Chris Nealon too.
Yeah, like I said, it looks good to me, Charles. And I agree. It does. It looks good to me too.
I wasn't trying to fish for compliments. I was just wondering, I hope not everybody else is disappointed. I'm disappointed with that pointer finger, but the rest of it I can deal with and dial in. I don't know if I'll make that a live feed cut out, but it will happen at some point as soon as I get this stuff figured out. But Dustin, I appreciate you being here and appreciate everybody else being here. And the way I end every one of my live streams, I say, scroll on.